This is Meteo Mundo.
Hi everyone, Rusty McCraney back with you here for our live coverage of Beryl as it gets closer to the Texas coastline. Good to see everyone here on a very late Sunday evening. It is 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. It is 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, but we're here providing you coverage of Beryl. So we'll start this and we'll just keep going and see how it goes through the remainder of this late Sunday and more than likely even into early Monday. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the support. Hope everyone is doing well. Thanks for the support. And first of all, hope that everyone who obviously is viewing us from some of the areas that were been impacted by Beryl, and there's been many of them on Beryl's path across the Atlantic and into the Caribbean and into the Gulf of Mexico, are doing well on this Sunday night. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to break down what's happening with Beryl right now, what I've been seeing over the last couple of hours, and then obviously we'll set the stage for what's going to be happening here over the next few hours as Beryl gets closer to landfall. Still, as of now, it is a tropical storm. Winds are 70 miles an hour. That's the last observation that we have here from the Hurricane Center. Pressure has been slowly falling the last several hours. It's down to 987. Movement is north-northwest at 12, but we'll talk about that movement coming up in just a bit. Now, what you're seeing here, first of all, is the live satellite data. We've got live radar data. We've got some live cameras to show you guys as we go through time. Again, as of note right now, a couple of things to just talk about in the here and now. First of all, we're seeing deeper convection, that flare-up of thunderstorms trying to fire around the center of circulation of Beryl, just trying to get a little bit more of an eye in there. And first of all, appreciate all of you guys joining in on the chat. Just like we did last time for Jamaica, you guys matter, and giving us the real-time information where you are in this area is great. Just dropping in to say hi from across the world as well. So drop it in the comments section below where you're viewing from, maybe why you're watching this stream. So a couple of things to note here. Over just the last hour, we're seeing a little bit deeper convection highlighted by the reds and the blacks and the whites beginning to try and wrap fully around the inner core. Beryl has been fighting dry air all day long. It's why we've had a slower, steady decrease in that central pressure rather than the storm that got really strong. That being said, again, we're beginning to see that dry air dissipate in the inner core. The entrainment of the dry air is going away. The deeper moisture is beginning to wrap around all four quadrants. And overall, there's been a bit of a tightening of that inner core and a bit of a wind field push as well. So Beryl certainly will continue to strengthen. The question is just how much it's going to strengthen in the next 4, 5, 6 hours before the northern eye wall gets on shore. Let's talk about the track real quick. I'm going to throw on the latest from the Hurricane Center. And again, it's not as important to look at the center line because impacts are going to be felt in a very wide area. Storm surge is going to be a big threat. I mean, there's a lot of hazards to go through here, guys. But again, landfall is potentially going to be somewhere here near the Bay City area, maybe towards Freeport, Palacios as well. You can see all the winds. By the way, all the numbers that you see are wind gusts. So we've had an oil rig, an oil platform that is about 50 miles east of the actual eye, report a wind gust here of 68 miles an hour. And then I believe this is a buoy, it is, buoy 42019 has reported a 51 mile an hour wind gust. I also want you to note the water temperature. It's 86 degrees. The water temperature from where Beryl is right now to landfall is in the upper 80s Fahrenheit to near 90 degrees. There is a ton of heat energy Beryl could tap into here, especially with very little wind shear and if Beryl gets rid of the drier air, which is what we're beginning to see at this point in time. So let's take a look at a couple of other different satellite perspectives here. Let's look at the water vapor imagery. Again, you can see the wrapping around of those deeper blues. That is indicative again of better convection, which was not present on the northern and the northeastern side most of the day here. There was dry air wrapping around and getting to the inner core, and now that's beginning to go away. So these thunderstorms are beginning to flare up, which again is indicative of more than likely the opportunity for Beryl to continue to strengthen, but maybe in a quicker fashion. Again, the official forecast, and I just checked it before I came on from the Hurricane Center, is still winds to get to 85 miles an hour. Beryl is on the cusp of regaining hurricane strength with winds at 70, but further strengthening is likely beyond just becoming a minimal hurricane. But again, the winds, just one aspect of this. Let's bring on the radar. Now again, because we are talking about this being a landfall in the United States, I've got a lot of radar data we'll tap into. You'll notice that there'll be some flashing icons from time to time. We can take a live look at where we have special weather statements, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, where we have tornado warnings, and that's going to update all in real time as well. Again, all the numbers that you see are your wind gusts, and we do have a very dense area of reporting stations. So we have a lot of data to tap into here, which is always a fantastic thing. Great to see you guys in the chat. Already 125 joining in, and I appreciate that. Fiona, thank you so much for jumping in, and I appreciate all of our moderators here in the chat. Again, we want to have a wonderful weather community, and I appreciate that. So again, the first thing that I'm beginning to see here is some of the outer feeder bands of a more consistent state beginning to push on shore. And again, anywhere from Cancun to Matagorda to Brazoria to Galveston counties will start to see that. And again, we'll talk about some of the individual cities as well. Now you notice that the red is our hurricane warning. So let's go over those real quick. Hurricane warning from Port Aransas northward to the San Luis Pass. That is your hurricane warning. Hurricane watch is in effect from the San Luis Pass to Port Boulevard. And then on either side, you have tropical storm warnings. Those are going to be your areas in blue on this map. And that's going to be from Port Aransas to Port Mansfield, and then from the San Luis Pass to the Sabine Pass. Okay, so again, a fair chunk of the Texas coastline is either under hurricane warnings, hurricane watch, or tropical storm warnings. The impacts will be felt into Louisiana, especially with the opportunity for some storm surge in southwest Louisiana, and then a lot of this feeder band activity driving in. So we're going to have to deal with some bursts of heavy rain and convection well into Louisiana, but obviously more concentrated into Texas and moving deep inland as well. And then you notice all this rotation, guys. There is going to be an opportunity near the center and east of the circulation to be watching for some isolated tornadic activity. As some of you have already mentioned in the comments, this is a night falling hurricane, or more than likely a hurricane. And so obviously that comes with a little bit more of threats, because we're not going to be able to see some of this stuff like we would be able to in the daylight, okay? But one of the more widespread concerns that I have is going to be the storm surge threat. So let's get into, again, some of those threats right now. The first thing I want to show you here, and again, one of the things we'll be able to watch here at Meteo Mundo is our live cameras. This is going to be a live camera from Galveston Beach. I'm sure those of you who have visited this area know it very well. You can already see that the camera is shaking right now, and you can see the surf conditions offshore. There is an opportunity for the Galveston Beach area to have extreme inundation of water. So this is one of the areas that we'll be watching here, to have maybe 3 to 6, maybe 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. It is going to be serious water inundation, guys. This is going to be something that's going to be felt well away from the main wind threats of Beryl, and even where we're going to have some of the heaviest bursts of convection. So the storm surge is going to be an issue here. So let me break down some of the threats here. Let's see here. I'm going to start with, I believe here. This is the latest reconnaissance aircraft, okay? So we've got hurricane hunters going in and out of Beryl constantly. There's another one that just left Keesler Air Force Base out of Biloxi, Mississippi, and they're on their way. Couple of notes from this latest completed hurricane reconnaissance aircraft mission. First of all, I want you to note, you see the reds and you see the purples. Those are our strongest winds. They're still on the eastern side of the eye. That is why that oil platform 50 miles to the east had that near hurricane force wind gust, okay? We still haven't wrapped the strongest winds around the incomplete core, okay? So Beryl would have to do that before it really wants to try and, rapidly intensify. I mean, if this thing was gonna try and bomb out like some of the other hurricanes that we've seen move closer to the shoreline with this latent heat energy, and the sea surface temperature is so hot, and we've seen some of that happen, we're gonna have to wrap around these winds. So hopefully that doesn't happen, okay? But we still have an area of extremely strong winds on the northeast side, which, by the way, of course, is where we're pushing all the water. So this is a very bad quadrant here, that right front quadrant. The other aspect is, if you notice the plots of the pressures from the hurricane center, they're almost due north. Beryl certainly in the last hour has taken a little bit more jog due north. The initial motion is still set north-northwest, so we'll have to watch if that is just a wobble or that's a trend. Again, that's part of the nowcasting that we're going to be doing here, throughout the next few hours, is just exactly how these wobbles are going to trend. That being said, of course, the orientation of the Texas shoreline, the farther north that it goes rather than north-northwest, it's going to be over water just a little bit longer. And it also looks like it might be trying to slow down just a little bit as well. None of that, of course, is fantastic news. So the potential still lines up from what we've been talking about. Again, the Hurricane Center's official forecast takes it to a hurricane with winds of 85 miles an hour and some gusts that could be potentially reaching 100. Storm surge is going to be an issue, friends. 4 to 7 feet in some spots. Obviously, if you've been told to evacuate, please check in with your local officials. Please heed all of those local warnings. Again, I pass along official information, but it's up to you. You guys know where you live, especially if it's along the Texas coast and some of those flood-prone areas where if you've been told to evacuate, please heed those precautions. Rainfall totals are going to get high, 5 to 10 inches, maybe locally up to 15, and some of that will be well inland as well. That's going to lead to some flash and urban flooding. It's going to lead to large swells. We're going to have dangerous surf. We're going to have rips, and of course we can see that from the Galveston beach camera, and the isolated tornado threat as well. So this is the storm surge map, and again, we'll see if it gets updated here. By the way, there is going to be another full advisory from the Hurricane Center at the top of the next hour. But this is a big concern of mine because of the orientation of the shoreline and because of what Beryl might do right before landfall. So we are looking at a storm surge warning that is currently in effect from Port Aransas to the Sabine Pass that does include Matagorda and Galveston Bays. In that area in orange, from Matagorda Bay to the San Luis Pass, you're looking at 4 to 7 foot storm surge as a potential, as a peak, okay? And then from Galveston Bay up the coastline towards High Island and Sabine Pass, it's anywhere from 4 to 6 to 3 to 5. When you go to southwest Louisiana, all the way to the Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge there, southwest Louisiana, potentially 1 to 3. Most areas can probably handle that in southwest Louisiana, but there will be a little bit of water inundation in the southwest side of the state. Then you go south from Port O'Connor south towards Mesquite Bay and Padre Island and the Corpus Christi Bay, you're looking at 2 to 4 feet, and then potentially south of there to Baffin Bay, about 1 to 3. I will say that areas south of Corpus Christi Bay look to probably be okay overall. Again, especially where Beryl comes inland and then to the north is where we're going to have the worst storm surge, because all that, of course, is going to be your onshore wind. All right, let's get back to our live radar here. Again, we'll be tracking it for you guys for the next several hours. We'll just see how it all plays out here together. But again, a couple of things of note here is that Beryl looks like it is slowing down just a little bit as well. So let me get back to our radar product here, and let's get into the weeds a little bit. Again, for some of the coastal areas right now, and we're talking about Port Lavaca, right, and Palacios, on over towards Bay City and Freeport and Lake Jackson, you're going to start to see some stronger feeder bands work in. We've already had several move through, but now they're going to start to get more consistent, okay, through Jamaica Beach and Galveston, and of course, then a little bit farther inland into the Houston metro area. And you can see all the wind gusts. Nothing has been crazy, but we've had some pretty consistent gusts now in the 25, 30 mile an hour range. And again, from time to time, we've had what we call at least some special weather statements, okay? And you'll see those areas like right here, just to show you what I'll be monitoring through the day. If I take this step right here and I zoom in, you notice that for the Beaumont area at about 4:30, they had a special weather statement. And again, my weather source will pick up on that, and we'll be able to track those in real time, including some times of arrivals of cities. And that would be important, obviously, if we get into a tornadic threat as well. And I'll be monitoring that. Now, this is what we call the composite radar, meaning it's taking all the radars from the NEXRAD sites and putting them together. But I do also have the ability to look at individual radar sites as well. So just to show you that, this is going to be the Corpus Christi radar. So we're looking directly here. That's KCRP. And again, the live radar sweep here at 10:16 Eastern time. By the way, again, we're obviously dealing with Central Time I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it is set for the Eastern time, but we're 9:17 here in the Texas coast. Put this again into motion and we'll be able to monitor all the different radar sites as well. So again, something else I can do here at Meteo Mundo, we'll keep an eye out on that, but it'll allow me to obviously keep a close eye on the rotation with some of the storms, because don't just have reflectivity, but I have velocity as well. And if you don't know what velocity is, it's basically the winds that are coming out of the storm. Red is away from a radar site, green is towards. When we're looking for rotation, we're gonna look for pixels that have bright reds next to bright greens. That would indicate an area of an intense rotation, and potentially that would be a tornadic cell. And again, what you have is you have very smooth water, and then as you get towards the coastline, you've got the rougher land and the friction difference, and that allows these spin-offs of tornadoes. And with landfalling hurricanes, tornadoes are a high likelihood. It's very dependent on the tornado. Some of them produce a fair amount of tornadoes, others produce very little, if any at all. And it's just kind of a situation by situation thing. I remember Hurricane Ivan produced an absolute ton of tornadoes, but others that we expected to didn't. So again, it's something to keep a very close eye on here, but we'll be looking at the Corpus Christi radar. We'll be looking at the radar near the Houston area as well. That is KHGX. There it is. I'll just bring that on screen. So I'm going to have a lot of different views of Beryl, and we'll be able to get really close and see exactly how close it is. And as a matter of fact here, I think that's one of the first things that I want to do is let's get an idea of the time of arrival, okay? Because now, friends, we're really narrowing down the time of arrival. We're narrowing down where we're going to see the eye. Again, we never want to focus on one area. The eye is obviously where we're going to have the strongest winds near it, near the eye wall, but the impact's going to be felt a lot further than that. So let's bring up our spatial tool. It's going to pop on screen. I'll move it to the other side here in just a second. It's just my measuring tool, and I'm going to keep a close eye on this. So if we go from, let's see here, Palacios area, close to that, and about right here is actually where I think the northern eye wall is. So now we're starting to get within about 60 miles of where we're going to really start to see the core of Beryl move in. And again, it could be farther east than that, all right? And if it is, of course, the shoreline orientation, it's actually farther away. So we're probably somewhere within about 5 to 6 hours of landfall, but it also really, really matters exactly how fast Beryl is moving. Again, more due north, well, that's about the same, isn't it here? Let's do this. Let's go this far away. If for some reason we even have a like northeast movement at the very end based on the wobble, you notice we get out to about 67 miles. So we're still within that 5 to 6 hour time frame, but any length of time over these open waters that are going to be extremely warm, again 86 to 90 degrees, is going to allow Beryl to have the opportunity to continue to get stronger. All right, so let's get rid of the radar and we'll bring it back here in just a second. Let me jump over to the chat and let's see what's going on here. Great to see everyone in the chat so far. Rusty, should I sleep with a crowbar in hand in case I get flooded in? I have never heard of that. I don't know if I would suggest that or not, Jesse. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure that you're as protected as possible, okay? And whatever you feel like you need to do. How is Baytown affected? Okay, the Baytown area is going to probably be impacted much the same here. So we can just kind of go along the coastline here. Port Lavaca, Palacios, there's Bay City, there's Surfside Beach, Jamaica Beach, there's Galveston, towards Baytown. What I would anticipate, obviously, and again, for Galveston Bay, you're looking at a potential 4 to 6 or 4 to 7 foot storm surge. So we're going to have to see how far up the bay the water goes. But this is a bad direction for places like Baytown, because again, this is going to be a southeast to a northwest wind, and the orientation of the bay is unfortunately going to allow there to be a pretty good spiraling in of the water, and it's going to be a pretty good push of water. And of course, the stronger Beryl gets, the more likely it's going to have more of some water and storm surge activity. So unfortunately here, of course, on the northeast side, all the winds are going to be coming inland onshore, and that's going to be a good wall of water. And even farther east than there, it's all the same situation. We're going to continue to have these onshore winds, until the center pushes by, and then the winds will turn and go the opposite direction. But as I've already mentioned, storm surge is one of the most widespread impacts that I expect from this storm, which is why we have a storm surge warning that is now in effect. And again, that warning needs to be heeded because of the inundation of water potential. That's Port Aransas to the Sabine Pass, and it does again include Matagorda and Galveston Bays. Mr. Piece of Work says a squall came through our place there in H-Town earlier. Sounded like the sky was falling. Listen, man, these outer bands can pack a punch. They're not going to last long, right? They're going to be moving fast. They're going to be in and out of one area very quickly, but they absolutely can sound like a train's coming through there, okay? And with some of these outer feeder bands a little bit closer to the coastline, closer to landfall is when we'll start watching for a little bit more potential for some of the isolated tornadic activity. Again, you're looking at a buoy to the north and east of Beryl, and then a platform, an oil platform about 50 miles east of the center. We had a 68 mile an hour wind gust. We had a 54 mile an hour wind gust. So you can see the winds that are beginning to get closer to where we have the center of Beryl, and they're beginning to go up. And I think we're going to start to see these numbers here along the Texas coastline rise pretty quickly as well. Yes, Fiona, thank you very much. If you want to send me a picture or a video, it's mymeteomundo@gmail.com. If the storm moves more northeast, how will Southwest Houston be affected? It's going to be very close, right? First of all, you know, again, because Houston is a bit inland, I mean, obviously there's going to be some water potential inundation on the east side near Baytown. And if you live in this area, and you know it better than even I do, but I do know the history of some of the flooding we've had in the Houston area, this is obviously a concern. The bigger thing, I think, if there's more of a direct line towards Houston, is just going to be about the fact that the core wind's going to be moving over the city. Okay, and obviously we're not very far off the coastline in Houston to have a big reduction in the winds of Beryl as it gets through the city. It could be very, very close. Again, if I put on the center line and the track, which I should probably just leave up to be quite honest, I can do that by the way, and it's no problem. You can see that this center line is already a horrible scenario for Houston, because if the eye pushes just west of the city, you continue with the east winds and the right front quadrant, the strongest winds moving in the same direction as the hurricane, right? Everything's moving in the same direction here on the right front quadrant. We have winds going in the opposite direction on the back left quadrant. That's why we have the offshore winds. That's why we have the lesser wind speeds on the southwest side, okay? And one of the things you can see is, I mean, look, there's fresh winds all the way down to the Mexico border. But you see the winds that are a little bit stronger even farther off towards the east, where earlier today, you know, close to New Iberia and Houma, Louisiana, they even had some special weather statements well away. But this is all with the spinning of Beryl, okay? But certainly Houston needs to pay extremely close attention to this, all right? And hopefully it doesn't slow down more. You know, we've got the latest speed north-northwest at 12, but we'll see if that slows down a bit. Now, I'm also keeping an eye behind the scenes here of the latest reconnaissance aircraft, and I can show you that to you when they get done or anything of importance. Again, they left Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi not that long ago. They're not yet into the storm. They're kind of on the far northeast side. So I'm going to be monitoring that situation. Obviously, again, we're going to get a lot of real-time data here at Meteo Mundo. I've got the newest information up here. We'll adjust that accordingly. We'll watch out for any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings or special weather statements. Those will flash. And of course, all the numbers that you see on your screen, those are going to be your wind gusts in real time as well. Ronaldo asks, how much impact will Corpus Christi get? So I have better news for Corpus Christi for sure. Now, again, you guys are still technically under the tropical storm warning at this point in time. Okay, that's the area in blue. You are going to generally be on the winds that are going to be pushing offshore. And we can look at that real quick. If I go over to our wind arrow product, okay? And if you live here, let me know, all right? But Port Aransas and Corpus Christi, that's all north winds right now, okay? That's where the flag is pointing down. So all north winds. And if we go up the coast, we can see what I'm talking about here, okay? So all north winds there. Now Port Lavaca, you start to get into more of a north to northeast wind. But then when you come to the east side of the center of circulation, now you have your east to southeast winds. So Galveston right now, there you go. You've got yourself, I know it's a little bit hard to see, right there, you've got yourself the southeast wind. Okay, that bar will come back on. So it's a big cyclonic spin that is counterclockwise. So I don't expect there to be the water inundation in the Corpus Christi area because it's going to be an offshore wind for the most part. You will still have some good downpours. You could still get some heavier rain, but that far south, I think in general, you guys are going to be okay. Could there be enough wind to cause some power outages and some minor flooding? Absolutely. But as far as the inundation of water for the Corpus Christi area, I do not believe that's going to be the issue here. When's the next update? Jesse says, the next update from the Hurricane Center is coming at the top of the hour, and that will be a full update. We'll get the 11 p.m. update. That is Eastern time, okay? And then, of course, 10 o'clock Central time. That's going to have a full new track from the Hurricane Center. But, of course, again, we're really narrowed down. We'll have new winds, pressure, speed. I'm very curious about the speed as well. But, again, as we get closer to landfall, the Hurricane Center will issue updates as they deem necessary. If there is something that the hurricane hunters have found and they need to pass along to the public, they're going to issue a special statement, and I'm going to keep a close eye on that as well. So we're going to get more information in a shorter time the closer and closer we get from Beryl moving in. Let's get back over to the radar. Again, love to be able to show you that. And we can look at both at real time. I can drop off the satellite. I'll do that as well. This is the composite. So again, we're not looking at one radar site, but we're taking all the radar sites combined. Doesn't Beryl just look a little bit more classic right now, right? Inner core looks a little bit more defined. Now again, from the radar sites, we are shooting higher in elevation the farther away from the radar sites you go. So we are going to start cutting into kind of the mid and upper levels of Beryl this far offshore. We're only 60 miles. It's not horrible. But again, close to the radar sites, lower elevation there. And again, we can see that spin. Notice that convection now is really beginning to fully wrap around the center. That is replacing the drier air with deeper moisture. That, again, is going to at least give the potential for Beryl to get stronger in a quicker time. Even though it was fighting dry air all day, the pressure was slowly falling, started around 993 millibars this morning, hasn't come down much to 987, but we've been able to get the top speed now, winds to be 70. So we're really close to getting back to a hurricane. And again, as of the last report 2.5 hours ago, the Hurricane Center had this as a hurricane, winds of 85. So is it going to shock me if they make it a hurricane here at the 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time advisory? No. I think part of it will be if this reconnaissance aircraft can get in here and actually give us some wind data before that next advisory comes in. I've seen it before, by the way, where the Hurricane Center will issue their standard advisory at the top of an hour like they promised they will, and then 5 or 10 minutes later, once they get new reconnaissance data in from the aircraft, they'll issue another one and say, hey, by the way, this is the newest information and it's actually this. So that's also possible as well. Again, it's all real time here, guys. So I can tell you this, and it's not good news, and we'll see if it's the center or not, but the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft did just find 981 millibars of pressure and certainly stronger winds. They're coming in from the northeast like this, and that cut, the winds are a lot stronger than I've seen all day. And you can see that this oil rig has now gone up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. These are gusts, they're not sustained. That is a really strong wind. And notice how far away from the center of circulation it actually is. So there are indications that Beryl is beginning to start a more aggressive strengthening pattern here, as anticipated, to be quite honest, as we get a little bit closer to landfall. Pressure affects the situation because when you have deep convection at the center, that causes air to rise, producing an area of lower pressure at the surface. And the stronger that air movement is, the lower the pressure is going to be. And it's in correlation with getting stronger winds near the center of circulation, okay? So typically speaking, the lower the pressure at the center, the stronger the winds are going to be at the center as well, because more rising air, high pressure rises, low pressure at the surface gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Remember Beryl, when it was a Cat 5, the pressure, I believe, got down to 935 millibars for a time. Chris, the storm is resilient. By the way, how many records has Beryl broken? It broke another one today. There is something called ACE, and I did a video on this so you can look at it. It's called Accumulated Cyclone Energy, okay? It's basically one number that we can give to a hurricane or any tropical system. It's based on the length of time it's been around, and it's how strong it's been. It's kind of the energy produced, okay? Beryl has now broken the record to have the highest ACE accumulation, the highest number of any pre-August 1st storm in recorded history. It just broke Emily's record back in 2005. So bottom line is, this was an extremely long duration storm, an extremely intense storm for a lot of time as well, reaching category 5 strength. So it's yet another record that Beryl has broken, and it did that today. Okay. Yeah, I know, Florida man, this is it. This is the last landfall, at least, right? Now, again, you know, this is going to have impacts inland as well. I know a lot of folks, I hear some folks saying, hey, I'm watching from Lufkin there in East Texas, and, you know, places like Tyler and Lufkin, you know, are going to be impacted by the rain. Of course, as Beryl moves inland, it's going to be slowing up a bit. So there could be some inland flooding that occurs with Beryl. I mean, obviously our sites, and we're honed in on what's happening along the coastline right now, but eventually Beryl is going to move inland. And as it slows down, we get a lot of inland river flooding. And that actually causes a lot of fatalities with landfalling hurricanes, because folks who live away from the coastline don't think about it as much. And sometimes that river rise can occur very rapidly. And it is a hazard that we try as meteorologists to get out to some of the folks. And, you know, I know some of the local meteorologists that are going to be in the path of this storm, they're going to be telling those local viewers, hey, look, you got to really pay attention to this storm because of the potential rainfall that it can bring. Howdy, Renee. Good to see you there. And Katie, I appreciate you very much. I have, by the way, I've worked in Oklahoma City. I've been to Texas several times. I worked in Biloxi, Mississippi for 3 years. Way back in the day, I got to know some of the hurricane hunters there at Keesler Air Force Base. Fantastic men and women. Again, this is the newest flight is coming out of Keesler. Some of them are coming out of MacDill Air Force Base in the Tampa area, others out of Lakeland, Florida, just depending. So they've got several different stations, if you will. But again, good to see you here. If you're just tuning in, I want to go over a couple of things because we're getting more and more watches here. TL says, what is the status of the wind, shear, and dry air? Basically non-existent. It fought the dry air entrainment throughout the day, which is why it didn't get stronger quicker, but it was still able to slowly intensify. So the dry air near the inner core, which is really all that matters at this point in time, is virtually gone, which is not great. We'll see, again, how quickly it can develop, but the shear has never been an issue. Not a shear issue, certainly not a water temperature issue, 86 to 90 degrees. Janet watching from Sugar Land outside of Houston. Thanks, guys, and I appreciate you guys tuning in too. And again, part of what makes the Meteo Mundo weather community so great, and if you joined us for the Jamaica live stream that we went almost 12 hours for, was that everyone was jumping in, letting us know where you're viewing from, what the weather is like. You know, and it was also great to hear from folks watching from across the world as well. Rusty, I'm in the UK. I have an interest in Jamaica. I have family and friends in Jamaica. Now we're saying, Rusty, I live in this part of the United States or in this part of the world, and I have interest along the coastline of Texas. And of course, we love to hear from our friends in Texas right now as well, because it's going to be very important to hear from you guys as well. Hi, Fiona. Thank you very much. By the way, Fiona, I hear you live in Central Florida, and I want to say thank you to you as well. And, you know, we got you covered here in Central Florida, Fiona, and thank you very much for that super stickers. Fiona is big into the super stickers here, and I appreciate that as well. Faith, praying from Humble, Texas. Thank you very much. Mr. Gunner down in Richmond, still looking like it's going to go through my neighborhood. Keep an eye on it for you, buddy. That's what I can promise you, is that, you know, we're going to have all the real-time information for you here. Again, we don't want to focus on one line, but this is where we do have the potential track. Now, if I bring on the spaghetti plots, which you guys are very well aware of, right? These are our forecast models. I want you to look how close in line they are. There's really not going to be much of a jog from Beryl. Could it get to the far right side of this line? Absolutely. Could it jog west and get to the far left side of this line? Sure. Is it going to be somewhere outside of that line? It's probably less than a 5% chance. I mean, we're just simply running out of time, right? Beryl is getting closer to landfall. The models have picked up on that. There's been wobbles. We're going to see wobbles. We're going to see some eye wobbles here and there. But as far as any drastic change here at the last hour, the 11th hour, not anticipating it. Never want to say never, but we're close to that. And again, if I'm just taking the radar and I'm rocking it back and forth, we can see that nice spiral banding now. This is another indication that Beryl is getting a little bit stronger. I want you to notice how the squall lines are lined up one after another. This is a good indication, again, that there's no congestion now. You have a band, a little bit drier air in between, but then the next feeder band, a little bit of less reflectivity, and then the third, stronger feeder band. So look, places like Lake Jackson right now, and Freeport, and Bay City, and Markham, and Sweeney, and Palacios, and Point Comfort, Port Lavaca, Seadrift, Oswell, all getting that solid feeder band coming in. Nice little 38-mile-an-hour gust there at this marine observation at Shore Base Tower. Again, water temperature 85 degrees, which is actually one of the cooler spots. Here you go. This buoy has 88-degree water temperature. I know it's right along the coast, but it's upper 80s to near 90. Hello from Texarkana, Arkansas. How we doing? Is it a Cat 1? I'm going to double check and make sure that the Hurricane Center hasn't come up with anything that I haven't seen. The answer is no. It is still a strong tropical storm with winds of 70. Now again, 74 is hurricane. It is knocking on the door, and the official forecast is for it to become a hurricane. And again, one of the other things is I'm watching the live reconnaissance aircraft coming through the storm. And I'll show you that once it's completed. But in real time, they found a pressure of 981 millibars. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Hurricane Center is going to set the storm at 981. They have drop zone data as well. But I think we've got a new bar, you know what I'm saying? That more than likely, now the pressure at the 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, Central Daylight Time, advisory that comes out, now we've got a new bar. It's going to be lower. And again, more than likely that comes with an uptick in the winds. So it's not going to shock me if we do get a hurricane again here at the 10 o'clock advisory. But if not, I think in short order. Nothing again is pointing to it either holding steady or weakening. Really solid 70-mile-an-hour wind. And again, this is pretty far away from the center of circulation, guys. Let's pause this real quick. I just want to show you this. You know, again, it's still a little hard to tell on radar data exactly where the center is. It's not the most defined storm. I mean, if you remember Beryl near Jamaica, it was clear as day. Let's dump the radar and get back to the satellite. Maybe we have a little bit clearer picture here if we go to the water vapor. It's wedged in between there. I think it's a little bit east. But the biggest thing is just to show you that, you know, you're looking at a wind gust of 70 miles an hour about 50 miles from the eastern side of the eye wall, okay? So that is darn near hurricane force gusts, not sustained. But if we go up here and we say, okay, landfall is going to be somewhere here, and I go 50 miles up, again, you've got a pretty good part of the coastline that would have those at least 70-mile-an-hour gusts coming on shore. And if Beryl gets stronger, those winds are going to get stronger as well. If you're just tuning in, I do want to go back over the current watches and warnings, okay? And as I do so, I think, let me do it on the map and then we'll take a look at the Galveston beach camera. So again, if you're just tuning in, let's go over the warnings. And again, these might update here at the top of the hour, but for now, it's the hurricane warning for Port Aransas northward to the San Luis Pass. The hurricane watch is from San Luis Pass to Port Bolivar. You've got the tropical storm warning south of Port Aransas to Port Mansfield, and then north from the San Luis Pass to the Sabine Pass. A storm surge warning, which is not issued lightly by the Hurricane Center, by the way. We're talking about 4 to 7 feet of potential water inundation, is in effect from south of Port Aransas, from south of Port Aransas, including Corpus. That's been discontinued. We have, let me make sure, Port Aransas to Sabine Pass, including Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. They did drop the storm surge warning south of Port Aransas, including Corpus Christi Bay. Again, I've already mentioned how I don't think Corpus Christi Bay is going to get the significant water inundation. You're going to have more of an offshore wind, and we already highlighted that. All right, let's go back over to the Galveston beach cam. Curious to see what that's doing. I haven't looked at it as long as you guys haven't looked at it. So let's see how this thing is rocking and rolling. I'll jump back on the live chat here as well. Let's take a look at this. So again, Galveston beach cam, still up. You can see the surf. You can see that it's bouncing in the breeze. You can see the palm trees there at the bottom by the intersection. They've got a nice fresh wind, don't they? We're going to see this go downhill. Sarah, thank you very much, by the way. As much info as you can tell me about, is it Angleton? You got it. Might have to give me a second here, Sarah, but I appreciate the chat. Thank you very much for that, and we will get on that. And William Richards, thank you very much for your contribution as well with the super stickers, okay? Now I'm gonna actually look up exactly where Angleton is. Obviously, Texas is a huge, huge state. Do I know most of the area? Absolutely. Could I tell exactly where Angleton is right now? No. All right. So Sarah, it looks like you're north of Lake Jackson there, 288 and 35. You got it. My pleasure. I'll get to that in just a second, Sarah, I promise. But thank you very much for your support of the channel. Thank you for joining in, guys. Over 500 of you in right now. You got it, Sarah. I'm on it. Let's see here. What does it mean, the pressure of 987? What it means is that pressure, the lower the pressure, the stronger the winds within inside the storm. Pressure, like in a normal day, would be, the normal surface pressure of the Earth is like 1,013 millibars, okay? We start to get a tropical depression under like 1,010, and then it just gets stronger and stronger. As I've already mentioned, as you get an area of low pressure to develop, the air rises, which creates high pressure above it, and then the low deepens in that center, and the stronger the rising air is, the deeper that low pressure gets. And typically speaking, as the pressure gets lower, the winds around the eye get stronger. So lower pressure, higher winds. They normally go in accord, kind of in lockstep. And again, when Beryl was 165 mile an hour Category 5 hurricane, the pressure was all the way down to somewhere around 935 millibars. A big drop in pressure is not good, no doubt about it, TL. Hi, Jose, watching from Alvin, I appreciate it. Manuela, for you, I'm from the Netherlands. I appreciate you watching, whether you're watching in the Netherlands or just from. That's really awesome. Cheryl says hi from Surfside. Chris says go hit the like button, guys. Yes. I would really appreciate that, guys. It's late on this Sunday night, and I'd appreciate just the big like. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate everyone coming back in here as well. Some of the names are familiar to me, even just from the Jamaica stream, so I appreciate you doing that. Star J says, I can't believe I've been watching this thing since Carriacou. It is insane. It absolutely is insane, and you're also right, Star Houston does flood fairly easily. Again, the residents of H-Town know it even better than I do, but we've all seen the pictures. And obviously, again, there have been some remarkable storms, including Harvey. This is not going to be Harvey, but obviously it's fresh on people's minds in those areas, and I have a lot of respect for that. So, you know, something that I'll be monitoring, but folks who have lived in that area and have gone through a storm like that know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, Sarah, let's talk about Angleton real quick. So I believe we're going to be right about here. I got you. Okay. In all honesty, right now, Angleton is going to be in for a very rough night. All right. And the reason why is that if we take the center of circulation from the hurricane center, the eye is going to be passing just to the west of Angleton. All right. By about 25 miles. And more than likely, again, if it's somewhere near that path, Angleton will have hurricane force winds that are sustained if Beryl strengthens as we continue to expect it to, okay? Now we do have, it looks like we do have an observation site right here. It's called a METAR site. So I can keep a close eye on that for you, Sarah. But anywhere here, and again, you're not too far from the coastline, right? So if you're on the east side, Obviously, water inundation in Angleton is not going to be an issue, but heavy rainfall, the potential for isolated tornadoes on the east side, isolated. Again, I don't want to scare anyone, but it comes with the threat of having storms rotate on near the center and east. And again, based on the center line track from the hurricane center, Angleton is off towards the east. And then obviously, again, here, if it were me living in Angleton, I would be most concerned about the wind, because you could be in the core winds on the eastern eye wall if this is the track, okay? So Sarah, stay with us. I appreciate the support, and I'll keep you updated as well. Jesse says, can I read this? Smoking the Whoopi Goldberg South. You guys read it for yourself. But I appreciate it, Jesse. Thank you very much. And you know what? You do you, buddy. You do you. Whatever it takes to get through this. We mentioned that in Jamaica's live stream as well, right? Sometimes levity is the best medicine, because as long as you have prepared, right? As long as you have given, you know, yourself and your family and your property the best chance it can to ride through this storm as well as it can, there's nothing else you can do. Please make sure you check in with your local officials. Obviously, if you have been ordered to evacuate, get out of there. But your preps need to be done, obviously. We've run out of time. And then other than that, we see how it goes, right? Abinov asks, thanks for doing it. How far inland from the coast does the storm surge impact? It is extremely area dependent, okay? Obviously, when you're talking about an area like Galveston Bay, which is going to allow the water to go inland more, there is going to be the push of water into some of those low-lying areas. Typically speaking, the storm surge is more about the immediate coast and then some of the areas where the water can push in. I mean, obviously we have seawalls, we have dunes, we have areas that try and block some of the storm surge. If it can break those barriers or it gets in between, then we can have some funneling of some water. But to be quite honest, it's extremely area dependent. I couldn't point out exactly where we're going to have and how far that gets inland. The biggest thing, though, is that if you do live along the immediate coast, especially in the storm surge areas, you need to pay very close attention, all right? And if you've been in a storm where it's flooded before inland, you know that that's going to be an opportunity with a storm surge warning, and a 4 to 7 foot storm surge as a possibility. Sarah says possible power outages. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, some of these areas are hardened, right, you know, to try and withstand it. But, you know, when you're talking about the potential for some 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, of course, power outages is going to come along for the ride. And obviously, we're talking about a major metro area. And so we'll see how it handles it. But I would anticipate, if I lived in this area, to lose power for a time, right? So hopefully you've got, you know, your battery packs charged, and you've got, you know, your phone's charged, and you've got your laptops charged and things like that, and you're ready to go. But certainly power outages are going to come with these kinds of winds. Absolutely. Michael watching from New Jersey. Renee says, smash the like button. Let's do it, guys. Timmy says, appreciate you, Rusty. You've been there since the Caribbean. Timmy here in Metairie, in Metro NOLA. Notice I just rolled Metairie off there, Timothy. Again, I worked in Biloxi. And so like Lake Pontchartrain and all the different parishes, I learned all the names. I think I remember all of them. The best one, by the way, Timothy, and you tell me, was seeing the spelling of the Shutukabuff River and then realizing that was the pronunciation. That river that ended in B-O-U-F-F-A was actually pronounced Shutukabuff. Let's see here. Chris says, Timothy, he's in Hammond. What's your prediction for the winds in the Conroe area? Hi from Danbury and Angleton. Laura, you're about in the same situation if you are near that area as well. Let's see here. Okay, how's it looking in Rosenberg? Well, again, I know Texas fairly well, but it's obviously a large state. I have no problem, and I don't want to just start trying to find it on the map, guys. It's just simply easier if I take a half second, type it into the map system here. Looks like we're just south of Katy, on the southwest side of Houston. No problem. It's the same situation, guys. Katy, and let me see here if we can actually get yours to pop up. There it is. Right there. Just north of the 69 interstate. Giddy up. Okay, that would be very close to the potential center of circulation. Again, obviously Beryl is going to try and lose some strength as it moves inland, but if we draw a line here, right, from where the eye might move in, and we come up here, you're about 60 miles, okay? It's actually a little bit farther than I thought. That's okay in the sense of that's going to be about 5 hours of forward speed. So that means the eye would be on for 5 hours. That would be really close, in my opinion, for the Rosenberg southwest side of Houston area, whether Beryl's still going to have some hurricane force winds. I think it's likely, but it will be wearing down a bit at only 12-mile-an-hour forward speed. Faster hurricane would bring the hurricane force winds farther inland quicker before it starts to lose strength. Again, as soon as that eye wall hits land, friction's going to start messing with it. It's going to start trying to mess with the inner core, and it'll be a slow process to begin with, especially with any of the eye over water, but it will begin that process. So for Rosenberg, first of all, you guys are, and let me just double check here, under a hurricane warning. So you need to assume, and we all need to assume, that hurricane conditions are likely in the Rosenberg area. All right. Again, heavy rain. Obviously, you're not going to have a storm surge threat up there. 5 to 10 inches of rain is the official forecast, and even locally up to 15. And that'll be spotty, I think, but that's certainly a possibility. How close are we to the top of the hour here, guys? All right, let me get back over here. They haven't come up with the 11 as of yet. 11 Eastern, 10 Central. You'll have to excuse me, but my friends in Texas know that I'm talking about an hour ahead if I mention it's 11, because they obviously know it's 10. I'm just looking at the recon data here. Let me pull that back up. Gross. They found 976. And now we have some pretty strong winds that are a little bit south and west as well. Well, you know what, though? The 976 is northeast of the center still. Okay. So they found a lower pressure, but they still found it. Well, what do we got here? Is that a tornado warning, by the way? It is. Okay, real quick. Again, can use my system here. I want to talk about this tornado warning real fast. Let me take off the here. So we have a tornado warning. Let me get rid of the special marine warning as well. Again, anything real time like this, guys, this is important. I'm going to stop. We're going to at least look at this for a minute. Let me bring off the special marine warning. Okay, so there's a tornado warning that is currently in effect right here, okay? I'm looking at my system to see. Now, the tornado warning itself is only right in this area. It looks to be a pretty rural area south of Freeport and Surfside Beach. Okay? It does expire in 5 minutes, by the way. So this, more than likely, they saw a very brief spin up here coming on shore. And they issued this tornado warning, which is not going to last very long. Now, my system, by the way, is really cool. It will actually count down in real time how long that warning lasts. So you see it drop down to 4 minutes. The other thing about it too is if there's any other hazards, it will mention that as well. Okay, so you see that it comes with the potential for some small hail. So I'm pulling this up. They literally issued this tornado warning for 7 minutes. Because they issued it at 9:53 and it goes until 10 o'clock. It is for south central Brazoria County and eastern Matagorda County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles south of Jones Creek or 9 miles southwest of Freeport. Freeport moving northwest at 35. It's a radar indicated tornado. And a 7-minute warning. That might be a record for the shortest warning. Let's look at velocity. This is why, right here. You can see that the reds and the greens are touching. Okay. I could pixel query this as well. Now we're really getting into the weeds and I love it. I don't see a lot of wind, but I think, are we looking for the Houston radar site? We are. Okay, that's the right radar site to look at from. Here's the thing. And I'm not going to blame the Houston Weather Service for doing this, because in their shoes, I might do the same thing. When these landfalling hurricanes start coming on, we're going to get all these little spin-ups, and they might be brief. They might not last more than a half second. It could have been a little water spout that jumped inland, right? And it's not going to shock me if they fire off numerous small tornado warnings for short amounts of time. So I think we need to start getting ready for that. And as I've mentioned, here's your center line. Tornado warnings are generally going to be in from the center to the eastern side, with all the onshore wind and all the rotation, just like we're seeing on this one. So again, looks to be a very small coastal area, but there is your tornado warning for just the next, now 2 minutes. Again, get ready for that. Let's go back here. So like I said, there's going to be a lot of things in real time, guys. All right. So we'll get the new information up. Beryl is still Beryl is still a tropical storm as of the 10 o'clock. I think it's mainly because when I was looking at this a little bit more, the reconnaissance aircraft didn't actually find the 976 in the center. It was displaced north and east. Now they're in the center, and it is more like 986. But the northeast side has gotten stronger, like no question. The northeast side has gotten stronger, so now it's something to watch out for here. Let me go back over to the surface, go back to the gusts. Let's bring these numbers back up. So again, I'm going to delete this information, and then we'll get the newest back up. So again, officially for the Hurricane Center, if you guys are just tuning in here, as of the 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time advisory, we still have ourselves a high-end tropical storm, but their first headline is Beryl forecast to make landfall as a hurricane along the middle Texas coast early Monday. Conditions will deteriorate overnight, dangerous storm surge, flash flooding, strong winds are expected. And again, the isolated tornado threat that comes along with this as well. All right, so while I'm doing that, let us go over to, just 1 second here. I'm going to pop in the new information here. And while we're doing that, you all can tap the like button for me. And then I'm going to bring up our camera again. And I'll keep an eye on that tornado warning, but it should be expiring like momentarily here, right? And then I'll get back to the chat. I know there's a lot of things going on there, and I appreciate that. So let's go to here. I'm just going to take myself off camera, and we can look at that together as well. So an hour into our coverage, again, we still have ourselves a tropical storm. Still forecast to become a hurricane, just hasn't happened as of yet. So residents along the Texas coast should be anticipating hurricane conditions near the center of circulation. Weather going downhill, things begin to rock and roll there, even at Galveston Beach. You can see those fresh winds there at the bottom of your screen. Just going to get worse, just like when we were watching there in Jamaica, right? Seeing more and more of that come in. There we go. Okay. Just typing up some stuff behind the scenes here, guys. Again, good to see you on this very late Sunday evening. We'll be pushing the midnight hour very quickly here in the Eastern time zone. We'll be getting close to the Central time zone in just 2 hours. So you can see those surf conditions. A lot of churned up water, a lot of white out there, guys. Still some folks enjoying the coastline. I suppose they got a little bit of time. A little surprised that they haven't shut it down, to be honest, but that, they say, is not my concern. So we still have a tropical storm Winds are 70 miles an hour, so the Hurricane Center has not changed the winds. The pressure is 986, okay? So the 981 that I was talking about was found to the northeast of the actual eye, and they have it moving north-northwest, so still that little slight west component rather than due north, but it has dropped down to 10 miles an hour. And that's what we were talking about as well, was that the forward speed looked like it was slowing up just a bit. And of course, that is not good news because it does a couple of things. The first thing, of course, is that it gives it a little bit longer time over water. And the second thing is a slower storm could produce more rain as well. All right, so both of those things aren't great. We want Beryl to be a little bit stronger. We want Beryl to be a little bit faster. We don't want it to be stronger. You know, forward speed doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be intensifying, but we want to try and get the storm in and out of here as quickly as possible. All right, so the newest information as of the 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time Advisory is now at the top of your screen. Again, we still have ourselves a high-end tropical storm. Now, if I go to the public advisory, which I haven't read yet, but we can do it together. Let's see here. With this advisory, the hurricane watch from the San Luis Pass to Port Boulevard has been upgraded to a hurricane warning, okay? And I'll have to probably reset my system real quick to get that to come up, but that's fine. So it's a hurricane warning from the San Luis Pass to Port Boulevard. The hurricane warning south of Mesquite Bay has been changed to a tropical storm warning. So you get the idea now. You go farther down the coastline in Texas, and now that it looks like the center of Beryl is going to pass east of you, you're more than likely not going to see the hurricane conditions, and you're not going to have the most intense storm surge as well. So things are getting better closer to the Corpus Christi area and areas off towards the south. The tropical storm warning south of Baffin Bay has been discontinued, and the storm surge warning has been discontinued for Mesquite Bay to Port Aransas. Again, farther south you go, the better the conditions are going to be. So let's talk about, and again, let me do this real quick here, guys, because I want to make sure that I get, sometimes the system will update automatically. Sometimes I just have to do a quick reset, but I'd rather just refresh things here, and then we'll get into the watches and warnings. Get back over to the chat. Sorry, guys, I've been keeping a really close eye, but let me get back to it. Sarah says she liked and subscribed. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Sarah. I'll keep you updated. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super things. Michael got the super stickers, I believe, and gave the big thumbs up. And congratulations on your first super in a live stream. And I absolutely appreciate it, guys. Again, more than 500 of you watching, and I appreciate you coming in here to the Meteo Mundo live continuous coverage of Beryl. Beryl making a approach to the Texas coastline here as we get into the wee hours of your Monday morning. That is a live look to the Galveston beach area here from one of our live cameras that we can see. And again, we're going to be keeping a very close eye. This is a little bit different live stream than maybe if you last joined me in Jamaica, where we knew what Beryl was going to be. And now it was undergoing some really weird things at that point in time, right? We lost the center of circulation briefly, and then it really popped back up. Now what we're going to be looking at here is a lot of just analysis together. I'm going to be doing, a lot of real time looking into this storm because, again, the forecast is for it to intensify. The forecast is for it to become a hurricane, and then we're going to be watching for all the hazards playing out in real time, as I mentioned. And we have a lot of different access to weather information across this area that I can keep a very close eye on as well. So we'll have a lot of data. We've got the live radars here as well. Now again, let's get back into it here. We can see those wind gusts picking up. I'm going to drop this loop back down to just the last 3 hours. I think in this situation, the tighter we go, the tighter we get. Let's bring back on our tropical information as well. Let's see here. They did not come back on. All right, give me just 1 second. Let me go out to the broad spot. There they go. All right, they came back on now. So hopefully these are now correct. It is not a hurricane, at least as of yet. Still 70-mile-an-hour winds. So 74 is a hurricane. We're still at 70 as of the brand new advisory that just came out 5 minutes ago. All right. The southwest side does look weaker. Again, I'm watching the real-time reconnaissance aircraft. The winds on the northeast side are exceptionally stronger. So we still have a bit of an elongated storm, right? Where we're still not getting the deepest convection on the southwest side. By the way, these that you see are going to be our wind field profiles, and those pinks are the strongest hurricane force winds. And you can see where they're going to be potentially moving again based on the track, right? So potentially into the southwest side of Houston, although we might lose hurricane strength before that. Now, officially from the Hurricane Center, they still have it as a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane a bit inland. All right. So again, I didn't fully read the update because I was kind of going piecemeal by piecemeal here. Let me get back out so we can see things. Again, winds are freshening up along the coast as well. Beryl is forecast to let's see here. The storm surge warning, they're really hitting that. 4 to 7 feet, Port O'Connor to the San Luis Pass. 4 to 7 from Matagorda Bay. San Luis Pass to High Island, 4 to 6. Galveston Bay, 4 to 6 feet. Mesquite to Port O'Connor, 3 to 5. High Island to Sabine Pass, 3 to 5. That's significant water, guys. The deepest water will occur along the immediate coast and near to the right of the center, as we've been talking about, where the storm surge will be accompanied by the large destructive waves. Storm surge-related flooding depends on the relative timing of the surge and the tidal cycle, so it is very area and timing dependent as well, and can vary over short distances. That's why when someone asks me, how far inland is it going to get, it really does matter when this comes on shore, exactly how much wind is going to be pushed in, and of course then just the really localized impacts. It is, 2 storms could come in at about the same strength, and you could have much different storm surge impacts. So keep an eye out for that as well. They're still going for the 5 to 10 with the local 15 inches of rain, and again, the few tornado impacts as well. Make sure, by the way, I've got all that data back on. Currently, there are no tornado warnings. We've had a few special marine statements from time to time. Let me get back over to the radar, and then I'm going to get back into your questions. So again, I just wanted to get a quick update now that we have all the new information. I'm going to dump the wind radii on here, but again, you can clearly see. And just real quickly before I get rid of this is why we never want to focus on the center line. You can see the tropical storm force winds are probable well away from the center. And I promise you here, even east of the Galveston Bay area, they're going to have some issues. Beaumont may not get sustained tropical storm force winds, but they're going to get some tropical storm force gusts if Beryl does what is expected to do. Now, the other thing I want to take a look at real quickly here is the discussion, because this is kind of the meat and potatoes of what the Hurricane Center is thinking. They do keep it now at 75. Okay, they still have it becoming a hurricane, but they're trying to not wrap it up as strong now. And let's take a look and see what they're saying here. Radar and satellite trends suggest Beryl is becoming better organized, deeper convection near the center, which we talked about. New convective elements around the northern and southern portions of the circulation, which we saw. Right, all of this is kind of, things that we have been looking at in real time as well, guys. Oh, the maximum wind has contracted a bit. Again, if you're going to have a hurricane, coming out of Beryl, you're going to want to contract those winds. Right now, they're, well away from the center. You want those to contract down. Obviously, we don't want to see that. But if Beryl is going to become a hurricane, that's what needs to happen. As for those to get a little bit stronger. Woo, that's the temperature. Don't be afraid. That scared me for a second too, that 87, but that was the temperature. It's still getting bad though, up to 63 at that buoy. Let's see here. Still supporting 60 knot intensity, which is 70 mile an hour. Minimal central pressure, 986 near the center. Environmental oceanic conditions remain favorable for intensification while Beryl approaches the Texas coast overnight. Recent structural changes noted above will allow Beryl to re-strengthen into a hurricane. Potential for significant intensification upon landfall is still indicated by some of the regional hurricane guidance, and we can look at some of the models coming up as well, particularly the HWRF and the HMON. At this point in time, there is the greatest limiting factor is that we are getting closer to landfall. They're just simply running out of time. Peak intensity expected between now and the 12-hour forecast point, which is the 12-hour forecast point. And then, of course, the turn to the north-northeast as it passes the Houston metro area. So that's about it. We read that together. We saw a lot of that in real time. Okay, let me get back over to the live chat. And again, you guys got some questions, let me know. I appreciate it. I did see the flat bridge in Jamaica, Mr. Piece of Work. Yes, I did see some of the aftermath. Maybe I didn't see the peak, but I saw the tree debris well over the bridge and some significant flooding there. So Jesse, the normal updates from the Hurricane Center are every 3 hours, but as storms get closer to landfall or there's important information that the reconnaissance aircraft have discovered, they will issue special updates all the time. So there's not necessarily another update for not another 3 hours. We could get one hourly. We could get one when the reconnaissance aircraft finds something of importance and they change the wind speed or they change the pressure. So we typically get more real-time updates from the Hurricane Center closer to landfall. Is this near Killeen, Texas? Is this near Killeen, Texas? Again, I don't know every area. Killeen I've heard of plenty of times, but I want to make sure that no. Southwest of Waco, north of Austin, you're good. Because Beryl will start to bow north and east. So as it moves inland, it's actually going to be moving away from those areas, and places like Killeen and Waco, there's Killeen up there, will be on the western side. Now again, you've had some special weather statements. I'm not saying that you're not going to have some of the feeder bands move through with some gusty winds, even up towards the Dallas area, but you're not going to get the consistent wind and rain. We're going to have flood issues there or any general tornadic threat. And again, you're going to be well to the west, which is the better place to be. Because as Beryl bows north and east, it's going to be the areas on the eastern side, far eastern Texas, into Louisiana and Arkansas that have the opportunity. Also notice as well here, watch these coming up. You see all these special weather statements. There's a severe thunderstorm warning or two, even up towards the I-20 corridor. So the impacts from Beryl are going to be felt well away from the center of circulation and well away from the coastal areas as well. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is all live data here at Meteo Mundo. These are your wind gusts. And now we're starting to see this buoy pick up very high tropical storm wind gusts. Right? So now we're up to a 63 mile an hour wind gust there. And that will probably get a little bit stronger. Clearly able to see the center. We'll see what happens here. We've got a special marine warning down here, but again, that's for the offshore waters. I hope no one's there anyway. Let's take a look at some here. Port Lavaca around 30 mile an hour winds right now. You see those bands spiraling on. There was that brief 7-minute tornado warning southwest of Freeport. Just kind of going up the coastline here. If you have interest, there's Jamaica Beach, there's Galveston. Those feeder bands marching inland up towards the northern side of Galveston Bay. There's our friends in Houston. And again, Houston is very close to the center of circulation as far as where it might track through. So there could still be some very intense winds trying to move into Houston, around daybreak on Monday morning. There's Port Arthur and the Cameron area as well as you get back into Louisiana. Okay, and get back over to the chat. Will it hit Jonesboro? I mean, you're going to get some rain, but other than that, you should be okay in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Gusty winds, certainly. Rusty, was this storm at any point stronger than Katrina? Oh, brother. Well, it hit 165. It hit 165. So I believe Katrina was slightly higher than 165, wasn't it? To my recollection. At the peak. It wasn't that way when it moved on shore, I know that. I don't have a lot of time to look up everything, but Katrina reached a minimum of 902 millibars, 175. So yeah, Katrina was still stronger. I thought it was, especially that pressure, 902, whew, crazy. Will Lake Charles be affected? Absolutely. Lake Charles could see potentially a few inches of rain. They did drop the storm surge here for that area, for Lake Charles. They did drop the storm surge here in the southwest. Where are we here? Into the southwest side, right there. But the opportunity for a few inches of rain in Lake Charles, as those spiral feeder bands move in, you could get some gusts over 30 in Lake Charles. You're going to be well away from the sustained tropical storm force winds. But look, any of these feeder bands that are way outside are going to be producing winds of 30 and 35 miles an hour. Sorry about that. They may not get as far east as New Orleans, but you can see central Louisiana all the way up through Baton Rouge. Pretty heavy rainfall there, 25, 30 mile an hour winds. So Lake Charles, yes, a little bit more consistent there as far as the rain goes, but you're not going to get the tropical storm force winds there. Any chance it slows down or stalls? It's a possibility, not stalls. Nothing that I've seen stalls it. It has gone from 12 miles an hour to 10 miles an hour. That's not a significant drop, but it does allow there to be a little bit more rain now in some spots. Now, the Hurricane Center didn't adjust their forecast, still 5 to 10 inches, locally up to 15. Nothing that I've seen is going to stall this. There should be a progressive pattern, a trough moving in the southern plains, which should whisk this away relatively quickly to the north and to the east. I know a lot of folks here are a little gun shy after Harvey for extremely good reasons, but not anticipating a storm that actually stalls in Texas once it moves inland. Climax TV says, I'm in Katy, I'm definitely gonna lose power, right? I mean, look, is there a high possibility? Probably. Are you definitely gonna lose power? I don't know. I mean, again, I'm sure that some of these areas are a little bit more hardened than they used to be for the infrastructure. But certainly when we have a Category 1 hurricane moving through that area, you have to assume that at least for a time you probably are. I mean, if I lived in Katy, I would assume that I'm going to probably lose some power, and I'm going to have prepared for that. Obviously here, by more than anything, just making sure that all of my electronics are charged up, making sure I've got some flashlights that work, making sure I've got some candles ready to go if necessary as well. Jacqueline Parisi, I appreciate you for your support via the PayPal link. Thank you again. And if you'd like to support the channel via PayPal or Venmo, you can find that in the description below as well. Thank you very much for that as well. Thank you for your support in that way. Will this stay a tropical storm? It's not supposed to. That is still forecast to become a hurricane. It is running out of time. I'm continuing to watch the latest information from the Hurricane Center. And by the way, guys, let's do real quick. Let's do a big like and a big thumbs up and a big hearts out for all the people who have supported the channel so far. Fiona and Sarah and William and Jesse and Sarah again and Michael and now our new friend Jacqueline as well. Let's give some hearts out for them for supporting the channel late on this Sunday to take the time out. I thoroughly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Again, right now, not a hurricane. Still forecast to be a Cat 1 with winds of 75 miles an hour, but we're not there yet. And the longer we don't get there, overall, the better we're going to be, right? Now the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft is making their south swipe. And again, they're finding a little bit stronger winds down here, but probably what they're in, if I had to guess, is in some of these bands of convection. So what I'm really looking at here it's going to be really interesting to see what this buoy, which is going to get close to the center, reports here in the next hour or two, right? You can see the live observations right there. I'll take myself off camera for a second, give me an opportunity to stretch. Notice the pressure is being reported. So it went from 1,001 to 1,000 to 998 to 995 right there. And again, it's still well north and east. The minimal central pressure is forecast to be 986 from the Hurricane Reconnaissance Air Force data. Notice that we can also look in real time the wave heights and the wave periods. The wave period is the time in between the peaks of the waves. So about 7.5 seconds in between peak waves. And the wave heights right now, what are we getting? About 5 feet of wave height there. So again, fantastic real-time information here that we can look at on Meteo Mundo. And all of these buoys and offshore platforms will give us that data. And again, the Texas coastline is a highly dense weather station area. All of these are real-time reporting stations. Right now I've got wind gusts on, but we can look at a lot of different parameters as well. I have also, by the way, if you're just tuning in, the ability in real time, we're keeping an eye on for any severe thunderstorm warnings, any tornado warnings, which we just had one last for a few seconds and then go away. Again, as Beryl moves closer to land, especially with these feeder bands beginning to move in, we have inherently rotation on the northeast side. Anywhere from the center to the eastern side, we have inherent rotation with the relatively smooth and frictionless waters hitting against very quickly the rough friction of land, and that creates natural spin within some of these storms. And again, if I take off the composite radar and I go back over here and I bring up the Houston radar, so again, we can look at a composite of all the radars. We can pick out individual radar sites. We can look at those. So looking at the Houston radar here, and if I bring up the velocity, you notice that you have all these colors. And if you're not familiar with those, the red colors are winds that are going away from the radar site. So these are going away. The greens are going towards the radar site here, okay? And anytime we have the reds and the greens together, you have at least some rotation, all right? Again, inherent rotation with the feeder bands coming on, which is why the reds and the greens are right together at the shoreline. And then we'll watch out for some brief spin-ups as well. And the brighter the reds that we get to the pink, we get into some stronger surface winds as well. Now these winds are going to be pretty high up in the atmosphere. They're not going to be at the surface. But we have all this real-time reporting information, so I don't have to trust looking at the velocity products here to try and derive a base or a surface wind. We've got so many reporting stations that I don't have to worry about that. But this is the look right now from the Houston radar. And again, probably right here is near the center. I think that icon is a little bit old at this point in time. Let's look at our spaghetti plot models. Those have updated as well. Well, actually they're from the last observation, but that's fine too. I mean, again, nothing is outside of, I'll just take the radar off real quick so it's easier to see. Nothing is outside of our cone of uncertainty. So this will be getting really close to Houston. We'll see how close. But right now the forecast is for it to be just west of Houston, putting Houston on the east side, on the dirty side of the storm, on the northeast side, with a lot of wind relative to being on the other side of that storm. So there's your current wind gusts across the area. Let's get back to our camera, and then I'm going to get back, wrong button, Rusty. And then we're going to get back to some of the live chat as well, guys. Again, 11:25 Eastern Daylight Time, 10:25 Central Daylight Time. Hope you guys are doing okay. Thanks for tuning in. Let's get back to our camera here. They've zoomed in a little bit right now. Looks like there's some wet roads, but nothing bad. Thanks for all the hearts, guys. I appreciate it. Hi, Sheldon. I hope you're doing well there in Jamaica. I did a report today that the cruise ports have been reopened, which is great news. All right, Elijah, we'll look at Jonesboro in a second, I promise. Michael says, keep it up, doing well. Will it affect Manville? I will look it up and we'll look at it. Kwame says, how high is the chance of tornadoes? Isolated tornadoes, which means the chance is non-zero, which means we have to pay special attention, especially along the coast, along where the eye of Beryl moves inland and to the east of the center of circulation. That's where that rotation is going to be. New Caney, please. Okay. We'll hit Jonestown. I'm currently reading Weave World by Clive Barker. Jesse's just going crazy. From Frisco, been watching since Beryl. I appreciate it. You got it. Okay. I appreciate you guys tuning in here too. Thanks again for liking. Thank you for subscribing. Michael, it's a little bit too much of a question to get into for the month of July. We can look at that in subsequent videos, I promise. Right now, we look to be quiet for at least the next 5 days. And with the dynamic situation of the hurricane, of what we're expecting for this season, I think we're going to be taking it in those increments, to be quite honest, right? 5 to 7 days because of the enormously high sea surface temperatures, because of La Nina and the wind shear. Looks like we're picking up some lightning strikes there off of Galveston Beach. It's another indication that another feeder band is about to come back in. Look, when you're going to see that lightning, right, it's going to be coming in with some real gusty winds as well. That's going to be a high intensity feeder band swinging on shore with it. So it's going to bring bursts of rain. It's going to bring some noisy conditions, a lot of lightning and thunder, and it's going to bring some pretty sustained winds as well. Rick asking if this will stay as tropical storm. Again, it's still not the forecast. Not the forecast. Forecast still become a hurricane. All right, so let's do this. Go back over to the weather computer. A lot of you who are living inland are asking me about your area. The biggest concern, right, with inland areas is going to be flooding. So let me pull up the precip map and we'll take a look at that. All right, so this is going to be the entire area for the rain. Let me make sure I've got a time frame that I'm happy with the model. Today is the 7th. We'll just go out for a while. So you can clearly see, it'll be even clearer once I get rid of some of this information. All right, you can clearly see that the model has the heavy rain, center of circulation just east. But obviously, as Beryl moves inland, we're still going to have a swath of very heavy rain, okay? So 5 to 10 is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Let's see what our model's pinging on right now. There's 7 towards Lake Jackson, 5 to 6 towards Galveston. Houston, 6 to maybe 7, and again, we kind of average this. 7 up towards Conroe and Huntsville. Again, there will be areas east of this that get more than this, but you can see that kind of redder area just following the centerline path. Lufkin, 3, there will be higher amounts than that, guys. Tyler, 6. Now, for everyone asking about Jonesboro, you're going to get far enough away here. So Jonesboro is on the far northeast side. By the way, true story, I had a job interview in Jonesboro. I've been there. Doesn't look to be nearly as much. Do I expect there to be just an inch? Probably not. A little bit more. Do I have high flood concerns for Jonesboro based on what I'm saying? No. Does look like the core, if Beryl stays on its projected path, and by the way, let me just put that on, that some of that interaction will be a little bit farther west, okay? Could that slide east towards Jonesboro? Yes, but even then, it's about 3 to 4. Should be enough forward speed with Beryl inland where we're going to have some flooding concerns, but the bigger concern might actually be as it gets towards the end of the road here. and if it wants to slow down in this area, okay? Again, the GFS is a little bit west here. I can actually switch over. We got plenty of time, obviously. The rainfall is a concern. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So if I switch over to the HER, it's not going to take us out as deep. This is the HER model. It's a little bit farther east. Now the HER model is the high resolution rapid refresh. Updates hourly. We're going to look at the reflectivity from Beryl and talk about timing as well. Okay, so if I go back, let's start at the beginning here. If I go back here, it's got more rain for Lake Jackson, right? Up to about a foot. Bay City about 9 inches. Galveston 6 to 7. League City 6. Houston metro area slightly higher. Slightly higher. Again, it's going to be area dependent. We don't take one number, but if we average this, you know, it's got 8 to 9. And again, the hurricane center is going 5 to 10. So I think it's right in line here, right? For the Houston area, 6, 7, 8 inches of rain, maybe up to 9 locally. And again, we just follow that path, right? Now it's a little bit more in line with the GFS, up to 6. Again, eastern sides, there'll be feeder bands coming in. And this, one thing we love about the high resolution model is that's exactly what these feeder bands are doing. They're moving inland, and then they're bowing north and west. And the HER model has absolutely picked up on that. And you can see this stripe of pink. That's one of those feeder bands coming in up towards Lufkin, all the way up there. And on either side, it's going to be a little bit lighter, but right along that feeder band spin, you're going to have that 5 to 6 inches. Up towards Tyler, got interest there, 6 inches of rain. All along this spot, guys, 5 to 10. So then as we get back into Arkansas, again, it's a little bit farther to the east here. But even on the GFS, here's Jonesboro. 2, 2.5 at most. So we're looking good there. Farther west in Arkansas. Everyone cool with that? How long will I be live? Great question. I really don't know. Obviously, it's late. I want to be here for you guys. I think part of it will be, you know, how many viewers we have and if there's still interest. I hope there is. I don't have any inkling to say goodbye anytime soon. We'll see how it goes. But I appreciate you asking. Again, you know, this is what I want to do. This is what I love to do. And so if I can power through it and we're still providing good information for you here at Meteo Mundo, that's what we're going to do. Speaking of that, say hello to a 72 mile an hour wind gust from our reporting, from our buoy just north of the center, which by the way, is becoming a little bit more defined now. So here you go. You got yourself a 72 mile an hour wind gust as of last report. We're pushing hurricane force wind gusts just to the north of the center. Big, deep convection as well. You guys see that black and white right there? Big, big, deep convection. I might have. I did. Give me just 1 second here, guys. Took myself off of the radar computer. I wanted to bring up the spatial tool because I wanted to see just how far we are away. Again, I think it's pretty clear to see where the eye is here now. So we're getting within about 18 miles or so. That was a big, deep burst of convection, which probably produced that 72 mile an hour wind. Speaking of the spatial tool, if I just draw a straight line, again, not saying this is where we're going to have landfall. Now we're about still 70 miles away. Let's look at the water vapor imagery, see if that verifies. Weakness in the water vapor imagery. Let's look at the low-level water vapor imagery, even clearer. I think we're starting to see this thing get a little bit clearer on the inner core, which is not a good sign. Let's go back over. I'm just looking at the recon data here. They've definitely found stronger winds on the southeast side. Again, with that deeper convection. Not at the eye, but the winds here are pushing past 60 and 70 miles an hour as well. still devoid on the western side a little bit, right? Again, good news for Corpus Christi and for Rockport and Seadrift and areas like that. But deeper convection moving back in. So these winds are going to start to pick up, and they are right now. So there's a 46 right here. Let's see, let's query that. I believe that's still one of the offshore buoys, believe it or not, which is basically on the coast. Let's see here. Should let me look at it. Here we go. Yeah, it's a marine observation buoy, 46 mile an hour wind, 88 degree water temperature, pressure of 1,004. Let's see about this one. Same thing, shore-based tower, 45 mile an hour wind gust, 85 degree water temperature, 1,003 millibars. Inland here, Palacious, I believe it is called, from one of my family members, letting me know. If I'm wrong, let me know. If he's wrong, let me know, but we believe it's Palacious. Okay, Sherman, Texas, I'm on you. Don't worry, guys. Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm doing a lot of real-time updating here, right? Beryl is going to be changing, I don't want to say minute by minute, but there's going to be a lot of changes between now and when Beryl moves on shore. So I'm trying to keep up to date with all of that because I want to make sure I keep you guys ahead of what's happening. When I get a chance, I'm going to stop. We're going to take a look at your chat, and I am happy to answer questions. Will this affect Austin? Generally speaking, no. I wouldn't be too concerned in Austin. All right. Pasadena. And New Caney. Okay. And Sherman. Okay. Couple of different areas to look at. You got it. All right. Again, I want to make sure I know where I am. We'll start with Pasadena, which is the southeast side of Houston. So again, we can talk about the Houston metro area as one, because I really don't expect there to be a ton of difference in the Houston metro area outside of the storm surge potential in Galveston Bay. All right. And again, that is very area dependent. It's very hard for me to get into the particulars of that. I would say if you've lived through some of the storms that have produced storm surge, then you kind of have a good idea. This is the Houston radar, just to kind of give you a baseline of what we're looking at here. So again, based on the centerline track from the hurricane center, it puts the Houston metro area near the center and just east. That means the entire Houston metro area for a time until the center of circulation actually passes by you is going to have a southeast wind. The winds are going to be moving in like this, okay? These are all going to be southeast winds spiraling around the northeast side of Beryl. So that's why we have the storm surge warning for Galveston Bay. The winds could hit hurricane force, both in gusts and potentially even sustained. More than likely, when we get as far inland as Houston, and again, notwithstanding the Galveston Bay being here, but I'm talking about inland from the track of where Beryl is going to be, about 60 miles inland from, again, if that's the landfall point right there, we would probably lose sustained hurricane force winds by that time. But to have some gusts over 74 miles an hour, absolutely. We could have power outages, 5 to 10 inches of rain, which we just looked at, okay? And the isolated tornado threat, because again, Houston will be in the right front quadrant. They will have the onshore winds. They will have the rotation that comes along with that, all right? Obviously, very gusty winds and the heavy rainfall. That's kind of the general gist of what the Houston metro area will see. Now, as far as timing goes, it's going to be a little bit later. We're still probably 5 hours from landfall. By the way, just last check, now we have a 74 mile an hour wind gust, okay? So now we're going to be talking here, because it's now 10:41, So if we say landfall is 3-ish in the morning, 4-ish in the morning, that means that the most intense weather for Houston would be even after that, even a little bit closer to daybreak. Okay? So that's kind of the general idea for that area. Oh, brother. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. Of course, would anyone like to guess the window that I closed on my tablet? It starts with a Y and ends with a U and what I'm currently streaming on. Apologies. I'll bring it back up. I have this nice tablet here, and it's relatively big, but when I have as many windows as I have open right now, it is. New Caney, Metropolitan Houston. We good with that, New Caney? You let me know. Humble, Texas. Same situation, just what we talked about. Palacios. Palacios? Palacios. Palacios, okay. It's not Palacios, it's Palacios. Thank you, Samuel. Anonymous H, we good on New Caney? You let me know. Thank you, Fiona, for keeping me updated as well. Victoria. Well, again, if we want to look at where the center line is, there's Sweeney, Freeport. We mentioned Angleton already. Here's Rosenberg. Again, all the areas here. Is Victoria further inland? By the way, I love that you guys are from everywhere. I really do. And it's my pleasure to help you guys out. What you need to also understand here, guys, is that each city, in a general sense, might have slightly different conditions. It really is area dependent. We can talk about the Houston metro area in general, because being on the northeast side, I don't expect there to be much of a difference. Yeah, I was right. Victoria is slightly inland. Generally speaking, Victoria, which is over here, is going to be just fine. Okay? Let's see here. Let me get my bearings here. Where's Port Lavaca? So here's Victoria. 23-mile-an-hour wind. You notice that it is coming out of the northeast. Again, you guys are going to have offshore winds here, which is why I'm not worried about any water inundation in this area for the most part. You're also going to be on the west side of the center of circulation. So what that means is that you're not going to have the strongest, most persistent winds. You will get some of these feeder bands. They will spiral into Victoria. They will have some tropical storm force wind gusts. Could that cause some tree limbs to go down? Could that cause some power outages? Absolutely. Look, we see power outages well away from the center, but is Victoria a spot that I have a high concern about with Beryl at this point in time? No. You will have some impacts, but nothing of a higher end areas off towards your east. But thank you for your question. I appreciate you very much. Baytown. I believe Baytown was right in here, right? There's Bay City. Wasn't Baytown right here? There's such a huge area, guys. You'll have to bear with me a little bit. I want to make sure I get you guys the most important information. I'm in Dixon, South League City. You got it, Donald. My pleasure. Springtown, Texas. I love it. Gun Barrel City. You guys are going crazy. Humble, New Caney. We're getting the pronouncers coming in. So tornadoes will be possible in the spots east side of Houston. Absolutely. Look, it's an isolated tornado threat, right? It's not zero, but it's not high. I mean, it's isolated, right? So what I would tell viewers when I was on television is, look, the threat is not high, but it's also non-zero. It is something we have to pay attention to, okay? And certainly because we have Galveston Bay just east, and we still have the smooth waters, we could certainly see some spin-ups with the friction difference, again, we talked about, between land and coming back on from the water to the land. That is part of the reason why we get these spin ups and tornadoes, is the friction difference as they move onshore. So we mentioned Victoria. Here, I want to just make sure something real quick. Get rid of that window. I've got too many windows up. It's going to be an issue. How are we doing tonight, guys? Are we hanging in there? Do we have any energy? How are we feeling? Let me know if anyone's watching from an international spot. I'm always curious about that as well. All right, so Baytown's there kind of on the north side of Galveston Bay, and then of course you got Trinity Bay there as well. It's the same situation for Baytown, and here it is right here now that I see it on the map, where again, we'll have to watch out for storm surge from Galveston Bay. You are under a storm surge warning for the Galveston Bay area. Let me be clear about that, okay? 4 to 7 foot storm surge. As a matter of fact, because I haven't brought it up in a while, and I am concerned about the storm surge, let's bring that map back up. And you might have to bear with me here as I remember exactly where I put it. Of course, I've now clicked 3 things and that's not right. We'll get to it. There it is. It's my forecast video from earlier. This is the storm surge from the Hurricane Center. And actually the best thing for me to do as well is to just double check that they didn't update this to significance. We can talk about a little bit of a difference here, but I want to make sure they didn't update. It doesn't look like they did. Okay. Yeah, so it's still the same. Okay. So storm surge warning still in effect. And again, I just want to make sure I get the right information for you guys. But you see the 4 to 7 in Matagorda Bay. That is going to be an extremely, extremely serious situation if we get that. It's Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass, and it does include Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. All right. So you can see the 4 to 7 there for Matagorda Bay, 4 to 6 for Galveston Bay, all the way up to Sabine Pass. Again, for the southwest side of Louisiana, that might be the only area here. Let me just double check. They still have the 1 to 3 up, so that is still correct. But we'll have to watch out for that. It's a big concern, guys, because you notice how big of an area this covers. Now, again, as we get to Corpus Christi, there could be a bit of water, but it's mainly more of a north to a northeast wind. So we're not going to have the push of water here. But we'll keep an eye on it for you guys. It's really Matagorda Bay north. That's where I'm focused on for the biggest storm surge, because that's where we're going to have the onshore winds, and it really does make a difference to have those onshore winds. Yeah, nothing's changed so far. So there's that. Let's get back over to the weather computer. Tell you what, actually, before we do that, let's look back at our camera. Let's check back in with Galveston Beach. Anyone who lives along the coast, what do you guys think? Is that about what you guys are seeing as well? Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Yeah, so the next report should come in at 1 o'clock. But again, if there is some important information for them to pass along sooner than that, they will. We can get special updates, especially prior to landfall. So if we don't, it'll be coming at 1 o'clock. But it's not out of the question as we get closer to landfall that we get a little bit more updated than that. The Sweeney Switch effect, Sweeney Switch, Texas. We got nothing but a breeze. Sounds like a Margaritaville commercial. Stacy says we have a compromised dam here in Lake Livingston. Yikes. Stacy, is that from the rainfall that you've already seen with Beryl, or is that a pre-existing condition with your dam? Annette, watching from Jamaica, thank you. Amber Pearland, thank you. Pearland. Is it Pearland or Pearland? I think it's Pearland. Brian says, I'm going to school to get my science degree right now, then into a meteorologist program. Excellent. Well, I appreciate you watching. You know what? Getting kind of getting your taste and your feet wet this way is a fantastic way to do it, I think. Boxer says pronounced New Caney, gotcha. Watching from Ontario, Canada. I watched 10 of your 12 hours of Jamaica coverage. Andrew, you're a beast. Thanks for tuning back in again. I appreciate you so much. Sarah's back from Mangleton baking some banana bread. Hey, again, whatever you got to do to get yourself in a little bit more of a relaxed state. There is no right or wrong. As long as you have prepared, right? You've protected your family and you protected your property as much as you possibly can. There's no right or wrong way to begin to weather this storm. I'm right there with you. Feel the same way. And again, I've been through it, guys. Back in 1993 as a teenager, my home was flooded out by salt water for 6 months. We were out of the home. So I've been through it. It is not a fun thing, for sure. Let's get back over here and I want to take a look at the newest radar information here. So let me get back out to a little bit broader zoom. We're going to look at the satellite data first. And again, a lot of this stream right now is real-time looking and chatting, answering your questions, but also at the same point in time, getting a real good indication of what's happening here. Big blow up of convection. There's going to be some strong winds coming on shore pretty soon here. Freeport, and again, I was told it was Palacios. I apologize if that's not exactly right. Port Lavaca up to 39 right now. Seadrift 32, marine observation area there. But Freeport to Jamaica Beach, now we got a 40. So you're starting to see this, guys. Our winds along the coast here, close to where the center is going to be moving in, it's starting to get downhill, right? For the first couple of hours, it was 25, 30 miles an hour. Now we're 35, close to 40. Now we're getting some 45 mile an hour gusts. Starting to get a little bit more serious in these areas. And even again, back down towards Rockport and Bayside, we got some 37, 38. Port Aransas here reporting 31. Corpus Christi again, I think you guys are going to be fine. Good breeze, right? Some rain, bit of water, but I think we're looking pretty good here. You can see how much farther east the spiraling up of the bands are. I mean, deep into Louisiana. Hardly anything farther off towards the west. It certainly is still an elongated storm, but now again, here we've got this 74 getting close, and we'll see if it holds on, right? Would love to at least get one more report if it's going to go bye-bye. Beryl took out one in the Eastern Caribbean. I don't think that one's back yet. Let's go over to our radar. Again, this is out of Houston. You see that spin? Let me put it into motion here. It's just going to be a 30-minute loop. So you can see that this is definitely on the eastern side. The convection nearest the eye with a 74. And this is why. Just this loop is just a very clear indication of why you have the tornadic threat. Look at these squall lines. And again, as well, narrow corridors of very heavy rain, right? You know, Freeport right now getting hammered. Lake Jackson's getting some, but not as much as Freeport. And then it's spiraling in towards Sweeney, where West Columbia hasn't had nearly as much. So we also get these spiral bands of the most intense rainfall, which is why it's actually hard to look at and say, here's this wide swath of 6 inches. And then you go out a little bit further and it's 4. And then you go out a little bit more and it's 2. It's more of spiral fashion. It does even out a bit over time, but certainly as the bands begin to move on shore, you do get these narrow areas of much more intense rain. And obviously the wind as well. It's all going to come together, and the lightning. Now again, our Galveston beach camera is up here, so we're reporting 34 miles an hour winds at this point in time, but they really haven't even gotten into the rain yet. They've had some passing showers, but nothing as of consequence so far at Galveston Beach. What do I think the intensity will do? I think it's still going to become a hurricane. Okay, we're teetering on that right now with 70. We've got extremely warm ocean temperatures between here and there in the Gulf, between about 86 and 90 degrees. The wind shear is non-existent. It's more about whether the deep convection can fire up around the entire inner core and whether the strongest winds can contract into the center of circulation. It hasn't happened fully as of yet, and that's fantastic. The hurricane center hasn't become a hurricane, but now only a minimal one at 75. So they have fallen off of the 85 mile an hour wind forecast from the 5 p.m. advisory, again 5 p.m. Eastern time, to the 11 p.m. advisory tonight. But I still think, based on what I'm looking at for the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft here, and again, once it gets fully done, I'll let you know that we're teetering on that strength as it is. Still reporting 987 at their recon. Again, they're using drop zone data as well. And so there will be an interpretation of the surface winds from that. So I don't want to say that they're going to keep it around 986, but we're not seeing a bombing out of the center either. So I think if anything, we're still in that steady, gradual deepening of the storm rather than anything too rapid. This is the composite radar over the last couple of hours. Again, good banding features. Still, again, it's still not fully deep convection on the southwest side. This is not the worst scenario. I think more than likely it is gradual strengthening. And it could try and ramp up real fast right before landfall. And that's when you get your hurricane. There will be reconnaissance aircraft coming in and out of this storm constantly, okay? So as soon as this one is done, more than likely we've got another one that's already getting ready to go. I don't see it. This is the latest one in it here. This is mission number 31, by the way, into Beryl. Low-level reconnaissance. And they're in the storm. Once they get done, I'll pull the graphic and we'll look at it together. But I'm just kind of looking at it in real time with you guys right now. Hey, if you haven't done it yet, because we are hitting the midnight hour, so we are now going to be slipping into Monday here Eastern time, and now 11 o'clock Central time. Just do me a big favor and hit that like button for me right now. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subscribing to Meteo Mundo if you haven't done it as of yet. I want to appreciate everyone for being in here. We have over 400 people, and I appreciate that. Thanks for all of those who have found ways to support the channel so far via our super thanks and our super stickers. If you want to become a member at Meteo Mundo, you can click the join button right now. It's just 99 cents a month. We had a lot of new members during our Jamaica coverage. Thanks for those who have also found ways to support via Venmo and PayPal. I appreciate all of that. Again, helps us continue to grow here at Meteo Mundo and provide you this coverage. And happy to do so. And hope you guys are getting something out of it. Again, this is a big weather community. Love to hear from you guys. It's a big part of why I'm doing this, to have the real-time interaction. So if you live in these areas, let me know what you're seeing, first of all. If you have a specific question, drop it in the comments section below. I'm happy to answer that. And also, it's great to hear about people viewing us from around the country and the world as well. Okay, let's get back into some of your questions here. Raymond is watching from Barranquilla, Colombia. There's also Barranquilla, Puerto Rico I talk about a lot as well. Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate that. Barranquilla. So for those of you who don't know, I speak Italian, and growing up in Florida, obviously I speak some Spanish. Io parlo italiano per 9 anni. Italian and Spanish are old Romance languages, same verb structures and conjugations. It's one of the things that I want to do is to go back and learn more Spanish, but certainly my Italian has allowed me to roll my R's better and to have a little bit better pronunciation when it comes to the Spanish cities. Let's see what we got here. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Again, I'm trying to work my way through this, but I'm an administrator as well, and so it's like, it's not letting me scroll as easily as I want to. Will this weather affect Nassau in any way? Nope, not at all. Could have a few storms later in the week, but relatively hot and dry the next few days. Is the Willis area in danger? Well, I can be honest. We're going to find out where Willis is right now. Again, a lot of areas, a lot of suburbs. While I know the general area, do I know exactly where Willis is? No. And I'm happy, and I'm more than willing to admit that. So that's Conroe. So someone was asking about Conroe. I saw that. So the Woodlands, Conroe, and Willis on the north side of Houston. Fantastic. All right, let's get into it here. Let's see if we can actually find these areas if they pop up. They're on 45. Do we need to go a little bit further north? There we go. Excellent. Again, great mapping system here too. So let me just zoom out because now we see where they are, right? So Willis, Conroe, the Woodlands, areas like that. Again, the farther north that you go, in general, the weaker we are going to have Beryl be as it gets in. All right, obviously it can try and hold together a little bit more over Galveston Bay as these bands spiral in. But in general, because the eye should be making landfall here, okay, the hurricane force winds should subside well before they get here. So if I draw a line all the way up to your area here, right, I got to keep going. There's Conroe. We're over 100 miles, okay? That should give the storm plenty of time to lose its hurricane strength, especially if it's only going to come on shore with winds of 75. So we would see tropical storm sustained conditions, and the worst getting to that area around or even after daybreak, especially with a forward speed of only 10 miles an hour, all right? 5 to 10 inches of rain, localized flooding, urban and flash flooding are possible in those areas with 5 to 10 inches of rain. Power outages come along with the winds, which again will be in that sustained tropical storm force, 39 to 73 miles an hour. Squalls coming in, a good bit of lightning as well. Obviously no storm surge threat. Still could be an isolated tornado threat. This entire area, it doesn't really matter whether you're along the coast or inland with the tornado threat. We have kind of that friction difference along the coast, and we can see the brief spin-ups. But even as we get inland, these storms will continue to rotate near the center of circulation and off towards the east. So if we do have this area along the center or just east, I have to at least throw in the potential for an isolated tornado threat there. So those are going to be your impacts on the far north side of the Houston metro area. Obviously a little bit further away than what we've been talking, right? Just as the crow flies, relatively close to Houston in the grand scheme of things. But again, your impacts will be a little bit later in the day, and by that I mean closer to daybreak and beyond, as far north as you are relative to the coastline. All right, excellent. It's been an extremely crazy storm, Andrew. Again, it's broken all kinds of records. It just broke the accumulated cyclone record for a storm before August 1st today. And again, that's kind of like one number to talk about the strength of a storm and for how long. And so Beryl has done that. It beat Emily back in 2005. Sharon watching from Hartford, Alabama, went from Beulah and all the other hurricanes, praying for everyone. Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate it. Hot Gamer says, we made it through the Cat 2 when it hit Cancun. Was expecting things to be worse, just very windy. No power outages there as well. Showing Beryl hitting Toronto later this week. I think it should be in a much weakened state by then, but I hear what you're saying there, Hot Gamer. You know, it was very interesting in the Yucatan, by the way, as well, because we got sporadic, relatively intense damage in the Yucatan, but it was really sporadic, meaning that, from some of the reports I was saying, you could drive 50 miles along the coast and not see anything. And then you come along some really intense damage. And then you would drive, again, another 25 miles and there'd be nothing until there was more intense damage. So it wasn't concentrated like we saw in Jamaica and like we saw in the Windward Islands. It was much more sporadic. Hopefully we see nothing like this for our friends in Texas. Certainly going to be a slightly less intense storm as far as winds go. But we've got all these other things. And again, the water inundation, the storm surge is something I'm worried about. It looks like we're going to peak here with a 74 mile an hour wind at this reporting station. So we hit 74 and we're back down to 67. It could gust up again. It could gust up again, there's no doubt about it. But it looks like 74 is the high number so far. Winds are beginning to freshen up near Galveston. Now we're getting into 30, 35. Again, all of these numbers are going to go up, guys. All of these numbers, which are your wind gusts, live here at Meteo Mundo, a little after midnight. Now we're into Monday morning Eastern time. Now we're at 11 o'clock here as well. Hey, Donald, I appreciate you. Thanks for the coverage. All the local Houston stations just stopped covering it live. Are you serious? Really? If that's the case, I am a little bit surprised. Obviously, I was in the TV world for a really long time. Potentially, they would pick back up coverage later, but if you live in the Houston area and you're tuning in like Donald is, welcome. And thank you very much for your support and the super stickers as well. Appreciate you, Donald. Appreciate supporting other creators as well with your 5th super on a live stream. Thank you much. Texas Mouse is in Jersey Village. Brian says, will there be a way you could give timing for landfall plus South Houston? It gets a little bit more in the weeds, but we can take a look at it. Again, this is just, you know what? Here's the best thing to do with that. Let us look together at the HRRR model. So we're gonna go model diving real fast. The HRRR model updates hourly. So let's dump our radar. Actually, we've already dumped that. So let's dump the composite radar. So it's going to give me just a second here, guys. But timing is a fantastic question, and it's part of the story as well. So I'm going to bring up our HRRR model. We don't have to get too far out here. And I'm going to loop this up, and we're going to take a look at the timing together. HRRR's been pretty good at it. It's probably the one that I feel most confident in as far as timing. Again, it certainly brings in what looks to be a stronger Beryl, right? And the other thing too is that it's pretty much down the center line from the hurricane center as well. So we're at 11 o'clock, which we are now. Beryl, I would say, is a little bit more ill-defined, right? Compared to what the model is showing. And it might be a little bit further north, but not much. It's close. So if we look at this, and your time, by the way, is on the top left-hand side of your screen. We're looking at landfall in the 3 o'clock hour. Probably before 4. So 3 to 4, but that can change, right? Beryl could pick up a little bit of speed, and it'd be a little bit earlier. Beryl could lose a bit of speed and be a little bit later. I don't want to talk in absolutes. No doubt about it. We can begin to narrow that window, right, as we get closer, but we don't want to talk in absolutes. Same thing with the strength. We'll probably become a hurricane, but we don't want to talk in absolutes. Could it get to 85 still? It's a possibility, but it's running out of time, and that's great news. So now it moves inland. And again, now we're looking at, daybreak and beyond. This is, again, in Eastern time. So if I back this up again, just to be clear, we're looking at Eastern time here. So this is 2:30 a.m. Central time. 3 o'clock, 3:30 Central time. So landfall again, 3 a.m.-ish based on the HRRR model. Then it moves in. It does look like it slows down a little bit, but not stalling, which is a key, right? Sorry about that, guys. Hit the wrong button. Here we go. 9, 10 o'clock, right there. Okay? So daybreak and beyond for the Houston metro area. And then obviously the inner core starts to fall apart and will. and then it moves up. Still will have some onshore feeder bands in Beaumont, in Lake Charles, and the far eastern side. That's actually where the heaviest rain is going to end up being into the early afternoon and mid-afternoon hours tomorrow. Let me back this up and just put it into motion fully, and you guys get a good idea. Again, this is the high resolution rapid refresh model. It's a fantastic model. There are others like it as well, but it updates hourly, and real-time information goes into it. It's a relatively good model, and it's one of the ones that I can easily show here as well. If we need to show things like the HWRF, we can, but I think this is relatively spot on as far as timing and exactly where. You can see again that landfall. If I just put on real quickly, by the way, it's pretty close to the center, right? It's slightly west, but it's not much. It's right within that quote-unquote cone of uncertainty. Now let's look at the wind. These are in gusts. And I'll be curious to see as well, because I haven't looked at this product since we went on the air. I've been looking at a lot of different things, obviously, all day long. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, this was a big-time, real-time forecasting, because Beryl was expected to change so much that even the hourly high-resolution models might not have the best handle on this. Although, with Beryl not rapidly intensifying, they probably have had a little bit better idea. So just for this purpose, let me just very briefly take off the data. So again, we're looking at here, friends, the HRRR model winds. Gusts, by the way, not sustained. So you can see, the Hurricane Center says up to 100, 105 mile an hour wind gusts. This is still a very dangerous storm. Maybe it doesn't bomb out to 85 miles an hour, which would be great, but if it comes on shore with winds of 75 on this northeast side, again, if you draw your cross, let me just do it. Because this is, if you guys are going to join me for the entire hurricane season, which I absolutely can, like part of this is going to be where we all kind of get an idea, right? We understand this. So if I just draw the quadrants with a hurricane, and then we're going to say Beryl's a hurricane, tropical storm, doesn't really matter, moving north like this, okay? Your worst quadrant is going to be the right front. Strongest winds, highest storm surge, roughest weather. Clearly indicated by the winds that we see here, okay? Your second worst is going to be the back right. Notice how we still have some exceptionally strong winds there. Third is going to be the front left. Strong, not as strong. Weakest, but still dangerous, is your back left quadrant. Okay? And the HRRR model, exceptional job at picking up on that. That is a, of course, general thing, but that typically is what we see. All right, excellent. So now let's get back into the forecasting. So again, we could be spiraling in some very strong winds here for Matagorda and Brazoria counties, Calhoun County somewhat, right? As we get up towards Fort Bend and Harris counties. And then let's go in. And you're looking at time again. So that's basically 6 a.m. And now we're well on shore. Again, back over to query this. So just for like the Houston area, again, gusts are now approaching 50 miles an hour. Same thing for Baytown. We're deep in it in Galveston at 60. Lake Jackson, hopefully leaving behind some of these triple-digit speeds. Bay City, there's the eye, obviously, when you have no wind. But you can see the wind field is expansive, massive, really. Then we go in time a little bit further. Here comes the eye, up towards I-10. And now, as we get towards 11 o'clock Central Time, now you have very high-end tropical storm force winds on the east side. And again, that is the bad side. Based on this and the official track from the Hurricane Center, Houston's on the east dirty side of the storm for a while. The HRRR is slightly farther west. But the most important thing is that Houston is still east of the center. So the Houston metro area would be in store for some pretty darn good winds through midday. Probably peaking late morning based on this timing. And let's just follow this up, put it into motion. And here you go. I think it's pretty much close to being what I would agree with. All right. Timothy says, am I fluent in Italian? No. Do I know enough to drop me in the middle of Italy and let me enjoy all their fantastic food and work my way out just fine? Absolutely. I am not of Italian heritage at all. I just had a love for the country, which I've never been to. It's crazy. I'm an American who speaks some or relatively fluent Italian and has never been, but I enjoyed it, and I have tried to learn Spanish several times. I know a fair amount of Spanish, but again, now that I've really gone through a lot of the Italian, to go back and learn more Spanish and to really hammer it home is something I want to do. From Palermo, Sicily, love it, by the way. A fairly large Sicilian Italian community here in Metro New Orleans. Fantastic. Bet you Palermo's beautiful, by the way. Star says it's so quiet here and humble. So far, right? I appreciate it, Hot Gamer. You got it. Justin, Bay City, Texas. Dane says Kingston wasn't affected too bad when Beryl passed through Jamaica. Yes, it really did look like Kingston overall did not bear the brunt, which is fantastic because obviously I've seen some video out of places like Treasure Beach, and it's a completely different scenario there. And our thoughts are with our friends there. I mean, there are some areas of Jamaica that it's going to take a long, long time to recover. I'm glad it wasn't island-wide, but where the eye wall went on shore in the southwest parts of Jamaica, it's bad. But I'm glad to see that our friends in Kingston itself rode out the storm pretty good. Switch back over to our radar composite here. Again, so 74 looks like it's going to be the peak from that buoy. It'll get close. Let me take a look at the recon data real quick, and then we'll get back to the live stream. All right, they found 985, and that probably is the new center, or close. Has there been a little bit jog back off towards the west? Good question, because that 985 is slightly west than the 987 they found. Again, guys, wobbles in the eye are expected, and we mentioned this during the Windward Islands and Jamaica live streams, okay? So the eye is kind of trying to spin on a lopsided fashion around an axis point. So it's going to kind of do like this. And sometimes it's going to wobble right, and as deeper convection forms on another side, it's going to tilt it over like a top, right? And that deep convection near the center of circulation can actually influence those wobbles. But in a longer duration time frame, when you average out those wobbles, it's actually relatively straight. You know, so the Hurricane Center ignores the, short-term wobbles as they should, and the lines on the maps are much straighter as well. By the way, and again, I can see some of this real-time information from the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft. This is the real time. I apologize for actually not bringing it on screen earlier. Let me see here if we can query this. Okay. So this is the real-time information, and I am actually looking at this on a website while also looking at it here. Again, they're on the weakest side of the storm, and this is pretty much real time. This is just 4 minutes old, this last pass. Again, not a lot of wind here. This is certainly the weakest side. I wish we were looking at this in real time when they went through the eye and got the 985. But it's only plots about the last, 15 minutes or so. And you can see they came down here, and then they came back north and east. So they should, and I'm going to keep that on, they should be, I believe, trying to make this next angle here. Yeah, that's where they're going. So they are going to be cutting back into where the center of circulation here is. They've dropped 8 drop zones as already. So we're getting some good real-time information. All right, back to the chat. West Houston is looking like it's going to be near the center of circulation. And again, we'll get back into it, but all the things that we've already talked about as a potential Houston is in for. I do expect Houston to see some high-end tropical storm force winds, but hopefully we avoid the hurricane force winds in Houston. If there's a side that might potentially see it, it's obviously the southeast side, closer to the Galveston Bay, and overall closer to the shore. But that being said, again, we do expect Beryl to move inland west of there, kind of this area towards Bay City, Surfside Beach, Lake Jackson. Those are potential areas. So it would be moving up the western side and not have the most direct path to Houston as far as that goes. Let's see here. I was a kid during Hurricane Andrew. Yes, I am a meteorologist, Mark. Was on television here in the United States for 25 years. Y'all keep asking me these questions. Is it a Cat 1 now? It makes me go back and look and say, did I miss an update real quick? Yes, it is. Just came out. Thank you. All right, here we go. And again, this is all going to be from the real-time stuff. So here we go, guys. Beryl is again a hurricane. Data from the National Weather Service Doppler radar near Houston and the aircraft reconnaissance aircraft, the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate Beryl's maximum winds have reached 75 miles an hour. Beryl has been upgraded to a hurricane. Additional strengthening is expected before landfall on the Texas coast. So they've already gone against their full report last hour where they said maximum winds are going to be 75. The buoy that we just looked at, we've been looking at, they mentioned with a wind gust of 74. The buoy also had a pressure of 992 millibars. So let's dump this data here. So Beryl's a hurricane. Not surprising, right? Everything we talked about. Not surprising. Still running out of time to get stupid strong, but Beryl's a hurricane. Let me just zoom out a bit here for a second, and then I'm going to put on the new information. Again, I always just like to have the newest information on the top of the screen because it's just simple for you guys to be able to look at here. So this is going to be officially as of 11 p.m. CDT. You know what? I need to do something else real quick here. Need to bring back on our lightning strike count because I don't want to write over that. Okay. We got ourselves Hurricane Beryl yet again. Unbelievable. Well, I shouldn't say unbelievable, just in the grand scheme of things, the storm is unbelievable, right? Pressure's going to be down to 985. And the movement is still north-northwest at 10. Again, slightly slower speed over the last couple of hours. All right, gang. Fortunately, got ourselves a hurricane again. Appreciate you guys keeping me up to date as well. Thank you much. And again, the reconnaissance aircraft is going to start making moves back here. Still in the very weak side of the storm. But there is a little bit more convection now on the southwest side. And again, it's just been slowly getting rid of the drier air, getting deeper convection and that moisture to wrap around all four quadrants. And that's what it took to get ourselves back to a hurricane, to which it's finally happened. Grab a little bit of water. It is 75, guys. Thank you. Yep, hurricane for a third time. Lightning strikes around the eye. Everything is on. So lightning counter right here. Again, this is all the lightning strikes. I have filtered it, so good idea. Let me drop it down. So I can filter the lightning strikes by flash energy, which is a very interesting thing. So if I take that away, we still don't have a lot of convection right around the center as far as lightning goes. We saw a little bit right there. If I back this up real quick, and let me get back on the time frame as well. So many different variables we can show. It's a blessing and a curse, I promise you. I love to be able to show all this stuff, but then kind of to reset things. So we saw a little bit of lightning here. That was a few hours ago, really. And then it's been a little bit devoid of actual, there's a few lightning strikes right there, right by the 74. You guys see those right here. Had a few lightning strikes right there not that long ago, but nothing crazy. Look at these back end storms here. That's where all the lightning is right now. There's a ton of lightning there, over 100 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. As far as lightning moving on shore right now, also when we see the lightning strikes, that's where we could probably look for a little bit more in the way of more intense rotation as well. Here's what I'll say. Again, please check in with your local officials. If you've been told to evacuate, whatever information your local officials are passing along, please heed that information accordingly. It is a Cat 1. Dane says, my mother still hasn't gotten back electricity and phone in Westmoreland in Jamaica. Sorry to hear that, Dane. Unfortunately, I would say it's not surprising as some of the damage that they took. Hopefully it will be sooner than later, for sure. Again, thanks guys for finding all the ways to support the channel. I appreciate it. If you'd like to become a member, that's just 99 cents a month as well. Orlando says the ranchers need the rain in Sherman. I understand. You know, tropical systems can bring beneficial rain to areas that desperately need it. Obviously, there's a lot of areas, especially on the coast, that get too much too soon. It is not 100% the worst thing, and it's certainly not 100% the best thing. There's some areas that get some of the rain that they need because of these storms, and other areas that obviously see devastation. That's the problem with them, is just the intensity that comes along for the ride. Let's check out Galveston's camera again. This is Galveston Beach. Still shaking out there a little bit. Looks like they've zoomed in a little bit more. It's actually kind of not the best shot. I wish they had zoomed back out a little bit, but we can obviously see that the camera is shaking a bit. Galveston now is beginning to see more of a consistent gust to near 40. And what I mean by that is that each hour they've just reported a little bit higher wind speed. Again, is it going to be a consistent 40-mile-an-hour wind? No, but it will start to become a little bit more consistent over the next couple of hours. Just taking a look at a couple of things here real quick. Let's see here. We'll go back over to the check back out this hurricane reconnaissance aircraft as well. So my next area of interest, guys, is going to be what happens with the winds here. I'm very curious to see, as some of these main feeder bands come on shore, what kind of winds we're going to get near the coast, okay? Still fine in Houston, 20, 25 mile an hour winds, not a problem. Winds are a little bit fresher now with the back end feeder bands towards Corpus Christi and Aransas Pass, but again, they're going to avoid the worst of Beryl. So a little bit of a sigh of relief for Corpus Christi. Are they going to get some action? Absolutely. Farther south that you go, look, these feeder bands are spiraling all the way down towards Port Isabel and Harlingen, but that's all they're going to get, some brief passing showers. We have to concern ourselves closer to the center and to the east of the center for the most significant impacts. All right, big wind field, big storm field, these are part of Beryl as well, getting pulled in due south winds there in central Louisiana. And again, when we're speaking of winds, if I bring on the wind barbs, and I just pause this real quick. Again, these winds here in Galveston, almost due east, right? Due east, 23 sustained, gust to 38. Here at that shore-based tower, it's an east wind at 31, gusts to 45. All right? This one's going to be interesting. It's probably still an east wind. It's a northeast wind at 30 to 43. Palacios, 26, gust to 37 out of the northeast. Port Lavaca, still out of the northeast, but a touch more of a north component, right? Then as you get down to Corpus Christi, you got yourself a due north wind. It's gusty, right? 25 gusts to 33, but it's a due north wind, which means the storm surge is not going to be piling up the water. The winds are going in the wrong direction. Could still be a bit of storm surge, but generally speaking, these are offshore winds in this area. Onshore winds, center and east. And again, onshore winds all the way up here, right? Still have a southeast wind here. Cameron, Louisiana has a southeast wind. So this is why the storm surge could be potentially high in the Galveston Bay area because of all the onshore wind. It's just a bad landfall location for areas in Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay as far as the storm surge goes. 4 to 7 foot storm surge, all right? Could be a lot of water there. Jax Fam 70, we were in St. Croix a week ago, watched Meteo Mundo daily, watching the storm develop, now home in Austin. Bragging that you brought a hurricane home. Got it. We need the rain big time. Yeah, I got it, man. I know a lot of areas are desperate for the rain, and then you've got the coastal locations which don't want to see anything to do with this. I understand. Hope you went through it well there, Jax Fam, in St. Croix. Obviously, St. Croix was one of the areas that got hit pretty hard. It was a little bit worse south of there. But I feel you. Mr. Mountain Jam says, 100% chance of not going into the office tomorrow. If you live anywhere near this area, I would 100% agree with you. Hope the boss wouldn't expect you to. Hope the offices are going to be closed. Part of that is for public safety, right? Power lines down, travel, flooding of low-lying areas. We know how Houston can flood, and that is a concern, right? Again, Beryl will have forward speed. It's not going to stall, but it has slowed up a bit at 10 miles an hour. So, what does that end up looking like? We'll see. So now the reconnaissance aircraft is beginning to make its push closer to the eye. We'll see how it goes. We got ourselves a 43 mile an hour wind there at flight level. From Freeport, how far is it away? Let's take a look. Again, still a little exposed on the west side, but the inner core is looking better. Let's take a look at our, I think this tells the picture a little bit better. There's Freeport. I'm going to put the northern eye wall right here. And we just lost Freeport, but let me see here. All right, let me zoom in just a little bit. Where did Freeport go? Where are you? There we go. Looks to be about 64 miles. This is getting later and later. Now, are we expecting a landfall with the eye right in the Freeport area? No. From where we are expecting the center line to come through, it is going to be a little bit shorter. We're now down to about 50 miles. But that's still now pushing maybe, 5 o'clock, if this is slowing up a little bit. Note the deep convection right here, guys. The deep convection can be some pretty hefty storms trying to move through. Just taking a look at the watches and warnings here. Give me 1 second. Don't see anything as of yet. Zoom out. Again, when we get things like severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, my system will pick it up in real time. If you weren't watching earlier, we had one brief tornado warning, literally about a 7-minute tornado warning as some storms were spiraling inland. The friction difference between the land and the water as these storms have inherent rotation, right? Again, they're pivoting around in a counterclockwise fashion, the center of Beryl. They have inherent rotation. When you add the friction difference between water and land, it can cause the brief spin-ups, the quick water spouts, and the tornadoes there near shore. This is the Houston radar. Again, we can look at that live. I can switch over to the velocity product. If you notice, it's just kind of a very apparent that near the shoreline, we have the greens and the reds going in different directions. And the wind's also picking up here to 44 miles an hour as well. And within that region, you can get the opportunity for a brief spin up. It's not out of the question. So that's why I can look at all these products in real time. And if we need to delve into a tornado warning, we can. Let's see. Last plot is still 44 from the Recon. Still the newest mission. Mission 32 is not on the books yet. And Beryl can just get the heck out of here, right? I'll say this. My thought is this is the last Beryl ever. Wouldn't you guys agree that this is going to be a retired name based on the damage and what it's caused and how many areas it's impacted? Hi, Michael at the Tampa airport, watching the weatherman Rusty. I appreciate it. Flown in and out of there many, many times. I have a lot of family who lives in the Tampa area. I'm from Crystal River, Michael. So again, that's basically my home. Timothy says, heavy rain. Been training over the Baton Rouge area for one of those crazy outer bands. Yeah, absolutely, Timothy. You can get that too. I mean, you can see that right here. The banding features coming up, even up towards Baton Rouge. So just kind of a straight line from north to south. And again, the Houston radar, I don't want to switch of it yet. It's not going to show it, but we'll get back over there and look at that. And again, how far away is Baton Rouge from Houston as the crow flies, if you will? And they are getting direct impacts of rain there as well. John says they're hunkered down waiting for it to pass. John, it's a smart move, buddy. That's what I'd be doing as well. Janice says Houston wanted a new stadium and passed on an improved drainage system. Okay, I hope, hope they're taking care of their citizens, obviously. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. You're welcome, Star. Let's see, do we have the lightning count on? We do. Again, don't see anything notable near the center so far. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft is poking their nose a little bit closer to the eye. And again, we'll watch that in real time. Here we go. Is this the newest? It is. 30. They are not hitting the center. (12:36 a.m. Eastern, yeah. They are not punching. If they are, it's still a little bit further north, isn't it? They're just kind of skirting it a bit. They should punch the eye wall. Yeah, they got to get a little bit further north still. This icon is way off now. I can just go ahead and dump that. We don't need it. And again, it is a hurricane now too, guys. It is a hurricane. We do have ourselves Hurricane Beryl yet again. Back for more. Not happy about it, but that's what we got. The 11 o'clock, by the way, said 65 south-southeast of Matagorda, just as an official. 65 miles south-southeast. But that was 40 minutes ago. Tell you what, I'm going to reset. Probably can pull up the newest information here too. So let me bring up the camera and just reset this real fast. Go back to our webcam. I'll go off camera for a second. And we'll bring back up our weather computer here. Should get the newest plot information as well, now that it's become a hurricane. Galveston Beach hanging in there so far, right? 35, 40 mile an hour winds. We've got the camera shaking. Haven't had a lot of rain in Galveston Beach. They've kind of brushed the far northeast edge with a few passing squalls, but nothing of crazy significance there as of yet. So far, so good. Still a little bit of traffic along the coastal highway as well. Hope that's all official business, as they say, especially at this late hour, pushing midnight Central Time. Appreciate you guys tuning in as well. Thanks for sticking with me. As we looked at it, it was the same thing for Jamaica, right? What is that camera going to look like after Beryl moves through? For the Kingston cams, there wasn't much of a difference, thankfully. The flat bridge, if you guys joined for flat bridge, that flat bridge camera looked crazy different. If you remember, I showed an aftermath still of that, where we had all that tree debris piled up over the bridge. So that was a different story. But Kingston itself did okay. But what will this look like at the end, right? I hope it looks the same. But we'll see about that push of storm surge. Again, probably a good time to bring this back up. And can I find the right graphic right away? The answer is probably no. Wow, first time. Wasn't expecting it. This is a concern of mine, and it should be a concern of yours if you live along the coast. Storm surge warnings are in effect, and then just a general, very large area of water inundation expected. The storm surge warning is from Mesquite Bay to the Sabine Pass, and that does include Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay as well, okay? And you're looking at that orange area for a peak storm surge of 4 to 7 feet, okay? That's very, very high amount of water. 4 to 6 for Galveston Bay towards High Island, and then east of Sabine Pass, you get to the 1 to 3. Even southwest Louisiana could have a little bit. Corpus Christi Bay, again, is no longer under any kind of storm surge warning of any kind. That has been discontinued from Mesquite Bay south. Still has it in the 2 to 4, but with the north winds, I don't think that that's going to be the average. It should be less than that. Baffin Bay as well, we're looking pretty good there. But you get north of Mesquite Bay, and that's where we're going to have the concern. 4 to 7 feet, guys. And again, storm surge is going to be dependent on the tidal cycle. When we actually see Beryl's eye move closer to land in the northeast winds and where the center goes, because it's the center and east that is going to have that peak storm surge, okay? So if it misses Matagorda Bay to the east, Matagorda Bay itself should not have as high as 4 to 7. If it gets closer to Galveston Bay's numbers could be slightly higher, or vice versa. If it gets closer to Matagorda Bay and it's a little bit farther away than Galveston Bay, those numbers could come down. But these are high numbers throughout a lot of the Texas coastline, all right? And because water inundation can be very localized, it's hard to talk about how far inland we're going to be pushing some of this water. But when you're starting with a potential of 4 to 7 feet, that can be significant. And if you live anywhere near these areas, you need to be paying very close attention to that. And you've been asked to evacuate, you need to heed those evacuation warnings from your local officials. Very important there, you know. Evacuation orders are issued for a reason. We need to pay close attention to those. Again, we can rebuild property. We don't want loss of life. Storm surge like that carries that potential, unfortunately. Justin says big facts. I'm just going to assume that that means everything I said, Justin. I appreciate it. It's like my hype man. Big facts. I appreciate it. Quentin asks, is Beryl still a tropical storm? It is not. It is a hurricane. This is a special update less than an hour ago from the Hurricane Center. Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft found winds of 75 miles an hour. That makes Beryl a minimal Category 1 hurricane. So yes, Beryl has re-intensified back to hurricane status as expected prior to landfall in Texas, and that is going to be within the next several hours. I want to bring back on the reconnaissance data again. Hopefully that pops back up. Oh, don't go away now. Okay. Let me see. I'm just going to drop this down for 2 seconds. I'll read some questions. Yep. Let's see here. Is mission 31 Teal 73. It's the AF 306, I know that. But thanks for that information, appreciate it. All right, let me bring it back up. Brave drivers out there, or brave drivers. You got it, Anonymous. Appreciate you doing this. I know it's a long night. Thank you for the updates. My pleasure. Look, I know, it's getting late for some folks, but obviously we want to pass along this information. And, hurricanes aren't gonna be 9 to 5, job seekers, right? Wouldn't that be the best to just, cover storms from 9 to 5? But it's 24/7 business, man, and that's part of the deal. I've done a lot of long coverage before at all times of the night. We'll see how it goes tonight, right? Right now, I feel good. It's not about that, as long as there's people in here watching and they want this information, I'm going to try and power through. I was expecting earlier today, and I mean, not right when I went on, but, when I said we'd be on at 10, I was expecting a landfall around 2 a.m., and that's going to be pushed back by a little bit now as well. Yep, Michael is absolutely right. The eye wall is no good. Obviously, that is where we have the strongest winds and the highest storm surge potential along and east of that as well. Tex Rex says, Rockport just behind Aransas County Airport, Capano Bay, all okay. Grateful, unfortunate as northern fronts during the winter can blow 45 plus. Yeah, you guys are on the decent side for sure for right now, no doubt about it. Let's bring back up the radar. No, again, hopefully here, hang on. Let me stop that real quick. Hopefully the reconnaissance aircraft data came back on. And if not, I apologize. Sometimes it can drop out. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I don't have... All right, stick with me here for a second, guys. There we go. I forgot that I wanted to get some of this clutter out, but at the same point in time, when I did that, I wasn't able to... I have to have certain layers on to see the reconnaissance data is the simple thing I'm trying to say. Okay, so here we go. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty here, guys. This is important stuff. 12 minutes ago, surface wind is 70, 71, 70, 71, 69, 68, 68. Now again, they're putting drop zones down as well, all right? So we can't just sit here and go, okay, that's it. But it doesn't look like this latest pass here, they found a derived surface wind, 10-second max, by the way, of more than what they had already found. Now, the drop zones also tell part of the data. Again, that's literally weather information capsules. They drop from the bottom of the plane and they splash down, and they're recording data their entire flight down, okay, and sending back important information, and they use those as well. It's another way they get the data. Is it slowing down? It's brief, slightly to 10 miles an hour from 12. Is it continuing to slow down? We'll have to wait and see. I hope not. You know, again, we don't want it to slow down for two reasons. One, we don't want to give it any longer time over these extremely warm water temperatures, which are from 86 to even 90 degrees Fahrenheit between here and where the landfall point is. So we don't want to have it any longer time to continue to get stronger again. And obviously a slower storm means a higher rainfall potential. Now 2 miles an hour, as far as the rainfall, isn't going to make much of a difference. But look, we're not going to avoid a landfall from Beryl, okay? So let's try and look at best case scenarios. Best case scenario is we get this puppy on shore fast, all right? And we don't allow it any longer time to continue to develop off the coastline, because we're not going to avoid a landfall. Obviously, the best case scenario is this thing just disappears, or, you know, we weren't even talking about Beryl on an early Monday morning, but we are. So looking at, you know, the situation, best case scenario is this continues with some good forward speed. I wish it was going faster. 10 is not crazy fast. Hope it doesn't go any slower than that. Again, if I bring up our spatial tools here, take a look at that. We're now about 46 miles away. So based on 10 miles an hour, that's the northern eye wall, roughly, let's say, to be conservative, 4 hours away, potentially at a minimum, which would put us close to 4 a.m., roughly. Never going to speak as far as that goes in absolutes, but we have a rough idea. Again, as we get closer to landfall, we can narrow where landfall is going to be, and we can narrow the time frame. Still far enough out where we can't talk in absolutes, but we're getting closer, right? We're getting into that, we're 3.5, 4.5 hours away. That's what I would say, 3.5 to 4.5 hours away from landfall. Also, because of the shoreline, right? Any jet east is also going to keep Beryl out in the open water slightly longer as well, just based on shoreline orientation. Has nothing to do with where I think it's going to land or the impacts it could bring, but obviously the farther west, we're already closer to shore. The farther east, we got to go up the coast a little bit. At least it's not doing this, right? There was a scenario earlier on where it's already going to be bad enough storm surge. There was a scenario earlier on where Beryl was going to kind of do this, kind of just come along and then go in. At least it's not paralleling the shoreline like it could have. I suppose that's one decent thing. because there could have been an orientation of Beryl riding that shoreline, that coastline for a long time, like most of today. Luckily, it didn't do that. And again, this telestration feature could be a little bit more user-friendly. All right, let's get back to it here, guys. Dana, I appreciate you. Amora, I appreciate that. Thanks so much, guys. No potential to stall. Not expecting that, okay? And I understand that those folks who went through Harvey have a concern because of what they went through. Nothing that I've seen has Beryl actually stalling out. Forward speed could slow a bit, but the pattern at both the surface and the mid-levels of the atmosphere is progressive, and this storm should continue to move with relative forward speed through North Texas and then into Arkansas, okay? So as far as stalling out somewhere near the coast, I don't see it. Now again, the winds are beginning to pick up. Now we get to Galveston and we're picking up a 44-mile-an-hour wind, okay? So again, now we're starting to see our more sustained tropical storm force winds beginning to move onshore. Weather is gonna start to go downhill here relatively quickly. We still have the core winds well offshore. There's a big blow up of thunderstorms, by the way, too. You guys see those darker blacks? That convection right there? Now we're starting to get into that 47 out of the north. Again, I've heard this pronounced a few different ways. I apologize. It's Palacious, 40. The buoy just east of there, wind gust of 45. And that's some really heavy rainfall coming on as well. Also be an area to watch out for a little bit of lightning, or excuse me, a little bit of spin for potential tornadic activity. Again, the threat for tornadoes is low, but it's also not zero. So something I'll be monitoring as well. No tornado warnings currently in effect. I've got those on. They would pop on live. Again, with my weather computer, I'm able to look at all of that in real time. We had a tornado warning earlier. It only lasted for 7 minutes, but we kept a close eye on it. Everything was just fine. We should expect potential for more tornado warnings again as the feeder bands come on shore. They have an inherent rotation. Dennis says wind and rain now starting up in Rosenberg. Thank you, Dennis. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. I know it's late. It's late for everyone, but happy to be with you guys and appreciate the support here at Meteo Mundo. Again, thank you, if nothing else, just for liking this live stream. It helps out the channel. If you're not a subscriber to Meteo Mundo and you're getting something out of this live stream, we appreciate you subscribing as well. Click the notifications on so when we go live, so when we have new updated information, and of course we cover all the Caribbean, the Bahamas, and any type of landfalling system across the Atlantic Basin we're going to cover here as well. All right. And again, thanks for finding us and supporting us in all the different ways. I appreciate everyone through the super thanks and the super stickers tonight already. Some PayPal and Venmo as well. You can become a member here for 99 cents a month. All just ways, and you choose however you would like. Nothing is necessary, but I appreciate all of those who have decided to support Meteo Mundo and our efforts here in those ways. It means a lot in a lot of different ways, so thank you very much. If you all don't mind, I'm going to take a quick sip of water here. I've also realized I've been going for 3 hours straight nonstop, which I got to admit, it's gone pretty fast. One thing, as my mouth does get a little bit dry talking for 3 hours, I've learned popping in a mint helps, and it can still allow me to talk without there being any issues. But when we start to see these winds, guys, I mean, again, now we're getting into 44, 45. Now we're starting to get more serious, right? It's been a few hours here. I feel like this was a Jamaica live stream as well, where the first few hours, we were just kind of chatting a little bit, right? Things were interesting, but hadn't really ramped up. And then it was like we flipped a switch. And then we started to really see it. Let me get the lightning back on as well. Again, I have so many different things I can show you here. And keeping a close eye on everything we got going on here as well. I do have that set correctly. So it's interesting because out of this shot, in the last 15 minutes, there's been 0 lightning strikes. So not a lot of deep convection here. When we zoom out a bit, it's all the way back in the back end of the storm. For a second, I was almost like, did I lose my lightning data? But nope, it's just all back here. Very interesting. Right now, this is a lightning-free northern squall feeder band line. A lot of wind, but not a lot of lightning. I agree. I mean, again, if you live in this area, you know, who could sleep? Probably not many, at least comfortably. Now, again, I'm going to mention it just like I did last time, the last couple of times. Obviously, some of you guys are parents, and when you have young ones, and messaging for them, you know, is important, right? Because, first of all, and I just realized I spelled hurricane wrong, by the way. Anyway, I will correct that in a second. But in all seriousness, look, this is going to be a scary time for kids, right? You know, especially with a landfalling nighttime, you know, hurricane. Going to be a lot of noise. It's dark. There's going to be a lot of thunder and lightning. The winds are going to cause some problems, especially if you're near the center of circulation. They are going to feed off of your energy, all right? And as nervous or apprehensive as you might be, trying to be as calm and collective to your kids is going to help everyone out, right? They're going to emulate how you react to the storm. And so if it means putting on a bit of a brave face, even though you are obviously more cognizant about what might be happening, it's what I suggest, you know? Because again, if you are concerned, they're going to be more concerned as well. And obviously they don't have the frame of reference that you guys have. So if there are kids watching with us, again, you know, part of the reason why your parents are keeping a close eye on the storm is they want to keep you as safe as possible, right? They want to be as informed as possible. And they have done what they can, hopefully, to protect you guys and your property. But a lot of times people get on TV and they speak, and they're only speaking to the adults, but there's a lot of kids who are obviously impacted and are watching as well. Hi, Brittles. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it. And keeping your 4-leg babies calm as well. Now, the dogs and the cats and the other animals, again, I think that is like how each animal reacts, right? Some of them are fine in storms, others, a thunderstorm gets them going. But thank you very much, Brittle. How about the thumbs up for Brittles? How about the hearts out in the chat as well, guys? I appreciate that, Brittles. Texas Saltwater Life, love the handle, first of all. Says, thanks for all the great information. Thanks for all the info. Looks like it's going to miss me. We'll be praying for people in the path. Absolutely. Sarah's banana bread is almost done. And again, I love the distraction. Sarah's paying attention, but she's keeping her mind busy, which is about the best you can do in this scenario. So again, apologies for spelling hurricane wrong. So let me just dump that real quick. While I'm kind of resetting things, let me get back into the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They're back at the far northeast side of the storm. So if we look at that, they're way up here. And I'll leave the radar data on. They're way up here. They're finding some real good wind. 51, way away from the center. 58. There's 75. I don't think that's surface derived, though. Yeah, it's not surface. There's a 70 surface derived. So, again, right front quadrant. Most intense winds. Now, it's going to start getting to be hammer time, guys, for the coastline. Because now, we're about 2-ish hours away from those kinds of winds spiraling in. We're getting closer. Obviously not in a good way. And again, I just have this icon on because, and it is a hurricane, by the way. So some of the information is updated, not all of it has with the track, but that allows me, having those on allows me to show you the reconnaissance aircraft. It kind of all comes together. All right, so let me try my wordsmithing abilities again. And if you're just tuning in, we have Hurricane Beryl yet again. Unfortunately, as expected, it was a slower progression, I'll say that. And pleasantly, when I woke up this morning, I was very concerned about what I was going to see. And then throughout the day, as I was checking in and getting ready to do the video update, you know, I was just waiting for that moment that the pressure dropped by like 5 or 6 millibars in an hour. And that's when you knew the deep convection had come back and all the dry air was gone. But it never happened, okay? It never happened. It was more of a gradual drop in pressure, slowly getting rid of the dry air. So that's good news. But unfortunately, it slowed up just a little bit. Again, it's not going to stall. It slowed up just a little bit. Pressure dropped just enough in the center where we now have hurricane force winds. Now, with it being a minimal hurricane, that means that the hurricane force winds are only going to be confined to a pretty small area. So if Beryl moves on shore with this intensity, although they're talking about it getting stronger, the hurricane force winds are still going to be pretty much confined to a small area. They will not be nearly as widespread as what we saw in Jamaica and even in the Yucatan, where the Yucatan's, again, the Yucatan's damage was really sporadic. You know, I saw some video and, you know, you see a picture or video and you can't really tell the whole story, but when you hear the reports, it's like they had a ton of damage in some really isolated areas, and then you could go 50 miles and not see damage. And then you would run into another spot of heavy damage. So it's really concentrated, right? But not extremely widespread. It was good to see and glad to hear that most of our friends in the Yucatan did okay. All right, so now Bay City's picking up more than a 30-mile-an-hour wind. Let's go up towards Galveston Bay. Here, again, Galveston 44, closer to League City. Houston still looking pretty good. South Houston 29. Here on the southwest side, we're reporting about a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust. Again, this is from the radar site out of Houston. These are all wind gusts. 37, 40 from some of the buoys. A little bit broader view for you there. Wow, is that still a 70 just the last hour? If that's, that probably is. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. So the oil rig that's out there just had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust about 15 minutes ago. Again, east side of the storm, well away from the center, near hurricane force winds. The east side's getting raucous. Little twist here. Again, I think we're starting to see that curlicue, guys. Look at that. Right there. It is a little bit difficult to pinpoint the actual center. If that is trying to wrap around the southern eye wall, then the center is more right there now. But it's hard to tell. It's a beautiful radar presentation, isn't it? Again, this stream is about just updating things in real time because things were going to change with Beryl fairly quickly early overnight. And so I came into this with not a lot of preconceived ideas. I knew that this is going to be a lot of real-time analysis. Let's get back over to the chat. Again, thank you, Brittles. Where in Texas is the hurricane headed? Well, King of the South, I think we're looking at it right here. Again, that's the center line track. We don't really focus on that because the impacts are very widespread. But here it is, probably somewhere around 3 hours from landfall. How long till Jersey Village? Jersey Village, that's a new one. Tell you what, my geography of Texas is going to be a heck of a lot better after today. It was always pretty good to begin with, but I mean, you know, would you expect me to know Jersey Village is a suburb of Houston if I'm not from there? I would hope not. Boom, but I got you right there. Again, if you guys don't mind that I'm going to, I look like Matt Damon. Wow, that is a compliment. I heard that earlier in my life when I was in better shape. I'm in decent shape right now, but when I was in better shape, I heard that. But it's been a while, is what I'm saying, Chris. So I appreciate that. I don't know if my wife would agree. She's fast asleep, though. So, Palacios. I swear to God, that might not be the fourth different pronunciation. Palacios. I know it's not Palacios. 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 I think I've heard it Palacios and at least Palacios. Oh my goodness. And I try, and the biggest thing is that sometimes you can get different pronunciations, like in the world in general, and then how the locals pronounce it. Anguilla and Anguilla is one of those in the Caribbean, and I always try and go with the local pronunciation. So, Michael, I'll go with Palacios for now, but you know what's going to happen, right? I'm definitely going to say Palacios or something else. I mean, you're just going to have to forgive me for that. So, if you guys don't mind to talk about the Houston metro area kind of as one, right? And so, if you live in the metro Houston area, I invite you to please listen up, because it will allow me to get through all of it at one time. And the reason why I say that is I don't expect there to be, based on the track from the Hurricane Center, a significant difference across the Houston metro area outside of what storm surge we could see on the northwest side of Galveston Bay. Okay? So you know these areas: Baytown, Channelview, the far eastern sides, okay? So sans the storm surge possibility, all right, for Houston, based on the current intensity of the hurricane and the track, we will continue to see these feeder bands move onshore and closer to you over the next few hours, okay? Winds and rain will be picking up in general. Now, because the hurricane is forecast to come on shore kind of south and west of you, it's got about a 60-mile track from moving inland to moving to the southwest side of the city. And because it'll be coming on more than likely as a relatively minimal hurricane, still undefined, right? Is it 75, 80, is it 85? Hopefully nothing more than that. Hopefully it stays at 75 or even weakens. I would not expect there to be hurricane force sustained winds in Houston, okay? There's going to be tropical storm impacts as far as winds. Plenty enough wind and high enough winds, up to 73 miles an hour now we're talking about, right? To produce power outages, trees down, as far as the winds go, right? There could be some structural damage of some kinds as well, right? Could be some roof damage as well. You know, if you have a shed, if you have an building of some kind, right? Would not expect there to be a lot of actual house damage outside of some potential roof damage. We're talking about sustained tropical storm force winds. But notice the track. It is worst case scenario for Houston based on this track, because we stay with the onshore winds in the right front quadrant with the strongest winds for the longest duration. Now, the weather may not start going really downhill in Houston until around daybreak, all right? Based on the fact that we might not be looking at landfall here until maybe 3:30-ish or so a.m. along the coast, and then you got to give it a few more hours at least to start to get the far northern side of the core to get into your area. So we could be pushing daybreak here. 5 to 10 inches of rain, potentially locally higher. Obviously, Houston is an area that can flood very quickly And if you live in those areas, you know the spots that flood first. So be very cautious of that, all right? I would assume that there would not be hopefully a lot of business going on tomorrow. I don't want to say for sure, but hopefully travel is not something we're gonna have to do here in the Houston area. So again, 5 to 10 inches of rain, locally higher. Because you're gonna be on the right front quadrant, we'll continue to see some spiraling of the squall line coming through, and an isolated tornado threat will accompany some of these spiral bands, all right? So those are the overall impacts I expect for Houston. Let's go over it again. Sustained tropical storm force winds moving in later. Are we in the morning hours yet here in Houston? Yes, we are. It's 12:17. Moving in earlier, later this morning, right? A little bit closer to daybreak. Could be a few hours of that. 5 to 10 inches of rain, power outages. Make sure you have all the battery backups. You got the flashlights. You've got, the cell phones as charged as you possibly can. All right. And again, the tornado threat is low, but it's not zero. That's what I expect for the Houston area based on what I'm seeing. Obviously, it's a little bit different scenario when you get closer to Galveston Bay and you're looking at the potential 4 to 7 foot storm surge. Justin says Bay City, Texas, got some good wind and rain right now. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate the report. And again, keep them coming, guys. I love the questions, right? I'm happy to answer those. But like Justin, if you live in an area that's being impacted, hammer it in the comments section below and let me know. I appreciate it. Because again, that lets me know that we're verifying what we're seeing on radar as well. So thank you very much. Paul, we'll look at rainfall totals coming up. We've done it before. Palacios is correct, but we all know what you mean. All right. That's actually not a horrible, it's a relatively easy pronunciation, actually, Palacios. We'll see how it goes. Texas Mouse getting some lightning. Right. Again, I fully understand that there is some PTSD from Harvey. 100%. I get it. I've been through storms like that, right? Where you think the next storm could be potentially the same thing. All signs point to this continuing to move away in a relatively steady fashion. Nothing that I've seen has this stalling. To reiterate that, we can bring on again the HRRR model. Again, this updates in every hour. I almost said it in real time because it basically almost does. So I'm bringing on the HRRR model, and it has updated here to the midnight hour Eastern time. Excellent. So I'm going to loop that up. I'll obviously dump some of the surface data so it's a little bit easier for you guys to see. Again, and this is just to try and alleviate your worries that this is going to be a stalled out system. All right. Now, again, the HRRR doesn't go forever, and it's still loading up, by the way. Yeah, I must have a radar on here still. I got the lightning data on still, so let me kill that. Oh, I think it's the watches in the mornings. That's what I got on still. Okay. So it's loading up here. Let's see. This one here, it might still actually be going through its model run. It's through 5 o'clock today. But the biggest thing, guys, for the Houston area is just, again, the progression, right? So this is a brand new run of the HRRR. Nothing shows it stalling. Let's take a look at landfall. Justin's in Bay City. I would say, Justin, get ready for more raucous weather coming your way for sure. Let me get rid of the, had to switch over here to the model time frame. So again, based on the HRRR. Now, this is slightly farther west, just slightly. And again, this updates hourly, so it's like watching a whole new thing every time. So in Eastern time, we see the northern eye wall start to come on shore. This is a little bit quicker, closer to 3 o'clock even before. We'll see. But here you go. And again, here's Houston. This is now 7:30. So as we hit daybreak, you can really start to see it wrap in. Now, of course, you would absolutely expect by lunchtime, Beryl's inner core is really becoming disorganized. All the friction, all the dry air ingestion, right, is really beginning to disrupt the mechanisms of Beryl as it moves inland. This is why we see these storms dissipate so quickly sometimes. So that's why I'm not expecting the hurricane force winds in Houston. It starts to kind of blow its top just southwest of Houston, right? There's still a lot of heavy rain. And again, working its way into East Texas, where there will be some heavy rain there. Had a question about the rainfall. Here you go. It's kind of a cool product just to let it loop like that, right? Normally I don't show you guys this. But you can just see her spiral in. That's pretty darn neat, isn't it? I could actually sit there and watch that for a while. Yeah, I know. You could pour water in Houston and it floods. I'm with you. Thanks, Noble Pills. Thanks for the thumbs up. So here you go, Paul. You were asking. And we looked at this not that long ago, but I'm happy to look again. And again, the other thing too is because it's a new model run, it could be slightly different. Now, last time we had about 11 inches near Lake Jackson. Let's see what we got this time. Maybe an inch lower, but there's nothing appreciably different there. Bay City, 6. So again, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center is 5 to 10. As I have noted, because the HUR is a very high resolution model, you're actually going to clearly see the spiral features of the squall lines moving in. Isn't that pretty neat? So you can have really narrow areas of much more intense rain. Generally, it begins to average out, but early in the process, you can. For the Houston metro area, there's one of those bands right there. Is it going to set up over Jersey Village? Maybe, maybe not, but you get the idea that there's a maximum of nearly 10 inches, all right? So we go from Baytown, I'll just take myself off camera, Baytown, LaPorte, there's Taylor Lake Village, League City. I've heard from several of you guys in these areas, Pearland, Fresno. Again, we want to average these numbers. So let's say low end, a little over 4. As we get down towards downtown, Cloverleaf, now we're getting into 8, getting in over 9. Here's Katy, 6.5. Rosenberg, heard from someone there. Here's Brookshire, up the road. Spring, I know we talked to Conroe earlier, there's 6 inches. So it's all in line from what the Hurricane Center was talking about of the 5 to 10. I think that's pretty much spot on. And we see that again, this pulls, as Beryl moves away, still pulls some pretty good rain in. And this only goes through 5 o'clock. So I want to be clear about this. So Lufkin is going to get more. It's just through 5 o'clock, they're going to get 3-ish, right? And we've already talked about how it kind of progresses when we look at some of the other models. But there you go. I think that's very, very close. And notice, again, the very sharp cutoff west. This is why I've mentioned Corpus Christi and Rockport areas and Port Aransas. Kind of just skirting and being okay overall. You guys should feel very good on that. Let's go back to our camera. Galveston now is starting to get more 45-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Let's take a look at that puppy. Certainly seems to be shaking a bit more. What do you guys think? Still not bad. They still haven't had a lot of rain. They're just starting to get into some of the outer squalls and the gusts, rather than actually seeing the sustained rain bands coming in. It's been more wind so far in Galveston. Yes, EG, it will weaken once it moves inland. When you say 9 inches of rain, is that total per minute? Per minute? No, per minute. Are you kidding me? Total. It's all total, guys. Total through the time frame that I brought up. So total through 5 o'clock, which for Houston is the storm total, because the rain appreciably by 5 p.m. will be moving north. Total rainfall. Jenny Lynn, how are you? So still quiet in Cleveland, northeast of Houston. The radar looks heavy. We'll start up, in the next few hours. And Jenny Lynn, thank you so much for putting a locator on there as well. I appreciate that. Michael says, feels like Sugar Land is right in the track of the eye wall. It's a possibility. Alan says, dozen of planes leaving IAH now on FlightAware, only 2 still heading in. Would make sense that they're going to not have a lot of inbound flights, or probably pretty soon outbound flights. So Quentin, hopefully I answered your question about what time we expect the heavy rain in Houston. I would expect it a little bit more closer to daybreak. Thank you, Fiona. Is it Pearland? Apologies. I thought I saw a double L in there. Yeah, per minute we would all just wave goodbye to everyone. Oh my goodness. No, you're making me, have a little bit of chuckle, and I appreciate that. Nope, these are totals, guys. Let's go back out here. Again, it's about time to start, about time to start seeing these numbers come up, unfortunately, here. Slowing it down, just looking at the presentation. Again, just analyzing this in real time. Nice little convective burst on the northwest side here. It's all the black and red that you see. It's still not extremely concentric, right? We still just don't have this huge black and white area that has completely enveloped the inner core. Still just never has really happened all day long, which is a great thing. Hurricane hunters are back on the north side here. See if we can pick up that data in real time. They're still out there investigating. There we go. Take off the forecast. So they're on the north side now. Let me pause this. Let's see what we got. Well, there's your hurricane force winds, guys. Right there. 10-second average surface wind is 75. And that was 3 minutes ago. So there's your confirmed 74, 76, 76, 71, 56, 49, 48. So right in here. So obviously that verifies hurricane strength. Let's see here. I wish we had visible satellite imagery, but of course that is only during daylight hours. I'm looking at some of the water vapor imagery. You can see that blow up of thunderstorms north and west. That's the mid-level water vapor imagery. I'm just looking for if there's any kind of, you kind of build the story, right? So you start at the low levels here. You can see almost how that convection, let me show you something here. You want to talk about these wobbles that occur with the eye. Do you see this blow up of convection on the northwest side? That could initiate a wobble east, because this blow up of convection is going to probably push the core slightly east. Kind of see that a little bit as well. And then we go to the mid-levels. Same product, just like a different rainbow as far as the legend here. We're still looking at water vapor. Same thing, big blow-up of convection, potentially a wobble east. And at the upper levels, it's got a little bit more diffuse. But still a lot of moisture content at the upper levels as well. If I zoom that out and put that into motion, you can see kind of the overall pattern there. A little bit clearer, I think, on the traditional IR. So again, 74 from the buoy. Now it looks like we got 75 sustained there. They're still flying in it. The interesting thing, though, is I will say this. They have put the lowest pressure of 985, at least the last time they passed through was a slight jog west. So it might be a net zero, right? If we're seeing a slight jog east right now with this blow-up of convection, it might have it come back east to the center line. Because the last pass-through that we looked at, they found the 985 north and west of the previous mark. So again, it's the wobbles we talked about, right? Here, 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 here. Longer duration, it's still a pretty straight line. I don't think that there's any big reason at all that landfall isn't going to be somewhere within this cone. Nothing that I've seen has it jutting away at the last minute. Get back over to the radar data. It's going to be live out of the Houston radar. Again, here at Meteo Mundo, I can access all of the live radar sites. If we have any tornado warnings, if we have any severe thunderstorm warnings, all of that will come on in real time. The interesting thing is that we don't even have any special marine warnings right now. So that's good news. Again, no warnings. (12:34) Central Time, which means we're less than a half hour from the next intermediate advisory. So again, we got the update from the Hurricane Center. As I mentioned, they're going to fire off whatever information they need. They're not going to just wait for every 3 hours. Eventually, too, by the way, they could start producing hourly updates. That happens a lot as we get closer to landfall. But anytime they need to send out something, because it's important information, they're going to do it. But we will get another full report here from the Hurricane Center coming up soon. And again, we did have a couple special marine warnings, but nothing recently. Let me get the time stamp back up here. And again, all of that information is the newest that we have. But again, we will get, and that was an hour and a half ago. That was with the newest update. Go back to the chat. Let's see what we're doing here. Lightning strikes again, yeah. So when I bring up the model data, I got to pull it off because that would be a disaster. So I can bring it back on. Just keep reminding me if I don't bring it back on right away. Still not seeing any lightning here, guys, near the core. Again, live lightning counter, last 15 minutes. By the way, I think it's pretty clear to see too. We mentioned this. It does look like there's a little bit of a wrap right there now, huh? That's where I would put it. So we're trying to take some of this convection and the yellow and the orange and trying to wrap it back around a little bit more now. There we go. That's also where they're finding the lowest pressures too, guys. Looks like they're I believe they're done. Or they're making one last pass and then peacing out. It's 126. I think they're done. I think they're heading back to Keesler. But their last ob was further west. So we'll see if that convection wobbles it back east or not. Pretty clear to see, huh, guys? You can see that curly Q right there. Trying to wrap back up on the southern side. Still not as organized as what it was, obviously, in most of the Caribbean. But it is showing more signs that it's trying to kind of get going again. Let's hope it doesn't stay out too long. Snow lining around the eye, no rapid intensification. It's not the only variable. It is a sign of the deeper convection, which is indicative of there being the potential for more rapid intensification. So yes, but it doesn't necessarily have to be present for it to happen. I would say that it is common for it to be there, but if you know, the storm can just clear out some of the drier air and have a fully mature core, then it can blow up given the fact that the sea surface temperatures are 86 to 90 degrees. I would anticipate there being some lightning to develop with that. So I would not expect the 11 o'clock, I'm sorry, the 11 o'clock, boy, I wish it was the 11 o'clock. I wouldn't expect the 1 o'clock advisory to come out with something much higher than what they had. Is it a possibility they nudge it up to 80? Maybe. But nothing rapid. And thankfully, we're running out of time for that to happen. Here's a 48 now. Here's a 45. So again, guys, winds are really beginning to pick up. Let me get back on our surface obs. That'll fill in a lot of the data. So the numbers that you're seeing are live wind gusts, okay? They're not sustained winds, but they're winds of significance that are being reported by the stations, and these wind gusts obviously can lead to some of the damage, which is why I like to show them, because, you know, sustained winds of a high variety will cause damage, but obviously extremely strong gusts are going to cause some of those same problems as well. Thanks for all the hearts, guys. I tell you what I'm going to do. Because somehow I've been on live for 3 hours and 40 minutes and I haven't stopped, which is kind of crazy. I'm going to take a quick break. And I'm going to take a quick break right now because, again, we're going to get the new information at the top of the hour. So let's do this. Let's go to our live webcam. I appreciate you guys hanging with me. We've had a really steady viewership all night long. Thank you very much. So again, I'm going to take a couple minute break. If one of the moderators wants to put that in, but hopefully everyone will just stick around. I'll be back in just a couple of seconds, guys, and we'll keep our continuous coverage here of Hurricane Beryl, now a hurricane again, and getting closer to landfall along the Texas coast. Weather's starting to go downhill. This is the live look to Galveston Beach. I'll see you back in just a couple of minutes. All right, gang, I'm back. Quick break. I mean, sure, I'm a little bit tired, but I got to be honest. Looking down and realizing I had been on for 3 hours and 40 minutes straight without a break actually shocked me. So we'll obviously reset the situation because I think that's a great thing to do coming back. We do have the new information on Beryl that just came up, and winds are 80 miles an hour. Just before we left, I said I didn't think that they would make it much stronger, but 80 miles an hour was a possibility. So here we go. Now we have a hurricane with winds of 80 miles an hour. So if you're just tuning in, 2 hours ago, Beryl had re-intensified to be a hurricane, and it continues its slow but steady progression to be slightly stronger before landfall. So 80 mile an hour winds, pressure 984, still moving north-northwest at 10. All right. So let me just delete that first because we know that's not right anymore. But we'll get into the weeds of kind of what's happening here now. It does look like, by the way, just from when I left, again, there is still just a little bit of struggle there. All right, now it's beginning to kind of wrap up a little bit more. So it is now 30 miles south-southeast of Matagorda. All right, so here we go. I mean, it's getting to be close now, right? Matagorda Bay. Sustained winds 80. No changes with the advisory to the watches and warnings. So let's go over those if you're just tuning in. We have a hurricane warning that is in effect from Mesquite Bay to Port Boulevard. We have a tropical storm warning in effect south of there to Port Mansfield. We have a tropical storm warning north of Port Boulevard to Sabine Pass. Okay? Those are the tropical storm warnings. We have a storm surge warning, Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass, including Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. All right? The hurricane warnings are going to be in red along the coastline on this map. The tropical storm warnings that border the hurricane warning north and south are going to be in blue. And again, I'll update those as necessary. The winds are beginning to pick up. These are your gusts, but now they're in that 45 and close to 50 mile an hour range. This buoy had a 74 mile an hour gust not that long ago. Again, clear to kind of see the beginning of that wrap up. Now we got a 51 mile an hour wind gust out of the north. Center of circulation should make landfall within this cone. All right. So from Palacios to Freeport, somewhere in that area. I think we're kind of running out of time for anything else to really be different. Take a look at just trying to see here where we want to pick out where the true center is. Again, a big bulb of thunderstorms on the northwest side, and that's why they're getting that 51 mile an hour wind. I'm going to go back to the hurricane center here real quick. Just going to bring up there on interactive map. It's still, oh, that's still the 10 o'clock, that's why. Yeah, that's not going to help me. So again, guys, here's the bottom line. In the next few hours, we're going to get landfall. Weather's going to start to go downhill. All right? Storm surge of up to 4 to 7 feet, Matagorda Bay to Galveston Bay. Rainfall of 5 to 10 inches. Now you're looking at sustained winds of 80. So having those 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts along the coast aren't out of the question. That has been the forecast from the Hurricane Center, and I think it's going to verify as well. All right? Thank you, guys. I appreciate being back. Just clicked on real fast. It is time to hunker down, guys. It's time to get ready for whatever Beryl is going to bring. That's coming in the next couple of hours here along the immediate coast, especially, you know, portions of Galveston County and Brazoria County and Matagorda counties for sure, right? If you live in those areas, and again, some of the, you know, spots we've been mentioning are Palacios and Bay City and Freeport, Lake Jackson and Sweeney, West Columbia. I know Sarah is there as in Angleton. You know, again, these areas need to start to get ready for what's going to be a pickup of intensity here at another level, right? Because we're going to start to see the hurricane force winds get closer to the coast. And then, you know, for the next several hours after that, we're going to continue to see some hurricane conditions near the coast and then sustained tropical storm conditions, probably on the higher end of tropical storm, by the way, in the Houston metro area. Let's get back over to the radar. I'm going to bring that back on. This is going to be out of the Houston radar site. I'm going to try and pick out where I think the center circulation is here. That's actually kind of my goal real quick. So I'm going to bring that back on. So it does look like it is right here. It might be closer to a landfall than we think. I mean, we definitely have southwest winds here. I mean, that's it. And we can verify it if I pause this. With the Corpus Christi site. Again, here at Meteo Mundo, I can look at all the different radars. So we just looked at the real-time Houston radar. Here's the Corpus Christi radar. All right. Now RAP literally is coming back in with like the, again, a different pronunciation. Palacios, now it's Palacios. I don't think I can please everyone. I'm just gonna keep going. Everyone knows where I'm talking about. That's what matters the most. There could be a fight in the chat for how we pronounce either Palacios or Palacios. So again, you know, it's a little bit further away from the Corpus Christi radar site, but we can clearly see that. And we do have a southwest wind here, so that's south of the center of circulation. Still a bit ill-defined, even for a minimal hurricane, which is why I was curious. Let's get back over to the Houston radar site. That's going to be our better radar here, guys. And then this is probably the terminal, if I had to guess. Yeah, that's the terminal. So, you know, each major airport has its own radar. It's called a terminal Doppler, and it's exactly that, terminal located at the terminal. And it's not has much of a range as the regular NEXRAD radar sites, but they are extremely good radars. And this one is actually right next to the Houston radar site as well. That's another, again, just another tool I can use here at Meteo Mundo. So THOU, there you go. Again, the radius, because all it's doing is making sure that the airplanes are good coming in and out. And so it has a small radius. You can see that, but it's extremely sensitive, high quality radar. So something to tap into if necessary. But again, literally right next door is KHGX, which is our weather radar. And again, just looping this up. So now we're going to really start to see these bands spiral in. I mean, we're going to really start to get into the nitty-gritty here soon. Let's see. We do have the lightning strike count on, and again, we're not getting any lightning out of it right now. We've got our buoy data on. We do have our METAR data on. So again, highly dense weather network here in Texas. A lot of different reporting stations we'll be looking at in real time. We got all of our buoy data as well. Again, that buoy had a 74-mile-an-hour wind about an hour or so ago, hour and a half ago. Now we've got a 51-mile-an-hour wind here at this shore-based tower. 47 here. We're up to 45 in Galveston. In Houston, we're starting to get some winds pushing over 30 in gusts. Not consistent, but in gusts. And if I take a look at the composite radar, far away from the center of circulation, Louisiana has had some rain out of it. How about that? You have this huge kind of break right now, and then this north to south elongation of some heavy rain in portions of central Louisiana. But as I've mentioned, Galveston is just getting into some of the actual feeder bands moving in. Just beginning to get into the wet weather. It had been basically spitting rain with some gusty winds. Now they're finally starting to get into a little bit more of that. And it's clear to see. Now we don't have as much visibility there at the Galveston radar. Yep, look, man, for our friends who live along the Texas coast and are watching this live, again, first of all, thank you for doing so. Secondly, drop it in the comments section below. But we're going to be talking about picking up these winds pretty soon here. So I would imagine that our friends in the chat are going to be mentioning some weather going downhill fast. And again, that's the live look for the Galveston beach. That rain coming sideways with some 45-mile-an-hour winds. You can see that the lens is shaking right now. We had a lot better visibility in just the last 15 minutes. That's now gone. So some heavier rain beginning to move on there. And again, just in that background, if you see a little bit of that white, that's that surf picking up. Again, for the Galveston Bay area, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge is possible. Sarah's in Northwest Houston, says no rain, but the wind's picking up. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, the winds are going to be picking up along these beaches real quick, real fast. You know, it's going to be a nighttime landfall. It's going to be noisy. We're not going to be able to see too much. But it's really beginning to come on now. And you can see that Galveston camera really starting to shake more constantly as well. Again, Galveston now reporting, you know, again, 40, 45-mile-an-hour wind from time to time. And it's only going to be more steady, and it's going to get stronger, meaning that these gusts are just going to kind of just become more sustained. And this is going to be some good spiraling as well. Now, again, I'm also keeping an eye out for the potential for any tornadic activity. I want to be very clear that the tornado threat is low, but it's also not zero, all right? So we have to watch out for, with these landfalling hurricanes, and you guys know, the opportunity that we could have some spin-ups because there's inherent rotation with the storms itself. Now we're up to a 55. Again, that's southeast of Port Lavaca, all right? Relatively, right, you know, areas that, you know, you got Matagorda Bay, obviously, but as far as a heavily populated area, not a lot. Matagorda itself. Here is actually very near. This is what this is right here by this buoy is Matagorda itself. And of course, Matagorda Bay, East Matagorda Bay, Matagorda Bay. And then, of course, you get up towards Port Lavaca and Lavaca Bay. Now, good. If you live in this area, you know. And again, so you notice that my information just updated in real time. All right. So they have placed the center exactly where I thought they were going to place the center, which is good, which is right here. So we are actually relatively close to landfall. To 1 o'clock. With this jog west, we're now closer to landfall. So now, we could be within just a little more than an hour. Just depending. Again, I mentioned it, right? Earlier during this stream, that the farther west that it goes, landfall is going to be sooner because of the orientation of the shoreline, right? The coast. It pulls away from Beryl the farther northeast that you go. So if Beryl were to track east, it's just going to take longer to get on shore because of the coastline riding north and east. But if it were to track a little bit farther west, it's going to be running into the coast a little bit sooner. And it looks like that's going to be the case. And it does look like landfall more than likely will be somewhere very near Matagorda Bay. Now, let's talk about the significance of that. We're going to keep a really close eye on obviously where the center of circulation is. Remember, and it's very important, and let's take a look at this because I will bet you that 55 and now the 54 and Palacios or whatever the heck you want to call it, that's where it is probably going to be out of the north to northeast. And that could be very significant for a lot of Matagorda Bay. Because if we can stay with the north wind, we might not have the worst storm surge far enough west. Now the eye itself is going to push water in. Don't get me wrong. It's still a very serious situation, but at least we're not adding on to it with an onshore wind. All right. So let's take a look. I'm going to bring on the winds here. And again, here you go. Palacios. That is a northeast wind at 54. Exactly what I expected. Should be a northeast to north wind here as well. It's a north wind at 55. All right, this is going to be an interesting one here. It's a northeast wind. Then you get up here, this is going to be an east to a southeast wind. It's an east wind, okay? Not a rocket scientist to have to figure this out, but it matters with the storm surge. Because along and east of the center of circulation, we're pushing the water farther inland with a higher storm surge potential with the onshore winds. In general, the north winds are going to be trying to negate the storm surge. And that wind is going to be going offshore. And so it makes a huge difference. So Matagorda Bay is going to be the battleground as far as landfall, highest winds, storm surge potential. To be very clear, this is going to keep Galveston Bay on the east side with the onshore winds. And again, the forecast for Galveston Bay is 4 to 6. I want to just double check that. It's either 4 to 6 or 4 to 7. In some ways, it really doesn't make a difference. But I like to pass on the official information. It is 4 to 6. 4 to 6 foot storm surge for Galveston Bay. And now that we're down here with the eye, we are definitely going to continue the onshore winds there. All right. But now we're up to 55. Here we're up to 54. So the hurricane force winds are not far behind. Now they might be a little bit farther north and east. Again, we're on the weaker side of the storm here, guys, remember? right? So really, the strongest winds are still going to be here. Here. Even up to Galveston 47. But the fact that these have already freshened up to 55 is a good indication of what we got. It's not super confused, Anonymous. It's right here still. I mean, again, we're a little bit farther west, but it's just a jog. It's just where we had a subtle jog west with the wobble closer to landfall. This is all still very much what we've been talking about. I don't think that there's been any big deviation from any of that. It's all within where we've had the discussion of this going. Again, that center line hasn't updated. Yep, you guys, we all know the east side is what we call the dirty side. That's it. You think the eye will break apart when it hits land? It's not what it does. It's a gradual process, right? It's friction, it's ingesting in dry air. It's just like it did over the Yucatan. It gradually begins to disrupt the inner mechanisms of the hurricane. You certainly don't see strengthening for the most part. I mean, there's a couple of rogue scenarios where we have seen a bit of a re-strengthening. That's not expected here or in most storms. So this will be a gradual decrease of the wind intensity with the storm. Now, again, that doesn't mean that the rain is just going to fall apart, right? We're talking about the wind, but the rain will potentially blossom out and become more widespread and be quite heavy along the center and the eastern side. We've already talked about the 5 to 10 inches of rain possible. Hi, Carla. Says, just got home from Lake Jackson, lots of rain before midnight. And Damon now looks like it'll come through us. Thanks, Carla. I appreciate your report. By the way, guys, if you're still here with me, and thanks to everyone who's been joining, if you haven't yet, if you want to do me a big favor, hit the like button right now. If you haven't subscribed to Meteo Mundo, click the subscribe button. Appreciate you all joining in. Appreciate all of those who have also supported the channel through the super thanks and the super stickers and the new memberships and the PayPal and the Venmo, all that. I appreciate that support. If nothing else, again, thank you so much for just hitting that like button for me right now. Again, this is our live coverage here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl. And while we're sitting here just kind of chatting, I am going to put in that new information. Again, Beryl is a hurricane, has been a hurricane for the last 2 hours as it has re-strengthened. As of 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time, we are now past 2 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone. And again, I have to do this where I need to put the lightning back on because I don't want to put it over the lightning count. So there's the lightning again. And again, it is interesting. There's no lightning out of this right now. As of 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And again, I put the newest information here on the top center of your screen, right underneath the lightning count. It's just the easy way when you come in and you take a look. I don't have to keep repeating myself. It's just the easiest thing because obviously everyone wants to know the newest stats on Beryl and they want the latest information. I'm happy to give that. I think it's just a good way to do it. So again, the winds are now 80 miles an hour. They've come up 5 miles an hour, but nothing significant. Again, enough to become a hurricane. Pressure continues to slowly fall, although it's not falling at a rapid pace. It's 984 millibars. And again, lower pressure generally means a stronger hurricane, stronger storm in general, right? When it was a category 5, the pressure was in the mid 930s. So we're nowhere near that. And it is still moving. Let's make sure I got that right here. It is still moving considered north-northwest. We're 345 degrees at 10 miles an hour. So we're staying with the consistent 10 mile an hour forward speed. Slower than it has been for most of Beryl's journey from the Western Atlantic in. But again, no signs of it getting slower than that. So let's put that up. All right. Let's move on. Back to our winds. Again, guys, this is a lot of live nowcasting, right? We've been doing this since we've been on the live stream here for more than 4 hours. A lot of it is just me looking at this and kind of analyzing in real time. And again, that eye wobble to the west is certainly going to have some impacts, right? Going to put a little bit more. I mean, basically now, you know, all of Brazoria County and Galveston County is all going to be on the dirty side. Matagorda County is going to be kind of down the center, right? Just right down the center, where the western sides might be a little bit better. Calhoun County is going to be on the west side. Jackson County will be on the west side there. You know, it's going to be close. Wharton County is probably going to have some of the eye impacts. Same thing for Fort Bend. And then, of course, up to Harris County will be either right on the center or on the east side as well. So wind gusts continue to get stronger. We're now in that 55, 54 mile an hour range on shore here around Matagorda Bay. We've been pretty good at 45 now in Galveston. Still some decent breeze, especially on the south side of Houston, but nothing outrageous right now. You know, we're getting some 31 gusts. The rain's starting to pick back up in the south side of Houston. And again, we're looking at the live radar from Houston. Have access to all the different radar sites. If we need to look at anything there, if we need to look at velocity, and again, velocity is where we take a look at what's going on with the winds. So if I bring that up, so we can start to see that there's some fresher winds here as well. Now again, when we see the reds and the greens near each other, there's a bit of inherent rotation right along the coast as noted. Here again, I can query the radar and the wind speeds, right? But at the same point in time, you would do that a lot for maybe a tornado, which we do not have, or an area that doesn't have a lot of surface observations, which is not the case here. This is a heavily dense weather observation network, coastal Texas and the Houston area, which is absolutely fantastic. So I don't really have to use the radar to look at surface winds. I would use this to be analyzing the opportunity for tornadic activity, which again is a possibility as these bands spiral in, right? All of this rotation comes on shore. The friction difference aids in that rotation, and that's where we can get those water spouts and brief spin-ups. But this eye is just kind of a little funky right now, isn't it? Kind of elongated. Slightly moving west. Again, it's, you know, a bobble, but how much of Matagorda Bay is a part of this is going to be happening in real time right now, guys. Sarah, it's a stationary reporting station between Angleton and Lake Jackson. So that 38, if whatever you see is closest, that's you. You've got it. Hi, Cameron. I appreciate you. Bay City definitely looks like it's going to be very close to where the eye is going to be moving through. No doubt about it. Those are gusts right now. Those are gusts, not sustained. The actual wind. So if I do this, just to give you an idea, if I hover over this, sometimes there's not much of a difference in a hurricane between the sustained and the gusts. So right now that's a 43 mile an hour wind with a gust to 55, okay? And Palacios, again, let there be an argument, it's a 36 mile an hour wind with a gust to 54. But if I put the gust on, we get all the numbers. Let's take a look. Sometimes I like to look at the broad perspective, make sure I'm not missing anything. Again, much cut off on the western side, right? Corpus Christi and Rockport spared from the highest storm surge as well. Thanks for coming in, guys. Again, one simple request is just to hit the like button. If you could do that for me at 2:16 in the morning Eastern time, I'd appreciate it. It's wobbling back and forth, man. I mean, it's spinning like an uneven top, right? Across one center of axis. And especially where the storm is getting organized, re-strengthening again. This is not, it's not the most impressive Category 1 hurricane I've seen, I'll say that. But again, it's significant enough where we're going to have some hurricane impacts near shore. I'm going to go back to the recon data here. They are still in this storm. Okay. This is a really interesting find. So they have it now trying to swing back east. So that shows you something. So I can still, I thought they were heading to, I thought they had called it a day. And we're heading to Keesler, but they're still in the storm. So let's look at this real fast, guys. So here they are now. Again, this is live hurricane reconnaissance aircraft in Beryl. This is what you're looking at. This is from 11 minutes ago, 75-mile-an-hour winds. 78. 78. This is why they went 80. I'm telling you right now. This is a little bit earlier, right? 2 o'clock. 72. I mean, these are, let's go John Madden here real quick. Let me make sure I'm far enough away. Those are your strongest winds. Center, northeast. I know we have 54 and 55. But these are going to be a lot higher. And they're about ready to move onshore. Okay? This is going to be the brunt of Beryl right here. All right? I know we have the 40 to 50, 55 there. But these are your 75s and your 80s. Sustained, right? With gusts that could be higher than that. They're still offshore. But that's what's going to be spiraling in on the east side. And again, still real time. They found the 984. They have been in and out of the storm. And it's pretty clear. Let me do this real quick. I want to be able to show you this graphic. It's just going to take me a second to bring it into my system. So let me clear this out. Let me do this. Let's go back over to the live webcam. Check that out for a second. I am going to effort to bring in this data because I want you guys to see it with me. I've been talking about it for so long. I want to be able to show this to you guys because I think it's important information. But how about that camera bouncing around right now? Again, Galveston Bay, that's Galveston Beach, apologies. That's a live look from the camera. They're in about 45-mile-an-hour winds right now. And it is pretty consistent at this point in time. Pretty consistent 45-mile-an-hour winds. The visibility was a lot better not that long ago. So that wind is kind of going parallel. And just on the top left-hand side of your screen, that's the surf. And again, in this area, a potential 4 to 6 foot storm surge. So again, you question what does this look like at the end of Beryl? And hopefully it looks about the same. All right. I'm working on the back end here, like I said, to get you that graphic. Shouldn't be too much longer. And we'll look at the latest reconnaissance aircraft information together. Okay. And that is it. Excellent. Okay. Here we go. So, we've been looking at some of the individual plots of the latest reconnaissance hurricane aircraft, right? This is literally their entire mission. Now, they've continued to fly these cuts in and out of the storm, right? But there's a couple of things we want to note here. First of all, the wind speeds are going to be indicative by colors. And when you look at the oranges and the reds and the purples, those are your strongest winds. Here's the center of circulation indicated by these orange circles, okay? Notice how all of the strongest winds are on the northeast side of the storm. And this is the Texas coast. I mean, you can clearly see. And there are the surface observations, right? We talked about the north winds here in Palacios and Matagorda Bay, and then the east winds in Galveston. So you can see it's wrapping around the northern side of Beryl. But these purples are your hurricane force winds. And they extend out relatively far, but they're all on the northeast side and they're all still offshore, okay? Then we plot the pressure in millibars with the latest fix of the center. So again, we had kind of west, northwest, west, northwest, and then the very last fix is slightly east. So again, kind of wobbling, tumbling, and then wobbling back east. It's all going to more than likely even out, right? West wobble to an east wobble, west wobble, east wobble, and it's going to be somewhere in that cone. Pressure again down to 984, which is why they made the newest advisory at 984. So we've been looking at that on our weather system kind of in steps. This is the whole mission in one graphic. But of note, let's be very clear, all of the strongest winds are still on the northeast side. It's not the most defined hurricane, even a category 1, right? The one thing I've noted is that earlier this afternoon, the winds weren't a strong A, but they were way out from the center of circulation. Now they're getting pulled closer to the inner core. They still haven't fully wrapped around Beryl, but they're a lot stronger now and a lot closer on the northeast side. So that's what I've been looking at. And a little jog east again, briefly. All right. Thank you, Rap. Thank you, Chris. Excuse me. Did I slightly choke on that last little piece of mint? Yes, I did. All right. So, back out to what's happening right now. We're up to a 59 in Palacios. All right. Again, it's a north wind, northeast wind, but still a north component to the wind. We do have our buoy data on. Just double checking. Yep, they're all on. All right. They can give us continuous sustain. They can give us continuous gusts as well. But just straight wind gusts is easiest. They can also give us pressures. It's just hard to read. Right, let me give you an idea. I mean, even if I zoom in, it's really hard. That says 995, but who the heck can see that, right? If I bring that up, you can see that the pressure there is 995. But again, I can look at all different things here with all these sites. But for our purposes, the wind gust is the most pertinent. So back over to the live radar. Again, it does look like there's a, I mean, even though if they might have found the lowest pressure east, they're only affixing, by the way, the lowest pressure. But it does look like this thing is Getting real close to trying to brush the coast, guys. What do you guys think? I think we're getting real close to brushing the coast. And a little jog west with a pretty ragged looking eye. And obviously this would make sense that we're beginning to get the northern core, the northern eye wall, trying to get over Matagorda Bay right now. Right, that's why the winds are picking up there as much as they are. Again, strongest winds are still displaced north and east. So even though the eye is here, stronger winds are still up here, still offshore. Again, not thankfully the most impressive Category 1 hurricane that I've seen. It's really, really lopsided right now. There's just not any deep convection on the southwest side, which of course is good news for our friends south and west. So again, we'll be looking at a lot of the impacts well east of the center, which again is going to be Galveston. So it's going to be really interesting to see that that camera. So Jamaica Beach and Freeport. Lake Jackson, West Bay, and certainly our friends in Freeport, Surfside Beach, Angleton, West Columbia, Brazoria, on Galveston Island, right? That whole area just needs to be really paying close attention. Now, let me ask this. Did they evacuate Galveston Island? No, I don't think it's slowing down. I mean, there's still some forward movement here. I know the eye isn't doing much right now, but it's still working in with the spiraling. I mean, they did just, say, look, still 10 miles an hour. So I don't think it's slowing down any. And again, I know Sarah is here in the Angleton area, if she's still with us. The winds are picking up now to 47. Now we've got a 52. So again, it's all going downhill, guys. We are starting to get the core of Beryl beginning to get closer to our coastline. All right. We're starting to see more areas with high 50s to near 60 mile an hour winds. They're beginning to expand to the north and to the east. Now you've got Galveston reporting a 48 mile an hour wind. Okay. And I believe, maybe it's not possible here. All right. It's not. All right. No worries. Thought I could do something, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So now we got up to a 51 here, East Matanzas Bay. It's a 34 with a gust of 51, again, out of the northeast, right? So real sloppy. And it's a really sloppy eye, no doubt about it. Voluntary evacuation of Galveston on the deep west end only. Okay, thank you. On the west side. Got it. Nope, not mandatory. Okay. All I can say about any other reports is that this is all real-time information. Like, these are what's called METAR sites. They update in real time. You're seeing them live on Meteo Mundo. They are what they are, right? I'm just going around and we're analyzing this in real time together, right? This is what this live stream is. I do this because it's interactive like this, right? You guys are in the chat. Some of you live in this area. Some of you have interest in this area. Some of you just love weather. But we are looking at this in real time, okay? And we're seeing these conditions develop in real time. We're very lucky that we have a high density of these weather stations across coastal Texas and the Houston area. So we have a lot of different data points to be able to latch onto. And that's great because it really tells the local scale story here, right? It's very easy to see, again, you know, when we have flashes with a northeast wind, and then we go over here towards the Lake Jackson area, and it's east wind, that obviously we're starting to see those spiral bands begin to move in and curl back around the center of circulation. Obviously, we're looking at a live radar here. This is out of Houston, all right? And again, very kind of ragged eye right now. And you notice that my weather computer did update to this area. So it's picking up on, again, you know, what the Hurricane Center is talking about, but also the algorithm and picking up where the center is. So there it is. No questioning that. Again, I can look at the Corpus Christi radar. We can. Let's go over here. And the only reason why I want to is I'm just curious if there's a different shot of the eye that we can see from the Corpus Christi radar. It's about the same, right? I'm getting very close to potentially the northern eye wall starting to brush the coast. But from the Corpus Christi radar, you can see how devoid on the west and southwest side it is. You can also see some good spiraling banding there. But when I zoom in, again, no lightning out of this right now. 0 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. Hi, Kim. Thanks for hanging in there from Katie. Is there any chance the course could nudge at all to the west after landfall? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is it expected to? Not really. It's expected to basically move due north, and then eventually, as it runs into a trough, as we typically see all weather in the country move west to east, it's going to take and go along for the ride and bend back to the north and to the east. Will there be subtle potential changes? Sure. Do I expect a change at least through the Houston area and probably beyond that is away from those lines from the Hurricane Center? No, I don't. Again, your outer areas is your cone of uncertainty, and the flashing line is your center line. I don't expect there to be a change from these areas. Could it be on the far west side? Yes. Could it be on the far east side? Absolutely. But again, we're really narrowing down the opportunity here for there to be too much change beyond that. So let me get back over to our Houston radar. It's just a little bit better shot. And again, we're seeing these numbers come up. 48 now in Galveston out of the southeast. Once again, let's be clear. One of the big issues is going to be the potential storm surge east of the eye. That is going to be one of those things that we have to keep a really, really close eye on here. I apologize. I'm trying to find that graphic. So again, storm surge warning, which is as high as it gets for storm surge, is currently in effect right now from Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass, and that does include Matagorda and Galveston Bays. 4 to 6 feet of water is possible near the Galveston Bay area. 4 to 7, obviously, near Matagorda Bay. Now again, if the center tracks kind of towards the east side of the bay, maybe the far west side doesn't have as much water, but we have to kind of take this graphic at face value and say that there's 4 to 7 possible from Matagorda Bay all the way up to the San Luis Pass. And then it's still 3 to 5 feet from High Island to Sabine Pass, and even a little bit of water is possible in southwest Louisiana. Probably they can handle it, but still 1 to 3 feet. And it's extremely area dependent, and it also depends on the tidal cycles as well, right? But it's a very large area of the Houston coast, of the Texas coastline. But obviously, the Galveston Bay area near Houston is one of the kind of prime points I'm pointing to, because we know for sure that through the entire journey of Beryl moving north, they're going to have the onshore winds all the way into Galveston Bay. The southeast wind is going to continue as Beryl moves west with the southeast winds. So high concerns there for sure for the water inundation, the storm surge. And again, 5 to 10 inches of rain to go along with it. All right, back to the live chat. You're welcome, Paris. Sarah, I was just talking to you. 47 last report, close to Angleton. Kim, so glad. Will storm surge height be recorded in real time? There are sensors, right? There are gauges, and those are recorded. Those I don't have immediate access to them, but we can also, of course, see what some of the coastal, like this particular site here is going to also, because it's a water level observation network, we can also probably look at the heights as well. So you could always search the water level observation network, GNJT2, for that particular one. And again, inland as well. So obviously they have water level observations in Galveston Bay and other bays because this happens. I can tap into their live weather data, but as far as seeing the actual gauge level, no. Well, we got our highest wind gust now. Palacios, again, either one, 67. Now we're up to 67. Thank you, Kim. How awesome are you? Appreciate the support. Guys, let's get the hearts out, the likes out for Kim, please, for supporting the channel. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Kim. So this buoy is reporting 51 now as well. Again, guys, we're just going to start to see the weather go downhill. We're getting into the heart of it now. So we'll reset it. It is 2:38 Eastern Time. It is 1:38 Central Time. The eye of Hurricane Beryl is not far away from making landfall somewhere near Matagorda Bay, Texas here as we push towards the 2 o'clock hour. The strongest winds with the storm are on the northeast side. You are looking at live radar data. This is the Houston radar. I have access to all the different radars. We're going to keep an eye out for the possibility of severe storms, the possibility for some tornadic storms as well. But obviously the main threats are going to be winds sustained of 80 miles an hour or even slightly higher, wind gusts that could approach 100 miles an hour, 5 to 10 inches of rain along the path of Beryl with locally higher rainfall totals, and then a storm surge from Matagorda Bay to Galveston Bay that could be 4 to 6 feet. Okay, very area dependent. Again, the eye is very close to moving in right now, but this is a lopsided storm. There is not a lot of deep convection right now on the far southwest side. There is more convection on the northeast side here right now, and that's where we're going to have the stronger winds. These winds here from Palacios to the far west side of Matagorda Bay are actually out of the northeast. And that is significant, again, because if the winds stay out of the north here, they're not going to have this storm surge inundation as areas along into the east of the eye. Even if we pick up a bit of a north wind here, there's still some water inundation just because of what Beryl brings, right? The push of water inland. It's just mitigated a bit because you have an opposing north wind. Whereas unfortunately you go east of the center and the onshore winds are just going to help push more water inland. So I keep mentioning this because this is going to be an overall big impact for the coast. All right. And again, you are looking at live wind gusts. They're not sustained, but they are wind gusts right now, which are starting to push hurricane strength. Even in Houston, we're starting to get some winds of over 30 miles an hour. And even on the other side of Galveston Bay, we're starting to get some winds at 40 miles an hour. Again, note the winds here are out of the southeast, the onshore wind. Let's get back over to our camera out of Galveston Bay and see what we got. Again, If you just look at the foreground real quick, you'll see a flash here and there. That's the sheets of rain coming in. Galveston hasn't had a ton of rain yet, but they have also just reported a 48-mile-an-hour wind. So whatever rain is coming in is going to be coming in pretty darn sideways right now. And again, this view was certainly more visible not that long ago. Obviously, the visibility has come down. The top left-hand side of your screen, if you see that kind of murky white, that is the surf conditions. Obviously, we're looking at the coastal highway there, where everything is fine so far. There's been no push of water trying to get over it, but again, we're a little bit too early in that process as of now. I am going to be staying on for a bit here, Kim. We'll just see how it goes. I've been on now for 4.5 hours plus. My pleasure to do so as well. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, we have over 300 people here, and I am happy to provide this information. Look, this is what we do, right? You know, if you're new to Meteo Mundo, you know, we forecast across the Caribbean and the Bahamas, but when it comes to any tropical systems, we do the entire Atlantic basin, and I'm a co-founder. This is, you know, my part of my business, so, you know, what I say is part of it as well. Meaning that we'll cover it, but we work as a team here, and the job and what we want to do at Meteo Mundo is provide you with coverage in a way that you've never seen before, and it does take a team to do that, and I appreciate the team behind the channel. If you notice, there is a new flash flood warning right now. So let's get to that. So as you would expect, we're starting to pick up some new hazards. And so in this area right here, which includes Freeport, Lake Jackson, Sweeney, and Bay City, we got ourselves a new flash flood warning. The details of that. And the funny thing about this is that one thing I've noticed from my weather system is that it is quicker to pick up on this than even what the websites have, right? So, you know, if you go to the local weather service website, you might not even see this yet. I don't think I can query that. Some of the different warnings I can query and we can get the information box to come on screen, but I believe with a flash flood warning I can't. But you get the idea. Going to be some heavy rain there along the coast, and it makes sense, all that spiraling in. Still now at 67 in Palacios, 55 right now on the east side of Matagorda Bay, 56 on the west side. 49 now just east of Lake Jackson towards Jamaica Beach. 45 on the island, 37 in Galveston. There's a 46. All going downhill, guys. I'm gonna go over to the composite radar just because it's a little bit easier to see for right now. But we'll get back to the Houston radar in a second. And again, landfall should be happening here fairly soon. Fairly soon. Hurricane, if you're just tuning in, 80-mile-an-hour winds. Strongest Beryl has been since emerging off of the Yucatan coast. And right in line, really, with what the Hurricane Center was saying. You know, they had 85-mile-an-hour winds forecast for the last couple of days. That's going to basically verify here. The track hasn't really changed much since as well. Kind of the mid-Texas coast. Again, areas south have really avoided the worst, Corpus Christi included. When you get towards here and east, these are the areas we've got to really keep an eye on for all the impacts that I've already mentioned. While we're looking at this real quick, let's get back to the HRRR model and the wind. Because again, this HRRR model updates every hour. So its starting point is literally 2 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to get some good wind data here. This is a model, but because it updates every hourly and it's high resolution, it tends to pick up on the trends fairly well, if not really well. So let me get rid of, just for a second, the surface information here. Just for a second, because folks are like, okay, well, what else is going to be happening here? So let's first of all talk that the HRRR model has landfall soon, 3 o'clock, slightly after basically Matagorda Bay. And of course, it's going to be the town that we've had discussions in the chat exactly how we want to pronounce it, right? Palacious, right there. If we query the wind speeds, again, east of the center and displaced a bit from the center. Remember we talked about how Beryl is an elongated storm with the right front quadrant really overtaking the others and being the most significant and dangerous, right? So now you're getting winds here, again, pushing that 100-mile-an-hour gust range. You know, Freeport into hurricane force. Same thing for Lake Jackson and Sweeney. Even up towards Galveston, you know, we get up to 50, and Jamaica Beach, 62, all right? And then again, this is almost right now, or just before and after landfall. Then we move this forward, and we still have some significant winds near the coast that are still into hurricane force up and down the coastline, getting closer to Galveston, Jamaica Beach, Liverpool, Angleton, right around hurricane force, all right? And then moving, notice that the HRRR at least is on the western envelope of our cone of uncertainty, but still within that envelope. Again, could it be on the far west side? Could it be on the far east side? Both, I would say yes to, probably favoring the west side right now, but I don't think it's going to go further west than that. And then we start to, as we get, this is 9 a.m. Central Time, right? Now we start to get into where some of the more significant impacts for Beryl and Houston are going to be, right? These are gusts, by the way, but we are looking at high-end tropical storm gusts. Do not expect hurricane conditions in Houston, okay? Closer to Galveston Bay, it is more dicey because of the onshore wind, right? There's not as much friction, obviously, over the water, so there can be hurricane force winds on the north side of Galveston Bay. And then we follow this along. This is going to be 11 o'clock. Still, because we're parallel to the wind, to the eye, we're going to have near hurricane force winds, but below that, tropical storm force gusts on the high end in Houston. And then we follow this up. HRRR is on the left side of the envelope. Okay, but still in the envelope. Let's look at this as a whole. Gotta say, based on where the eye is right now, I think it's a pretty good depiction. Matagorda Bay, Palacios, staying west of Houston, keeping Houston on the dirty side of the storm the entire time. 5 to 10 inches of rain, locally higher. 10 mile per hour forward speed, that shouldn't change much. Thank you, Anonymous H, for becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you doing that. If you guys want to be a member like Anonymous H, you can hit the join button right now. We have one level. It's just 99 cents a month. Just a small way to say you support us here at Meteo Mundo, and we appreciate that. And again, if nothing else, thank you so much for hitting the like button for me right now. No tornado associated with Beryl except for earlier in Palacios. It wasn't even in Palacios. It was literally right along the immediate coast, and it was a 7-minute, and I literally mean a 7-minute tornado warning. It was just radar indicated right along the coast with that spin, but I have not seen an additional tornado warning as of yet. Of course, I say that, and I always want to make sure I click back on the tornado warning, but there's not, no. All right, guys, talk to me. What do we got going on? Yes, I am, Kim. I am a meteorologist. I was a TV meteorologist in the United States for 25 years. Worked in Oklahoma City for 7 years. You can't be working in television in Oklahoma City for 7 years without being a meteorologist. But yes, I am. Actually, is anyone in Dallas? Thank you, Kim, for becoming a member as well. If anyone knows or knows the Dallas television market or lives in Dallas, Rick Mitchell was a former colleague of mine in Oklahoma City. Great guy. If you guys live in Dallas, I hope you watch Rick. You guys are going to be killing me with this Palacios thing. I love it. Steve says he's in Missouri City. Steady, light rain and some wind. All right, guys. So again, you're just looking at I was just checking out the chat. Seeing what's going on there. That's just the HER model. That is just a model. So let's end that now, and let's get back to the live data. And again, this is our satellite depiction of Beryl. And the winds are beginning to get even stronger now. You can just see what's happening in Matagorda Bay. All right. Palacios, 71. Sorry guys, I'm here to be able to query these. So we've got 64, Bay City's up to 56. The west side, again, a north wind. Extremely important to note because that's the storm surge, right? We don't want an east or a southeast wind. We're getting northeast winds right now in Matagorda Bay. There's still going to be water inundation because as the eye moves in, it's going to be pushing water in. All right, but a north wind also mitigates it because it's going against that push of water. Hi, Janice. Thank you very much, guys. Let's get the hearts out and the thumbs up for Janice. I appreciate it. Says I left Rocheron or Rocheron. I apologize. My kids are in the Angelton ISD. Medical condition that I can't be a long time without power. My husband just told me that at the house he can feel a lot of constant winds and a few gusts, not much rain yet. Thank you, first of all, for supporting the channel. It's very generous of you. I hope everything goes well with both you and your husband and your kids, and we'll get you through it. And thank you for the report as well. James, thank you very much for becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. Appreciate your support that way as well. And again, thank you very much for all the support that you guys have given us lately, especially to Janice and James right now, and all the others for our streams that we've had. So again, we're starting to really see things crank down now, guys. This is going to be go time to get the hurricane force winds to move in, all right? That's the satellite data. Let's get back over to our live radar out of Houston. A little bit better idea that, again, I believe we are starting to brush the northern eye wall to Matagorda Bay. All right. Now, I will continue to be clear that we're getting near hurricane force gusts there, but the strongest winds are still displaced north and east of the center of circulation. So as we go through the next hour or two, it is not going to surprise me that this area, including Freeport and Lake Jackson, and maybe as far north as Jamaica Beach, gets even stronger winds, okay? Because these winds, as rough as they are, up to a 71, are out of the north, okay? on the far north and western side. But all of these winds are going to be out of the southeast on that northern quadrant. And if we go back, and maybe you're just tuning in because we're picking up some more viewers right now. If we go back to the latest plot from, where is it? If we go back to the latest reconnaissance plot, again, oranges, reds, purples, strongest winds, center of circulation. Look how it's all the northeast quadrant. It's all the right front quadrant with all of the strongest winds. So Palacios is getting hit with this area here. Strong winds, but not the strongest. That's north and east displaced from the center of circulation. Beryl is a very lopsided hurricane, okay? Near the eye, the northern eye wall, we're going to have those near hurricane force gusts. But south and west, not nearly as much wind. And then those hurricane force winds are going to extend much farther north and east, okay? That's why all the way up through Galveston, we could see those hurricane force winds far enough away. Alan, welcome to the membership here at Meteo Mundo. Appreciate you very much. Thanks for joining the team. Thank you, guys. And again, when you become a member, you get access to custom badges and emojis. So if you look at Anonymous and James and Kim, they will have that new seal next to their name. If they re-up for next month, they'll get a 1-month seal. And you can see some of those members as well, okay? And there'll be some custom emojis if they want to throw those in there as well. Again, it's just a little thing, but just something we wanted to provide, and a big thank you for becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. Oh, Matt Damon. You guys are crazy. I appreciate it. Again, if you could convince my wife of that, that would be awesome. Nick says, watching from League City, light rain here and 35-mile-an-hour winds. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate the report. And again, drop in reports just like Nick did. All of that really helps me out in real time. Let me get back over here. I want to make sure I'm not just sitting on that graphic. Again, these are all real-time reporting stations. They're going to update in real time, and they're going to get higher. We're just starting to see the real beginning of Beryl coming in right now. That's the live radar out of Houston. I can obviously take a look at a lot of different things. This is the velocity product, meaning that the winds that the radar is picking up. What I would look for here is rotation with some of the storms, because the tornado threat is low, but it's not zero. And especially on the east side, we have inherent rotation to begin with, right? And then as we start to see those winds come on shore, there's going to be some, potential for some water spouts or brief spin-ups along the immediate coast. Head of the table says nothing so far by the Beltway 8, but windy. Thank you very much. Brian has light wind, 38 in Dixon. Light enough, right? Relative to what we're seeing in some other spots. But again, guys, we're just starting to see, and it's not going to surprise me here. Landfall is imminent, okay? The northern eye wall of Beryl is brushing Matagorda Bay as we speak. And at any point in time, somehow I have double boxed this. Do not do that. Thank you. I've got a touch screen tablet. You guys can't even see. It's just off screen. It's fantastic. But also it's touch screen. So any wrong touch, and I have done something I don't want to do. Here we go. Update statement. Here we go. All right. So this is, as of right now, 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time position update. This is what I'm talking about. When it's time to go, the Hurricane Center drops it in. Beryl is nearing the middle Texas coast and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours. It's going to be sooner than that. Conditions are deteriorating with dangerous storm surge and flash flooding. Sustained tropical storm force winds and hurricane force wind gusts have already been reported along the coast. We've got the Matagorda Bay with the 75-mile-an-hour gust. Another position update will be provided at 3 a.m. They have it technically the center 20 miles from Matagorda, Texas, but Matagorda is slightly inland. I believe Matagorda itself is right here. Okay, so again, we don't have the eye on shore yet, and they're probably down here. So if we draw the line, again, I'm going to assume that they are not believing that that is the actual, but more than likely here. And that makes sense right there, right? This is it. 20 miles, it all verifies. So we are within an hour or two of landfall. Again, if it jogs west, the coastline is a little bit closer. If it jogs east, obviously the orientation of the coastline goes away. We mentioned this all night long, that landfall was going to be very dependent on exactly where Beryl came in. Because if it were to go farther east, it would stay over the water a little bit longer and landfall would be a little bit later in the morning. But now that it's jogged a little bit farther west, the opportunity for landfall a little bit shorter in time. Go back here. So that reconnaissance aircraft, by the way, is still in the storm. It's on the north side. Trying to be able to bring up that data here, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, here we go. That should hopefully do it now. Where are you guys? Actually, you're on the east side right now. Again, if you're just tuning in, I do have the ability to look at the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft information in real time. But it's not quite popping up for me right now. It has actually been behaving pretty well. But I don't see it, unless I'm too far. They're not that far east, are they? Let me just take off the radar data real quick, guys. No, I don't see them on here. Those are the forecast models. I do have it active. All right, anyway, they did pick up 983 millibars of pressure. And they're now just literally going in and out of this storm constantly. Really focused on the northeast side. They're about right there, but I don't unfortunately see their plot. I'll try and bring that up in a second again. But let's get back to the radar. No big deal. Bring back on our live radar. Again, this is out of Houston. Let's check the current winds. So now we're starting to wrap up here in Matagorda. We're at 66. Bay City, 56. Near Lake Jackson, 55. Near Angleton and Lake Jackson, 48. How about a 44-mile-an-hour gust here, south side of Houston? If you guys live in this area, it's 44, south and west side. 45 near Galveston, although it had peaked a little bit higher than that. And again, I'll put this into motion. As noted, it's a very lopsided hurricane, right? Relatively quiet on the southwest side, very elongated on that dirty northeast side, but near the center of circulation, Matagorda Bay, we're starting to get some winds pushing hurricane strength. Again, thank you to all of our recent supporters. Kim and Anonymous H. Kim doubling up today, by the way, becoming a member and with the super stickers. Janice and James and Alan as well. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you all very much. Appreciate you all joining in. If you just tuned in right now, you're probably very interested in what's happening because it's 2 a.m. Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Maybe you're viewing from around the world. Maybe it's day where you are, and we would be jealous. But the live continuing coverage of Hurricane Beryl here at Meteo Mundo, again, 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central Time. We are getting close to seeing landfall. Hurricane Center has the eye of Beryl about 20 miles south of Matagorda, okay? So landfall is going to be within the next hour to hour and a half, all right? It's going to happen relatively quickly. This is not the eye, but this part of the exposed area is. Now again, we still don't have deep convection on the southwest side, right? So we're going to have really strong winds near the center of circulation, but you don't go too far west and there's no rain, and the winds, while they're fresh, aren't that significant for Aransas Pass and Corpus Christi. Again, also avoiding the worst storm surge. Matagorda Bay is going to be extremely interesting because, again, at this point in time, we're actually picking up a northeast wind, and a northwest wind. So the winds are trying to fight the storm surge coming in. There's still going to be push of water into Matagorda Bay, but it could be deflected a bit, if you will, if we can stay with the north wind here, all right? Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case the farther east that you go. I mean, all the way to Galveston and really even to Sabine Pass. This east side is elongated and has the strongest winds. It's going to have the worst storm surge with the onshore winds, and the inherent rotation is going to lead to the isolated tornado threat as well. Anywhere within this area, we're looking at 5 to 10 inches of rain and locally up to 15 inches as well. It's going to miss Victoria. We talked about Victoria before, right? And this is see, just when I think I know exactly what an area is. Again, while I know most of Texas, I want to make sure that I'm in the right spot the entire time. Oh, dear Lord. That would have been funny, by the way. Let's just say I typed in Victoria, and Victoria, Texas wasn't the first option. Yeah, for the most part, yes. To answer your question. I mean, you're right on the edge, right? You do have some 30-mile-an-hour winds, and there could be a squall that spins into you, and you're going to be on the north side of that, so it's going to be a north to northeast wind. But yes, for the most part, I think Victoria's going to be okay. Could there be a wind gust that causes a power outage? Of course, I can't say no, but you're not in the worst of it by any means. And you're not going to get as much rain. You're just a little bit too far west. Again, the western part of this storm is quite undercut. You can see that on the radar very clearly. If I go back over to the satellite imagery, again, even though there's a little bit of blow up of storms here, we can see from the radar that it's not actually as widespread as what the satellite is showing. We're live, everything's live. Anyone who's asking, absolutely. Remove the lightning. No, we're gonna keep the lightning on. Or I removed the lightning, I didn't put it back on. Again, there has not been a lot of lightning near the center. Let's bring the lightning back on. 0 strikes. Now we're starting to pick up some. This might be a little bit of erroneous data right here, as lined up as it is. We are getting a little bit of lightning, and where we have seen the lightning has been in the southeast quadrant. And again, still a good 60-mile-an-hour wind gust here, well away from the center and behind the storm. Now we're up to 69 in Matagorda. So we are pushing hurricane force gusts around Matagorda Bay. I hear you, Steve, but that's the technology side of it, right? Which is important because the real-time information in something like this is extremely necessary, you know, because things change from the forecast. And we can talk about that. You know, earlier in the day, there was a lot higher concern even down towards Corpus Christi. But obviously using the real-time data and all this information we have available, you know, we know that Corpus Christi is going to not see the worst of it. But that's the right thing, right? Exactly. You know, the difference even much less than 40 years makes for sure. If I stay for okay, I'm hanging in there, Kim. You know, certainly we're getting close to landfall, and you know we're really just starting to get to the height of it. To be quite honest, guys, if you're just tuning in, I have been on for a while now. I believe we're past hour 5. We are, but I always like to come on with a little bit of lead time because you know you want this to be ramped up a bit rather than you know jumping on right when it's really hitting the fan. And I appreciate everyone. We've had really steady viewership tonight, and I know it's a very odd hour of the night. So obviously there's some interest in obviously A, what we do at the channel, but B, because of this storm as well. So it's our pleasure to keep you informed here at Meteo Mundo, and the team and I are doing some hard work behind the scenes to bring you this coverage, but it's our pleasure to do so. Will full shear see northeast eye wall? Full shear on the western side of the Houston metro area, just a little bit west of there. I don't know if you consider full shear to be part of the metro area or not. Full shear right now is right on the center line for the most part, right? So there's a couple of possibilities for full shear. A little interesting little mapping thing there. If the HRRR model pans out, it rides up the western line here. If we follow the center line from the hurricane track, it's right over you, all right? Both are going to bring you whatever significant impacts that we're going to have from Beryl at that point in time. That being said, we're far enough out in time where I don't expect Beryl to be producing hurricane force winds at that point. Could we still have some higher end tropical storm wind gusts? Absolutely. Again, for Houston, the worst weather is not going to be moving in until after daybreak. All right. Now we're already getting some winds that are picking up there. I thought I just saw 49. There we are, right? The squalls that are beginning to move in are getting more significant, and they're going to compound on each other. But overall, the most consistent wind and rain won't really be working in for at least the next several hours. But by that time, because landfall is going to be here near Matagorda Bay, the eye will have traveled over land long enough and far enough where we're going to really start to see the winds come down. Now, gusts will still be significant, but hurricane force winds, I don't expect that in a sustained fashion in the Houston area, anywhere, north, south, east, or west. Closest we could get is in Galveston Bay area because of, again, the southeast winds, not a lot of friction. Some of those hurricane force winds could try and sneak up into the northwest side of the bay. That's where I would assume we're most susceptible for closer to or even seeing and exceeding hurricane force gusts, but still not even in the sustained fashion. So now Matagorda Bay is just really getting hammered. 59 mile an hour winds on the west side, Palacios, we've got a 69 mile an hour gust. Matagorda, 69 mile an hour gust. .53 here between Freeport and Jamaica Beach. The Galveston area, we're all around 45. Again, up the road and farther east, all the way into Louisiana, we're picking up some near tropical storm force gusts. Still gusty just west, Port Lavaca, or Lavaca, excuse me, Rockport, Corpus Christi, not nearly as much. Again, really a lopsided storm. Center of circulation, the eye itself is right where the icon is, right? It's not this symmetric, but that's where it is. And so again, if we draw a line, we're now within about 15 miles. At 10 miles an hour, it's going to be an hour and a half at the most to actually get landfall. And again, the Hurricane Center already said we're coming up with a special update next hour as well. By the way, just a slight change here. Still 80, now 982, so slightly lower pressure, but still 80 mile an hour winds, moving north-northwest at 10. So the only dip is a 2 millibar dip in the pressure. Let's go back over to our camera. If I can find it, there it is. Again, this looks a little bit worse each time we check out Galveston Beach, huh, guys? Just a little less visibility, a little more wind, rocking and rolling the camera around a bit. Let me get back to the chat. Justin Smith, thank you very much for becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you very much. I am in Florida, yes. You're welcome, EG. You're welcome, Barton. Thanks, guys. What's the max wind gust so far? 74 offshore, 70 in, again, is it Palacios, north side of Matagorda Bay. 70 so far, to answer Brian's question. Sarah says, feels like continuous wind here in Angleton. Yep, that's the situation. You're going to go from gusts to sustained, meaning consistent winds, and probably pushing hurricane force as well. Typically, once the eye begins to move inland, the frictional impacts of land begins to disrupt the inter mechanisms of a hurricane, and we start to see a reduction in wind speeds relatively quickly. It is storm dependent based on other factors, how big a storm is, the intensity at landfall, other things. But yes, in a general broad sense, these storms begin to get ripped apart by the friction of the land and the drier air that gets moved in. It's the same situation that happened over the Yucatan, and obviously, there are other areas that can. But these storms quickly become what's known as extratropical as they move in. You're welcome, Sybil. Again, thanks for tuning in at this wee hour of the morning. If you haven't done so and you want to do me a big favor, just hit the like button, the thumbs up right now. Help to support the channel that way. I appreciate it. That's the Galveston camera. Just as we last came on here, let me see here. Here we go. I'm like working within computer, within computer, within computer. So sometimes it takes me a second. Let's go here. And now we're up to 72. So now we have a 72 at Matagorda. So we're just on the precipice of some hurricane force winds and a gust beginning to move into Matagorda Bay. And we can see all the winds are picking up. We're getting to the heart of it right now, guys. Now we're up to a 59-mile-an-hour wind here on the west side. And again, that's an east wind, so we're still pushing water in. I don't think I can say that enough. In Galveston, it's an east to a southeast wind, so we're still pushing water into the bay. All right? Here in San Leon, it's an east wind, 100 degrees. So again, we're pushing water into the bay. That's going to be the problem there. And then for Matagorda Bay, it's going to be really all about how much of a north wind tries to negate some of the storm surge. But they're getting, they're getting close to the eye as well. Some pretty good deep convection. The thunderstorm development. Let me go back over here to the recon flight. They are still flying. So part of the reason why I did that is, let's do this. Let me go back here. There we go. All right, it's back. Excellent. So let's check out our friends on the reconnaissance flight and see what's going on. Just real quick, just so it's a little bit easy. Well, I'll tell you what, let me bring on the radar. Bring back on the Houston radar. So they are in the eye. That's what they're doing right now. So you're not going to see, again, that's just as of 7 minutes ago, you're not going to see a ton of wind being reported here because they're in the eye. I mean, surface wind of 33, 35, and then they get back out to the far east side here and they get back up to 54, but they're not in the core winds right now. They're sampling the eye. That's what they're doing. And they're right in it right now. Again, it's right here. That is not it. That is not on shore. It's this part right here. But it's getting close. Real close. Again, northeast wind. Matagorda. Trying to keep a bit of a north component. Palacios, 69. West side, 62. Near the Angleton, Lake Jackson area, 45. And again, a nice little 49-mile-an-hour wind gust even here on the south side of Houston. So we're beginning to see what Beryl's going to bring, starting to be brung. Laura says, Danbury, wind is howling, rain beating windows, east side of house. You did good. She goes with Palacios. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate it. And thank you guys again for joining us here. Thanks for being a part of the Meteo Mundo community. Again, love to see the interaction. Drop it in the comments section below where you're viewing from. What the weather is like, especially if you live in this area, give us an update. Just jump in and say hi, right? Why you're viewing, if there's some interest here in Texas, or if you're just a supporter of Meteo Mundo. Had a lot of friends earlier, I think it's getting a little bit late for them, but who jumped on from Jamaica and other areas of the Caribbean just to say hi real quick, and I appreciate all of that as well. Hi, Bino Child. So informative. I'm staying for as long as you are. We're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. I appreciate it. New Caney. Sure. And that is it, oh geez. Is it up here again, or is it on the west side? I feel like it's part of the metro area, right? If it is, just let me know what side of the metro it is. Because we've been there before, but it's all running together. It's not the Conroe area, is it? All right, fine, I'll look it up. Touch screens are great for maneuvering, but they're not the best for having to do rapid typing as well. It's the northeast side. I was really close. I was just a little too far away, wasn't I? Gonna pop up on my map or not? Stick with me. I don't know why it's not popping on my map. Didn't it before? I feel like it did. Yeah, this is it right here, isn't it? I don't know, I feel like I lost some of my, hang on a second. I feel like I lost some of my areas here. All right, so it's north of Humble. Now I'm super confused. Is it even farther north than here? No, it's not as far north as Cleveland. So it's right near Wood Branch. This might not be popping up. And I don't know why, and I apologize. But it's right there. It does look like I might have to reboot it here real quick. It does look like my mapping system is going through a little something right now. It's tired too. So again, you're that far east, relatively speaking. And let me just get back to the chat, make sure we're all copacetic there. Yeah. Again, I'm not really sure why it didn't pop on like it did last time. I apologize. So again, you're going to be on the east side of the eye, all right? There's the eastern envelope, but more than likely we're going to be tracking up near the center. Now, it's going to take a while for the weather to get to this area. We're starting to see some of the fresher winds get into the Houston area. Eventually, this will begin to spiral in, but it's not going to surprise me if your worst weather doesn't come until mid to even late morning. But again, that far north, there's no chance to have hurricane force sustained winds. You're going to have some tropical storm force gusts, and they're probably not going to be even the higher end tropical storm gusts as well. Probably, if I had to guess, in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range. We can look real quickly at the HRRR model for the winds. So if I put that on and just take off the radar data real quick, again, with the HRRR model, which updates hourly, by the way, if I go out to about 11 a.m., we can start to see the winds in that area go down, but it might be more like 1 o'clock. And again, I'll zoom in a little bit here. So here's 1 o'clock. And your winds at that hour, at most, in a gust, right around 60. And that's what I said, 50, 60, I would assume. Now again, can that cause power outages? Can that knock down trees? Absolutely. Is it significant? Yeah, it is. 60 mile an hour winds are extremely significant. But I don't expect there to be sustained hurricane force winds. Still could be some problems. And again, you're right in that swath of the 5 to 10 inches of rain. And if you notice at 1 o'clock, which is noon Central Time, the eye is probably at the closest approach to you here. But again, even here, we do not have hurricane force sustained winds. All right. It'll be weakening enough, especially with its route. So back to business and to the live data, we now have our first hurricane force wind gust, 76 at Matagorda. 76 at Matagorda. Let me do this real quick, guys. Bring back on the lightning data. Bring back on the correct timestamp. We'll get back into the real-time data here. All right, lightning's back on. And again, it's really interesting. Tail end has all the lightning right now. Bit of lightning trying to pick up, but there's your Matagorda 76-mile-an-hour wind. So first hurricane force gust that we've seen here at Meteo Mundo. Right there at Matagorda at 76 miles an hour. Pressure down to 992 as well. .58 now near Lake Jackson. Galveston again, there's a 49 recently, now 38. So there you go in between Angleton and Lake Jackson, 58. So we're starting to push some stronger winds inland. Ocampo, 36 now. Still got the 49 on the southwest side of the city. Basically close to hurricane force winds through all of Matagorda Bay. Back over to our radar. There's our eye, getting closer. Does look like landfall is going to be very close to Matagorda Bay. Again, thank you to all of our supporters of Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you very much. Landfall, I would expect within about an hour. It just depends on where it wants to come in. But right now, that's about the northern eye. This is not the eye. The center of circulation is, again, it's a bit congested. It's not as classic, but it's right here. So again, on the far north side, we can use our spatial tool. And right from the coast, we're about 14 miles at most. Little lightning strike right there, by the way, guys, just picked up. So, hour, slightly more, it's possible, but soon. And again, this is very bad weather near Matagorda Bay. But the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft is still picking up stronger winds displaced north and east of the eye. So there is a very high possibility that whatever maximum winds we see in Matagorda Bay could be trumped by what we see to the east. By no child, still no rain in Galveston. You guys are right on the edge, man. It's really interesting. I mean, the wind field is so elongated to the northeast, but the rain is just off to your west. Barton says rain started in full shear approximately 155. Thank you very much. Yes, Jesse, I'm still on. Hope you're doing well. Paris says rain started to get a little bit heavier in Galveston on the east side. Strong gusts of winds coming through. Yeah, so, you know, the winds have been gusty, not steady. The rain has been relatively light, but coming down in sheets when it does. And both should pick up both in intensity and in frequency here over the next couple of hours. Hi, Mark. Can you show Pasadena, Texas? I'll have Mark get right on it. So again, if you're just tuning in, I'm trying to talk about the Houston area in a general sense because obviously we have a lot of suburbs. You know, here's Pasadena, little wind of 20 there. We did have a gust a little bit stronger, 48. There is some stronger winds on the way. You can see the winds here in the South Houston area beginning to pick up near Friendswood, Pearland, Brookside Village, 35, 40. These are gusts, but we'll start to see some heavier feeder bands move in, kind of spiraling in. You know, right now they're more concentrated off to your south, but if I put the Houston radar into motion, you can get the idea that all this is lifting north in accordance, okay? So soon, even in the Houston area, the wind and the rain will just get more consistent and the winds will certainly pick up in accordance as well. Again, we do have our first hurricane force gust here. Let's see what the sustained wind is, 61. So we're not too far off from having a first sustained hurricane wind. It needs 74, we got 61 right now. Again, of note, there's still a bit of a north component to that wind. Bay City, winds are up to 45. And again, all of this is just getting fresher and fresher and fresher, guys. Beryl is not the most symmetric hurricane ever, for sure. We are starting to see a little bit of convection now wrap around the side, but again, we are imminent to landfall, and by imminent, I mean given an hour. But there has been not much rain and not much wind, relatively speaking, when you get down to Corpus Christi. Once again, to be clear, one of my biggest concerns is going to be the storm surge potential. All right, as Beryl is moving inland, we have onshore winds, especially from Matagorda Bay to Galveston Bay and even up towards Sabine Pass, all right? But especially from Matagorda Bay to Galveston Bay, 4 to 6 foot storm surge, maybe even 4 to 7. That's a lot of water as a potential. Storm surge is very area dependent. It's hard to really forecast for any accuracy for a broad area, but the Hurricane Center does have this storm surge warning in effect for those areas, which they don't take lightly. It's got to be pretty significant, so please be very cautious about that. Hopefully, if you've lived in those areas, you've done what you can to get out of those areas. Apparently, there wasn't a mandatory evacuation on Galveston Island, but hopefully those folks who want to get the heck out of there did. So, Edward, Jackson County is going to be near where the center of circulation begins to move in. It's going to be slightly to the west, okay, there. Not as concerned. I think you will start to see some of those bands spiral into your area, but you are going to miss the storm. The core of it is going to be too far east, right? Still could see some tropical storm force wind gusts in Jackson County. Again, could that lead to some power outages? Absolutely. Is it going to lead to consistent higher end tropical storm and a lot of heavy rain? No. All right. So Jackson County overall, it's close, but we've talked about how lopsided this storm is. If we kind of draw a line on the western eye wall, there's not much west of that. Even here in the central side of the eye, right? There's not a ton to the west. Look at all the activity off towards the east. So Jackson County, again, even though it's close to where Beryl is going to be moving in, I don't expect there to be a lot of impacts. Again, guys, here we go. It is 3:40 Eastern Time. It is 2:40 Central Time. Thanks for tuning in. Rusty McCraney with you here at Meteo Mundo, our continuing coverage of Hurricane Beryl. It is a hurricane. Winds are 80 miles an hour. It is getting closer to landfall right now as well. We'll get another position update from the Hurricane Center in about 20 minutes, but kind of in reality, we don't need it because we can clearly see it here on the Houston radar. That spin right there is our eye, and it is moving closer to the east side of Matagorda Bay, where the last report from Matagorda was a 75-mile-an-hour wind. So we do have our first hurricane force wind gust there. Again, the winds are really freshening up through Matagorda and Brazoria and Galveston counties, okay? And that'll be pushing inland. The winds are picking up on the south side of Houston. And of course, all this is just going to be spreading farther to the north. Now, as far as the winds for Houston, I know we had a 149 mile an hour wind gust, but I do not anticipate there being hurricane force winds in the Houston area, all right? Closest I think we could get will be on the southeast side around the Galveston Bay area as some of those winds come inland from the bay. But as far as getting it into Houston proper, I don't expect that to happen because the eye of Beryl will have to be making too far of a journey in this direction. That's, you know, to get to I-10 from here, it's going to be about a 6-hour journey. And that should be plenty of time for the land interaction to begin to knock Beryl down. So just as the crow flies, as they say, you know, we're 72 miles straight. At 10 miles an hour, it's even more like 7. But we'll be conservative and say 6. So again, that's plenty of time for a lot of dry air to come in, start to kind of screw up the inner mechanisms of Beryl, starting to see the winds diminish. First slowly, then a little bit more steadily. Let's go back to our camera at Galveston Bay, Galveston Beach. I've been saying bay so much. Why, man, and thank you very, very much. Guys, let's get the hearts out. Let's get the like out for Why Manin. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Extremely generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you, Sherry, for the thoughts. Yep. I know Reed, actually. We met and connected in Oklahoma City when I was a meteorologist there. I don't think he was still a student at OU. He might have been a grad student, but he had just started the Dominator program. And so we follow each other on social media and we'll send a message to each other from time to time. But Reed is a one of a one, as I say, right? He's a one of a one. His passion for storm chasing, I think, is unparalleled, and was not surprised at all that he was tracking this thing. You know, we do different things, but he's a very passionate guy, and his main thing again is education. And bringing the stories to life, bringing the storms to life. Good guy. Ms. Priss says, I'm in Richmond, Texas, near Sugar Land. It appears the eye will cross my house. It'll be close. Absolutely close. No guarantees, right? But it'll be close. Thanks for all the chat, guys, by the way, as well. Appreciate you guys interacting with each other. Yeah, EG, it's a little bit closer than 99. I think if we drew a straight line, but it's near there as well. And again, you can just see, just letting this kind of spin up. Notice how, again, we are getting a little bit more convection now on the south side. Now we are really getting a true full 360 wraparound just as landfall is occurring, all right? Remember, the water temperatures here are outrageously hot. That's 84, that's 83, but I bet you just offshore, if we had a sensor here, it would be even hotter. Here, the water temperature was 85. So the supporting shallower water that is extremely hot is probably allowing Beryl to strengthen just before landfall, all right? And we've talked about this. So it'll be interesting to see if these numbers come up even higher. But the shallow water, closer to the coast, the heat content, you can see as well. Do you see the reds now beginning to wrap further south and west? This is the deepest convection on the southwest side that I've seen in a while, right? This is what has been indicative of landfalling hurricanes over the last 5 years or so, where they just really try and blossom right before landfall. Luckily, Beryl, the inner mechanics weren't fantastic with the storm all day. That was great, right? It's also moving quick enough, even 10 miles an hour is fast enough where it doesn't sit over the water. Again, if this was farther east and the orientation of the shoreline, the coastline is north and east, it would have to traverse a longer distance and stay over the water longer if it were to get closer to a landfall in Lake Jackson or east. It's not going to happen. It's going to be near Matagorda Bay. So it was a little bit earlier in timing and a little bit less over the open water, because if we had another hour of this, who knows? Who knows how strong it could have gotten? Thank goodness we didn't. Did it just make landfall? Well, I've been keeping a close eye on it. No, not yet. Now again, let's be clear. The II itself is actually like right here. Right there. So no, not yet. Now again, the Hurricane Center is the ones who come out and says officially. But when we tracked it in real time, this was not included. It's this core right there. Right there. See if the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft is still in the storm. They are, and it's down to 982, which is what officially they have anyway. Let's see here. I think they're finally done. We'll see. 336. 326. No, they're still, these guys, man, they're working. Ooh, what's the surface wind? 60. Okay. So now, again, they're on this northeast side, right? They're right here. They're sampling all the strong winds that are about ready to move on shore. So there's a 60 there. 63, 61, 63, 67. So we can start anticipating those kinds of winds spiraling into here. We've already gotten to 58 near Lake Jackson and Angleton. Bay City, 58. Again, Matagorda, 75. So landfall is coming in the Matagorda Bay area, but not quite yet. But a nice flare-up of convection on the south side to close off the inner core. So very, very fortunate and happy that we're not going to have longer time over water. What could happen in the next hour as this stays offshore? We'll see. The northern eye wall is obviously beginning to impact some of the coast, right? So we'll have to see if there could be any more strengthening. But this is always a concern with these hurricanes. Again, water temperatures upper 80s, shallower, all the latent heat, all the energy, no wind shear. It can be a problem. We've seen Beryl is not going to bomb out, all right? The inner structure has just not been enough to get it ramped up going, right? But could it potentially get a little bit stronger between now and landfall? It's a possibility. Hurricane Center always went with 85-mile-an-hour winds, and I think that could end up being what they call it at landfall. It's 80 right now. Hi, Wymanon. Thank you also for becoming a supporter here at Meteo Mundo by becoming a member. at the supporter level. So again, appreciate you, the super thanks, and I certainly appreciate you also becoming a member here. Also to Kim, thank you very much, Kim. Kim, are you back again? Is this you? Yes, you are, Kim. Aren't you a sweet person? Let's get the hearts out for Kim, guys. Kim again with another $20, and I can't thank you enough. It's extremely nice of you, and I appreciate you sticking with me too. Thanks, guys. Show her the love. Pamela says it's really howling in League City right now. Thanks, Pamela. Again, appreciate all the reports. Keep them coming. Ground truth information is what I want to hear. It allows our community here at Meteo Mundo to interact, to get that real-time information. Again, appreciate everyone staying with me. Mr. Piece of Work says very blustery here and wet in Channelview. Thank you, Mr. Piece of Work. Appreciate you. Again, thanks for everyone joining in. There are other ways you want to support the channel via Venmo or PayPal. You can find those in the description below, and appreciate those who have found those ways as well. But if nothing else, while you're here, you want to do me a big favor, just click that like button. That would be fantastic. It's also a great way to help support us here as well. Gets more eyeballs on the channel. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. We've had a lot of new subscribers since Beryl decided to join us all the way back in the Western Atlantic. It's been a bit of a week, right? So now, pretty much Matagorda Bay is enthralled in hurricane force winds. Gusts, but on the western side now, we've got ourselves a 74 mile-an-hour gust sustained at 62. So we're getting closer and closer to our first sustained tropical storm force winds. Again, I point out it's out of the north, so it's trying to keep the deepest storm surge out of Matagorda Bay, because the north winds that we're seeing here are going to try and mitigate some of the storm surge coming in, right? They're trying to negate each other some. The eye of Beryl will push in water. We're not going to have zero storm inundation here, but we might be able to avoid the worst of it in portions of Matagorda Bay. In Matagorda itself, near that reporting station, it is a 75 mile-an-hour gust with a wind sustained at 63. So now we're getting even closer to actually having a sustained hurricane force wind. Bay City is up to 58 with a gust of 45. We can see the winds here, Lake Jackson and Angleton. We got ourselves a 53 with a sustained 41. Galveston's in at 51. And again, keeping a close eye on the rotation of the storms. Nothing right now is severe. Again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a flash flood warning in these areas. That includes Freeport and Lake Jackson, Brazoria and Sweeney, and Bay City. Looks like up towards West Columbia. Flash flood warning means that a quick rising of water is possible. So please be cautious with that. It goes until 4:45 Central Daylight Time. It's 2 to 4 inches of rain have already fallen in this area, with an additional 2 to 4 inches as well. All right. Flash flooding in small creek streams, urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses, and the poor drainage and low-lying areas. The areas I just mentioned: Lake Jackson, Southern Angleton, Bay City, Freeport, West Columbia, Sweeney, Surfside Beach, Brazoria, Jones Creek, Oyster Creek, all the creeks. Wild Peach Village, there's a name. Sargent and Van Vleck as well. All right, those are some of the areas that are under this flash flood warning. Again, in this area right here. Freeport, other areas. Surfside Beach is right there, of course, as well. And Sargent is just off towards the west. Sargent is basically, far, far east side of Matagorda Bay. Right about there. Look at them spiraling in there, guys. Again, winds are picking up a little bit to the north, but we'll be focused on the coastline here for a bit. Landfall getting a little bit closer. It almost looks like it's just trying to clear out in general, right? Again, I think Beryl is undergoing a little bit of strengthening right before landfall, which is not shocking. Is it going to be an appreciable jump in either wind or lowering of pressure? We'll see. We're right on the edge of landfall anyway, right? Again, that does not look to be the northern eye. It looks to be right here, but everything's clearing out a bit as well. It kind of can get convoluted at the end because the northern part of the storm is obviously being interacted with some of the drier air as it moves inland. So the eye structure of a weak hurricane, like Beryl is, can start to deteriorate pretty quickly. But I still have not seen anything from the Hurricane Center about an actual landfall. Now, we will be getting an updated statement here in just a minute at the top of the hour. So we're hitting 4 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to be pushing into hour 7 of our live continuous coverage here at Meteo Mundo. And we'll be hitting 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time. So again, I appreciate the support here at this late hour. That's very kind of you guys. Inclement says, I hear the winds picking up from inside my house. I'm about to pop outside to see. Thank you, Not a Serial Killer, for the $3 and the super stickers. I appreciate you guys. Get the hearts out for Not a Serial Killer. And for the handle as well. Well, it's only weird because, again, the dry air intrusion just never was fully mitigated by the storm. And again, here's your 81. Here's your new max. 81. So Palacios is now up to 81. So we have well into hurricane force wind gusts around Matagorda Bay. There's the 75, again, Matagorda itself. There's your flash flood warning. And we're up to 50 now in Galveston. So, again, we're going to get a position update from the Hurricane Center imminently. And here it is. Beryl is expected to make landfall along the middle Texas coast within the next hour. It's about 15 miles from Matagorda. So again, let's pause this. I'm going to go from kind of the end here. We're going to go up 15 miles. All right, well, hey, wouldn't you know? It's right on. There you go. Now again, that time, the only issue with this here, and it's perfectly on, and this is where we have the eye right now, is that it's going to say 2 o'clock because that was the last intermediate advisory. It's not going to be able to pick up on the new time of the actual updates. So it might, but typically it doesn't. So obviously it's 3 a.m., but the icon is spot on. So we've got 984, maximum winds of 80. Is it moving due north? It's north-northwest. It is 345 degrees though at 10. So I'm not sure why it says 11. We'll ding it a bit. But again, less than 15 miles from Matagorda. And the winds, they're a rocking, guys. Just to be clear, notice the sharp cutoff of winds west. Notice the elongated wind field and the storm surge potential off towards the east. Gang, we've hit 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central. It's great to see you guys. We're starting hour 7 of live continuous coverage, and somehow I've only taken one break. But I love it. Let's get to the live look here from Galveston Beach. Once again, not a ton of rain there, but the winds are getting steadier. That camera is doing a bit more shaking right now at the 3 a.m. hour. If you look here, there's your wave and surf action. This is the coastal highway, so we'll have to see what starts happening here. I wish they would focus the camera a little bit more, but that's the current shot we have there from Galveston Beach. Again, a little bit of a high perch. We can see that the palm trees are bent over pretty good right now. That's a real solid 45-mile-an-hour wind. We're also now up to 82-mile-an-hour winds in Matagorda Bay. We're up to 82. Let's get back over here. We got ourselves some hurricane force winds coming into Matagorda Bay, guys. It's 64 sustained, 82 gusts. Notice the pressure is also down to 988 millibars. Okay? That's going to be where the center probably gets close to passing. We've got ourselves a 54 with a gust to 81 in Palacios. And then off towards the west, it's a 64. Bay City. I know we had someone in the chat from Bay City. Get prepared for some very strong winds. You're not far enough inland to have these winds come down much. Just about 18 miles. So the 58 in Bay City is going to go up too. Got the 48 in Angleton, but that's not even the strongest that they've seen. And again, the winds on the south side of the Houston metro area, as all expected, are just getting stronger and more consistent. Now we're getting into more consistent low-end tropical storm force winds with a good push of some rain coming in as well. There's your spiral banding features. Again, we had a 60 there in the Angleton area earlier. Flash flood warning 2 to 4 inches or even higher. Thank you, Miss Priss. Winds picking up in Richmond. Priscilla says Liverpool heavy rain with some winds. It's hard to sleep. Oh man, if you're trying to get some sleep right now, you are a trooper. But if you can get a little bit of shut-eye, bless you. West side is becoming max. No, I don't think so. It's just the max of what we can see. I bet you right here is where we actually have the max wind right now, between the Matagorda and the Freeport area. I mean, these are bad enough, but they're more than likely even stronger here. Again, when we looked at the reconnaissance aircraft, all of the strongest winds were displaced north and east of the center. So even though we're getting the core here, I bet you we're going to have the strongest winds up here. And once they move inland, we might start to pick that up a little bit more on some of the sensors. Thank you, Mr. Piece of Work. You're welcome, Kim. Thank you, Beryl or Moral. I apologize. Watching from Cayman Brack. Excellent. You got it. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. So again, guys, we're within about an hour of actual landfall. The icon on your screen is where the hurricane center plotted the actual eye of Beryl as of 5 minutes ago. It's a little less than 15 miles from moving in. It looks like we are locked into a Matagorda Bay landfall, probably Matagorda itself. The winds are obviously getting extremely significant and serious here. We're over 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Palacios and Matagorda. On the west side of the bay, we're at 64-mile-an-hour winds. Over towards Port, I'm going to assume it's Lavaca, but it could be Lavaca, 51, right? With a gust, 31 with a gust to 51. Again, these are north winds, right? And the reason why I keep pointing that out is if we can try and keep a north wind in Matagorda Bay, we might be able to mitigate some of the storm surge, because the north winds are butting up against Beryl coming in with its push of water. It might stop a bit of the storm surge, right? It's not going to completely stop there being an inundation of water, but we might be able to lower that a little bit. As you go farther north and east, the wind fields expand. And again, now we're up to a 54 in Galveston. All this is just going to go downhill, guys. All of it's just going to go downhill. These are southeast winds pushing in the water. Let's just look at a couple of different things here real quick. Let's bring back on our satellite presentation. See what that looks like. Sometimes I just like to reset myself here. Certainly been a blow-up of convection closer to the center here recently, right? On this infrared satellite imagery. Again, we don't have the visible satellite imagery, it being dark. But this is a couple different things I can look at here. That's the low level. And you can already see at the lower levels here, I mean, it's very clear. The low level water vapor imagery as Beryl's northern eye wall begins to push on shore. Look at all the drier air already coming in. You see it break apart right there? Already the moisture content is beginning to dissipate inland. It can sometimes happen pretty quickly, guys. It may not change the structure of Beryl significantly to begin with. Sometimes you see these immediate signs and the impacts for the storm still take a while, because that dry air still has to try and be wrapped back around to really start to screw up the inner mechanisms of a hurricane. I mean, they're kind of like machines feeding off of the warm water and the frictionless surface of the water compared to land. But once they start moving on shore, those impacts begin to take shape. And to look at the upper levels as well. Again, just looking for different things. But that low level is a very indicative thing. And something I'm glad I took a look at here, because we can already see, again, all nice and wrapped up. It starts to move inland, already starting to lose some punch. Again, that's on the west side. East side will still be fed in by the southeast winds. As far as lightning goes, a little bit more lightning near the center, but nothing crazy. Let's see here. Dump that, get back to radar. Again, we're going to be doing a lot of nowcasting because we're close to landfall. We'll take a look at the models coming up, guys. Bay City is ticked up to 59. Your flash flood warning, again, expires in 95 minutes. My computer system will tell you to the exact minute exactly when this expires. That's 4:45 local time. Still very thankful that we had the one brief tornado warning, but nothing else. And it was for 7 minutes. And it was for one of the smallest areas I've seen. So that's all good news. Pressure, and I'll update this here real quick, guys, up top of the screen. Is 982. And that's what it was at 2 o'clock Central Time as well. Really, there was no change except for a position update. So I appreciate that, by the way. It is time to change that. So let's do this real quick. Just get that on the screen. So as of 3 a.m. CDT, again, we do have Hurricane Beryl. Winds are 80 miles an hour. Pressure's 982. And it's moving to the north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. All right, so again, it was just a position update. The 982 was also consistent from the 2 o'clock update as well. So there we go. We'll go back over to the radar. And again, these update in real time for the most part here. We'll get some special observations being pushed out because of the storm. But my thought is right here is where we have the strongest winds right now, just east. Sargent towards Freeport. We can see the winds spiraling inland right now as well, where we're getting near 60 in Bay City. And again, up the coast, now we're pushing those 50s, and they're kind of just holding steady in Galveston, right around 50 miles an hour. Gonna pop another mint in, just kind of moistens my mouth so it doesn't get dry. Obviously, I've been on some marathon rides here lately. We did the Beryl coverage live in the Windward Islands. I'm not exactly how sure that was, long that was, but I want to say around 7 or 8 hours. Then we did the 12-hour stream for Jamaica, which we had to end at 12 hours because you're not allowed to go past 12 hours on a live stream on YouTube. And now we are in hour 7 of the coverage here. So let's just say my throat hates me a bit right now. It's actually held up better than I thought, I'm going to be honest. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Agape Love says, I haven't slept. Rain started at 10 in Lake Jackson. Really strong winds. Power went out a few times. Understood. Understood. Lake Jackson is certainly in the area for some of the intense weather. You're under a flash flood warning, by the way, Agape Love. You've already had 2 to 4 inches of rain, but you guys could see an additional quick 2 to 4 inches of rain. So it is a significant situation there, and you should expect some hurricane force winds to be moving in as well. Inclement, depending on what you want to do, there's all different paths from television to research to private, and it matters on what you want to do. So, you know, maybe figure out what might be interested and then check in. Typically, it's beyond the 4 years. Yeah, no problem, Kim. I probably said 988 earlier. Again, the pressure of Beryl, which is 982 right now, has just slowly but steadily dropped throughout. It's not today, it's yesterday and today, but just slowly going down. Again, the whole forecast was for Beryl to strengthen as it approached land, and it has done that. It's been a slower, steadier increase in winds and dropping of pressure rather than a rapid development because it's been fighting a lot of drier air, but it's happening. And again, we still have some hurricane force winds. They've come down by a few miles an hour in Matagorda Bay recently here. But again, we have had that intensity increase. It's a hurricane again. And the Hurricane Center yesterday morning had 85-mile-an-hour winds at landfall. We're at 80 now, so they're going to be really close to that. You're welcome, Anna. Thank you, Cherry Blossom. Again, that's a great way to help us here, just to give us a like and a share and let your family and friends know about us as well. Again, we've had a lot of new supporters here at Meteo Mundo and new subscribers recently as well, and we appreciate all of that. Pushing 31,000 here live. So thank you for all that support. And again, thank you for the other ways that you guys have supported us here. If you become a member, you see your name in green, like Anonymous and Kim. You get the new sticker when you're a first new subscriber. If you stick around for a second month, you get a different badge. And you get access to custom emojis as well. Again, it's 99 cents a month, just a little way to say thank you and support us here, and we do appreciate it. Trey Bob says that's where I found you. All right, just said power went out. Just turned. Car garage. Gonna ride this out with the AC. All right, be careful, Jesse. Yep. Why Mannon, by the way, I just got to the bottom, is also a supporter and a member here at Meteo Mundo, just joined. It appears that Beryl made a slight turn to the east just before coming onshore. Can you confirm this? It's not onshore yet, okay? This is not the actual northern eye wall. It's right here, okay? So we're not onshore yet. And in a brief time, meaning that in a short amount of time, hurricane eyes, they wobble. They go back and forth. Convection can develop on one side and push it west. Convection can develop on one side and push it east. So in a short term, we actually see the eye wobble back and forth. It's almost stair step, but over a longer duration, it becomes a much more straight line, right? So if it's here, it jogs here, jogs back, jogs back, jogs back. But generally speaking, it follows this straighter line. Now, obviously, that trend can be more west than east than what the Hurricane Center thinks, right? So I'm not, it's going to be within this quote unquote cone of uncertainty, right? Which is basically from the west side of Matagorda Bay up to Freeport. The farther east that we go, I don't expect it. Again, we are imminent to have landfall here. It's close. They still put it 15 miles offshore as of the top of the hour. So I don't want to say, here we go in the next couple of minutes. But at some point in time here, we're going to get landfall in Matagorda Bay somewhere. Could be here, could be on the east side of Matagorda Bay. But we're within the zone now where I don't think there's really much of a shift change that can really happen. Now from here, of course, as you go out in time, could the eye move up the western envelope? Absolutely. Could it move up the eastern envelope? Sure. I think it's a little bit more likely it moves up the central to the western side, just based on the models that I've been seeing. If I put on the models here, and I take off the radar just for a half second, can you see that all of the models are kind of hugging the center line or slightly west? But of note for our friends in Houston, none of them are east of the city. That keeps you on the dirty east side with the center moving west, and that means you have the onshore winds and you're in that right front quadrant, all right? So Houston will get the most impacts from Beryl that they could see. Now, if the landfall was a little bit farther east and it didn't have as much land to go through between landfall and Houston, Houston could have been more susceptible to the actual hurricane force winds. Not expecting there to be hurricane force winds in Houston, but some higher end tropical storm force winds are plausible. And again, for Houston, even though winds are freshening to the upper 30s right now, a lot of your worst weather won't be coming in until later in the morning, daybreak and after. I believe we had another supporter jump in. Yes, Mud. Thank you, Mud, for becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. Let's get the hearts out for Mud. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Joining me on this very early Monday morning. Thank you, Mud. Why am I not asleep? I asked myself the same question. But then I realized, got a passion and purpose here. I hear you, Mud. I hear you. Well, if it ends up being that way, then, you've done well, right? Because in certain areas, it's going to be a lot different. They've got some significant wind here in Matagorda Bay. Will Katie get a lot of wind? Again, Katy being on the west side of Houston will have some of the strongest winds, but do I expect there to be winds pushing hurricane strength? No. Now again, right, we know that these kinds of winds can lead to power outages, trees getting knocked down. We know that Houston is susceptible to flooding. 5 to 10 inches of rain is in the forecast, guys. 5 to 10 inches of rain for Houston and up and down the line as well. I know I have a graphic here. Bear with me. That's not it, obviously. That's still not it. That's it. Now, when I made this graphic, the Hurricane Center had 85-mile-an-hour winds. It's 80. We'll call it close. The gusts to 100. The storm surge along and east of the center, including Galveston Bay, of up to 4 to 7 feet. The rainfall, 5 to 10 inches, potentially local up to 15. We've been looking at the HRRR model, if you're just joining us, and it has that 5 to 10 pretty much following Beryl as it moves inland, at least until just north of Houston. So Houston metro area, 5 to 10 inches of rain is likely. All right, some 5, some closer to 10. This is how it goes. Obviously, that can lead to flash and urban flooding. We get the large swells, we get the dangerous surf, we get the rip current risk as well, okay? And an isolated tornado threat. Cherry Blossom talking about the storm surge on the west side of Galveston Bay. Sure. Again, the storm surge hasn't changed as the forecast. It's 4 to 6 there. Matagorda Bay, right near the center, it's going to be interesting. The forecast is 4 to 7, but it could be very area dependent because a lot of Matagorda Bay right now is actually seeing a north wind, which is going to try and at least stop some of that surge. But there's no stopping the surge near Galveston Bay because we're all going to have an onshore southeast wind. So from kind of the eastern side of Matagorda Bay all the way up here, San Luis Pass and High Island, Sabine Pass, and even into southwest Louisiana, it's all a southeast wind shoving all of that water onshore. That's going to be the issue. So there is a storm surge warning from the Hurricane Center for those areas that I highlighted. And just to verify the actual areas, it's Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass. It does include Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. Again, storm surge is extremely localized, area dependent, and also the timing matters based on tidal cycles as well. So it's hard to talk about in general how much water any area is going to see and how far inland that's going to push. But there could be significant storm surge in some of these areas. Let's check out our live cam while I'm kind of moving around. Well, hello. Not really sure what that was. Obviously, that's the wrong feed. We'll work to reestablish that shot. Give me 1 second here. I'm just double checking. Yeah, I think we got switched on the feeds there. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. Sorry, didn't mean to keep it in black. Let's go back over here. And take a look at what's happening. Again, winds for Bay City up to 59. Lake Jackson now, here you go. For Sarah and Angleton, we're up to 66. That's bad. It's an east wind, up to 66 mile an hour gusts. Core is getting real close. Landfall soon. Let's take off those models. Let's put our Houston radar back into motion. Again, good to see everyone here. Appreciate you tuning in early on this Monday morning, 3:26 Central Time. But again, we're watching Beryl. It's a hurricane. Winds are 80 miles an hour at this point in time. Thank you, Alan. Alan is another new member here at Meteo Mundo. Again, we had 80-mile-an-hour winds near Palacios. There's your 78. Sustained 61. I'm looking for any sustained here. 56. See if the recon flight, what they're up to. They're on the far northeast side of the storm. Again, they're sampling the strongest winds. That's what they're really wanting to figure out right now. Surface wind is 61, way out here. So let's take a look at something. Way out here, we got a 60-mile-an-hour wind. That's significant, right? Get myself off cam for a second. 66. 56. There's a 70. 70. 72. All right. So you have some near hurricane force sustained winds that are located well away from the center, even from the eastern eye wall. More than 40 miles. Darn close to hurricane force. More than 40 miles from the eastern eye. So, guess what's gonna happen? You ready? Good drawing. The problem is I gotta draw this with a mouse, and I need a, like a pen. Just draw it in lines. Do you see this deeper convection in red? It's going to take all that wind and just shove it right back into these areas. So again, the flood warning is already in effect, the flash flood warning. We'll keep an eye on that, but there's going to be another huge surge of wind coming in here on the east side. And again, near the Freeport area. This is where I actually expect to have the most prominent winds. I know we've had some 80s here in Matagorda Bay, but I think it's going to be even stronger in these spots as we go over the next couple of hours. Again, I wish I could be a little bit more like John Madden here, but this thing does a lot of awesome things. Being the easiest to telestrate on is not one of them. At least I haven't figured it out. But it's this area here, right? You know, Brazoria County, maybe the far western side of Galveston, maybe the far eastern sides of Matagorda. There's your flash flood warning, but you know, we're getting 60, 63, but there's even stronger wind coming. Even stronger wind coming. Just going back to the Hurricane Center, making sure again we don't have anything updated in the last half hour. We have not. So we're still offshore. Again, no landfall as of yet. Very, very close. Very, very close. Again, the center now from the position update. Let's check it out. Again, now we're getting about 12, but it could be even a little bit closer than that. So I think I am not overstepping my bounds to say that it is going to be Matagorda Bay area for landfall. I don't think we're changing that, friends. And again, going to have stronger winds in Bay City and Lake Jackson and Angleton coming up. Flash flood warning in these areas. Potentially in these areas, 4 to 8 inches of rain altogether between now and the next, I believe it's about 70 minutes, so 4:45, so 75 minutes, yeah. That's how long this flash flood warning goes for. And in total, since this began, 4 to 8 inches. Significant rain. Flooding of low-lying areas, ponding on roads, poorly drained areas, all of that goes along for the ride. Get back to the chat. Barton, thanks for tuning in. Winds just starting to pick up here in Katy, the full shear, close to the 1463 and 1093. Thank you very much. Rap says, just heard from Storm Chaser, Matagorda Island lost power. Not surprising. Power outages will be coming more and more frequent now. John Brown says, howdy, Rusty, I'm in Katy. I wonder if those heavy rain bands will ease up before getting up here. So the rain bands are going to be area specific, to answer your question, John. But as the core of Beryl moves in, it's going to push more consistent rain into your area. And Katy is going to be within that potential 5 to 10 inch swath. So they may be a little bit more prominent just south of you, okay? But in general, deeper into the day, right, into the late morning hours, even into the early afternoon, is when you might actually get your most persistent rain or consistent rain. And again, when we add it all up, whether it's in these feeder bands spiraling in now, or the more persistent rain coming in with the eye of Beryl, which again is going to be falling apart, but still bringing a lot of water with it, it's 5 to 10 inches overall. Panelist says very heavy rain and lots of wind. In League City. Yeah, just do me one favor, guys, and I really appreciate it. Whenever you give me a report, which I thank you so much for, just make sure you put down your location. That way I have a really good idea of where you are. She was mentioning League City, which is actually really close to the radar site, so that's hard to see, but I can just do the old switcheroo. And we'll look at the composite radar here. So here is the southeast side of the city. And again, the winds are freshening up right now. We're 35, 40 miles an hour. We're getting sustained winds in that regard, by the way, as well. San Leon and Friendswood, Brookside Village. Again, this is a loop over the last, I'm going to dump it down to 3 hours. But you can just see over the last 3 hours, the rain bands are getting more persistent. And the rain and the wind is getting more consistent as well. Good solid wind on the south side of Houston. Now we're into that upper 30, lower 40 gusts. So we're into tropical storm force gusts. All right, Kim, you take care of yourself, okay? Thank you so much for all the support. Wyman now says 56 in Galveston. Yep. There it is, right there. You live in Liverpool. The first thing I'll say is that we all know that mobile homes are not the sturdiest, and we need to be very careful when we're riding out storms in mobile homes. Obviously, you know, it's too late to change the situation, Priscilla. I see where you are right there. I'll say Liverpool could certainly be seeing some hurricane force winds. So you just try and secure yourself as well as you can, okay? I mean, we're kind of in the heart of the storm right now. But, you know, mobile homes, obviously in general, are not as sturdy as other housing. And, you know, again, it's probably choice to stay or to go. But at this point in time, we're locked into those decisions. So it's time to just wait this through and hope everything turns out okay. All right. Now look, these kinds of winds are going to cause problems for a lot of different areas and a lot of different kinds of structures. When you're talking about getting winds that could be close to hurricane force in that area, it's going to be really close. Okay. You can already see the 66 gusts there in Angleton. And again, these winds are going to pick up even more because we do have the strongest winds still offshore. And this is going to be for a lot of the area. Power is going to be a big issue because these winds are going to start taking out some power. All right. And then obviously what comes along for the ride is going to be the heavy rainfall, the 5 to 10 inches and some locally higher amounts. You're welcome, Pamela. The eye technically has not reached shore as of last check. It's darn close. But they still had it. You know, you can see it right there. And again, it's just where they want to verify the northern eye wall coming in. It's going to be Matagorda Bay, Matagorda. I mean, there's no stopping that at this point in time. Again, appreciate the over 300 people still with us here. Paris made some coffee, getting back to sleep. I've thought about it from time to time, but I don't think I'm going to pull the trigger. Because after I'm done with this, I'm going to crash city. Whenever this ends, this is me just like, I might not even get the microphone off before I'm in bed. Okay, so now we have a tornado warning, guys. So let's talk about this. Let's get serious for a second. Again, we've been watching these landfalling, these spin ups. So we do have a tornado warning. Let's take a look at it. It's going to be for 21 minutes. We can see some of the areas impacted: Needville, Pleak, Thompson's. Again, tornado warning currently in effect. Let's take a look at the velocity. And here we go. So we've got some of the brighter pinks and some of the greens close to each other, indicative of at least some rotation. Okay? Let me get to again, still don't even have it on the Weather Service webpage yet. This is how fast this system is. But again, tornado warning is currently in effect for the next 20 minutes. This looks to be, if I'm not mistaken, mainly in Fort Bend County, and then a very small sliver of Brazoria County as well. And if you know some people in this area, I hope they're paying attention. Here's a tornado warning that's currently in effect. Let's take a look here. Again, if we get into like true radar mode here, I can activate a couple different things to do some live tracking. Well, you know, with a landfalling hurricane, you might have a storm moving at 70 miles an hour. And there you go. So it actually has it trying to go north of the polygon, but the Weather Service has it going west. All right. Now this is, we get into the weeds here because these are basically all the storm cells. And with a landfalling hurricane, there's just too many of those. I don't see a tornadic vortex signature. But what you're looking at here, guys, is look, you've got winds coming into the radar site of around 47 miles an hour and winds going away from the radar site of about 56. So that's what we call gate-to-gate shear of over 100 miles an hour. All right? So within this area here, there is some good spin. All right? Winds are going in opposite directions close to each other. That's what we're seeing here, right here. The green and the red close to each other. Again, this is south of Thompson's. And hopefully here hopefully by now we actually got it. Again, my system picks it up quicker than the actual websites. So it is for southeastern Fort Bend and northern Brazoria counties, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Siena or 7 miles southwest of Fresno, moving west at 50. West at 50 miles an hour. Okay? Again, radar indicated rotation. So Rosenberg, Pleak, Fairchilds, and Thompson's, and Needville. All right, so at the end of this, and again, this is southwest of Houston. So again, tornado warning in this area for the next 17 minutes. And there is definitely some spin here of relative significance as well. Outbound winds, and some of the inbound winds as well. Again, pulling some gate-to-gate shear, which is winds in opposite directions of around 100 if you average it out in total. So that's where I would expect there to be the strongest rotation if it is. But again, it is not confirmed. It is radar indicated, and that's what we're looking at right now live, is where the area of concern would be. Okay? So again, at 50, how far do I have to make this map to go 50 miles an hour? Let's see. If we go from the area of concern, and there you go. That's how far it would travel at 50 miles an hour, but who knows how long. And again, the warning only goes for another 16 minutes. So obviously they're not going out the full hour as I did, but that's just what I have it as set as standard. All right, so tornado warning in this area for the next 16 minutes. I'll keep an eye on it for you guys. Does anyone live in that area? You got it, Alan. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very kind. Rap says Matagorda Beach apparently cut off as the water is over a road. Yeah, not surprising, guys. Tornado warning for Fort Bend County, west of Siena. Yep, we're on it. Johnny says Stafford, Texas here. Winds picking up, steady drizzle, trees billowy. Thank you, man. Paris says we got ourselves some downpours in Galveston. Wind is getting much more severe. Beginning to pick up for sure. So, getting reports of some calm conditions in Matagorda Bay, which again, I hear you. Just following along with typically what happens, by the way, just so you know, is that when it actually makes landfall, the Hurricane Center will come out and say it's made landfall. Doesn't mean it hasn't made landfall, they just haven't done that yet. But obviously we're getting conditions which show that. Now, also to note, the winds are beginning to come down in that area. And obviously as we see the winds come down, which it looks like it hit 84 here for a time. That would be indicative of also seeing the eye beginning to move inland. Actually it hit 86, didn't it? Let's see. Where's that 76? 81. Yeah, okay. So let's go back over to reflectivity. Let's get off of here. Let's get back over to our reflectivity. Again, we'll keep an eye on the tornado warning. But we can see that now the winds are beginning to lighten up in Matagorda. So it is indicative that the eye is beginning to move onshore. Agreed. We'll see when the the Hurricane Center wants to say, hey, officially, it may landfall at this time. All right. Again, the flash flood warning for the next 58 minutes. Galveston is starting to get rocked as well. The winds are really beginning to freshen up there. Let's go back to our webcam here out of the Galveston beach area. So now we're looking at 60-mile-an-hour gusts. And you can see the water beginning to get a little bit more raucous here. The wave action beginning to get a little bit more steady. Obviously, there's the coastal highway, and we can see those trees holding on. And we can see that wind knocking this camera around pretty darn good right now. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Thank you, Pamela. Appreciate it. Nice little lightning strike there, it looked like. I was kind of looking to the side, but that's what it looked like to me. Again, live look here from Galveston Beach, guys. You can see all that wave action. It's really picking up there as well. It's a 60-mile-an-hour gust from time to time, and getting more consistent in that vicinity as well as far as wind speed goes. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. There again is your Galveston latest reports of wind gusts, which are high-end tropical storm. Continuing to follow this tornado warning. Goes for another 11 minutes. Again, if you live in these areas, make sure you seek shelter. They include Pleak and Needville. Good night, Michael. Appreciate you. Again, tornado warning is going to be in effect for the next 11 minutes here. Next 10 minutes. Also could see some small hail, but the main concern is going to be the potential tornado. We can see it moving rapidly. It's going 50 miles an hour, guys. These storms are going to be racing in 50 miles an hour. Okay? So moving west at 50. And again, down the road, we'll see how this goes. But we can see here, right in this area, you see we have the outbound and the inbound are both high numbers, close. If I go out here, it's all outgoing, but there's no real stronger winds here. But this is a pretty decent couplet here. Right there. So we got to keep an eye out for that right there. Heading closer to Pleak. Certainly some fresh winds there. I mean, you know, that's where we have our couplet. The reds and the greens close to each other. Just got an update on the radar, and or they switched modes on me. but we're still getting that same thing here. Right there. Again, it's all radar indicated, nothing confirmed. But there is our active tornado warning. And again, you know, the winds are beginning to lighten here, so we've got to be really near or we've already had landfall. It's very close. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean that the northern eye wall has pushed in, but obviously we have a reduction in wind speeds here, which is a bit of an indication. And if we zoom this out, we can see the winds are still very, very consistently high near the Angleton, Lake Jackson area. I think we have some really strong winds here down by Sargent as well. We've got the 52 here on the west side, and then 56 and 59. That is a marine observation, by the way. I know I'm over that, sorry guys. But a 59-mile-an-hour gust there towards Galveston. Winds are getting steadier and stronger on the south side of the Houston metro area. We're pushing 40 and 45. Here's a 47 in San Leon. Friendswood 45 as well. There's our tornado warning. I'll continue to monitor. 62 now in Bay City. D says the wind is terrible in Lake Jackson, and I can understand. Rap says the lights are still on at Surfside Beach. Okay, thanks. Yeah, guys, everything's just going downhill, obviously. I mean, landfall has either occurred or is imminent. I don't like to call it only because the Hurricane Center will put out an official statement. And let's see here. There we go. All right, now we have center of Beryl makes landfall near Matagorda, Texas. There you go. All right, mark it down. We have landfall, Matagorda, just like we've been talking about. So landfall over Matagorda. There's your track to the west side of Houston eventually over the next 5 or 6 hours. Landfall came with winds of 80 miles an hour. Pressure did drop to 979. And it is moving due north now. So we'll update those statistics just for a second. The storm surge warning still continues for Mesquite Bay to the Sabine Pass. That does include, again, Matagorda and Galveston Bays. The hurricane warning is in effect for Mesquite Bay northward to Port Boulevard. And then you got the tropical storm warning north to the Sabine Pass. So those are current watches and warnings. Of course, we also have this tornado warning. Again, fast-moving storm embedded within rain. You'd never see it. Hopefully this cooperates. There was radar indication of some rotation, but that's it. And hopefully nothing more than that. Although I say that, and on the heels of that, here's a second tornado warning. So they've fired another tornado warning for this area right here. So here we go. We're starting to get into the rotation now, causing there to be some spin-up potential tornadoes. Again, I'm sure this is going to be radar indicated. And a lot of times with these landfalling storms, the Weather Service will just start firing off numerous ones when they see areas of rotation, because they're moving so fast as well, right? Again, my system faster than the Weather Service. website, so we'll get to the details on that. But again, that's going to be most of the northern side of Brazoria County. We've got some smaller areas like Manville and Iowa Colony, and that does then sneak into the far eastern sides of Fort Bend County back towards the Thompsons area. So unfortunately, Thompsons has had 2 tornado warnings in that area here within the last 20 minutes. The wind freshening up to around 48 miles an hour in Friendswood. Again, these are gusts, but everything is just starting to, again, pick up, guys, in all different ways. We've got the flash flood warning, the 2 active tornado warnings. We've got winds up to 60 in Galveston. We've got winds on the south side of the Metro Houston area in the upper 40s. And we have landfall of Beryl in Matagorda. Again, winds there peaked in the lower 80s. Back down to 53 right now, 62 in Bay City, 70. And again, Palacios. Yep. Tornado warning in Angleton. I do not see a tornado warning for Angleton. Did you hear your weather radio go off, Sarah? Rap says Surfside Beach is underwater. Violet, just got back. Electricity and internet in Jamaica since passing of Beryl. It will come to pass. Remember, just like and subscribe while you're here. Thank you, Violet. And good morning to you. Mr. Piece of Work checked in on some storm chases. They're parked at a big Buc-ee's billboard, hoping. Jeez. Not a Cat 2. Again, these are our 2 tornado warnings. So here's what I'd say, Sarah, in Angleton, is that maybe you got the warning because it's in your county, but it's not for Angleton. Because the newest one is for East Central Fort Bend and North Central Brazoria, and it includes southeastern Missouri City, southwestern Manville, Arcola, Iowa Colony, and Siena. So again, potentially because it's in your county, but it actually is not for Angleton. My computer system can pick up on exactly where it is as far as the warnings and the polygons. It's still very, and again, by the way, we're literally counting down to the seconds when this tornado warning is ending. And we'll see if the Weather Service wants to pick up an additional warning west of there, all right? Typically, these tornado warnings aren't extended very much because the circulations wrap up very quickly and dissipate very quickly. And almost every time in a landfalling hurricane, especially at night, it's going to be radar indicated. And so that's what we would see right here. Rotation in here, prompting the radar indicated tornado warning. But again, just for that area of the county. Let's take a look at the winds. I mean, definitely landfall here in Matagorda. Your winds are all the way down to 33. So Matagorda right now, right in the eye of Beryl as it moves on shore. Bay City's winds 62. Palacios 70. Let's check in on Galveston. It's actually come down a couple. Still 53, but we had some 60s there. The village of Tiki Island, love it. Upper 30s, lower 40s, now pushing deeper into and closer to the south side of Houston. Sugar Land 39, Up here even a little bit closer, 43. And again, we're looking at the radar out of Houston. Now look, Beryl's on shore, so we've had landfall, okay? Now what's the situation here? Well, eventually we're going to start to see the winds come down a bit in the core of Beryl. But one of the issues is that the strongest winds are still displaced north and east. And that's where we still have the onshore flow, right? So that's why we talked about that storm surge threat, certainly all the way through Galveston Bay, but towards Sabine Pass as well, because these are going to be southeast winds. What they were in Matagorda Bay was at least a bit of a northerly component. So hopefully there was some mitigation of the storm surge there, although the hurricane itself is going to come with a wall of water. It just may not be as significant. But really here, these are going to be really strong onshore winds for Freeport and Jones Creek and Oyster Creek and Lake Jackson. And then just farther east that you go as well. Again, 50, 55 mile an hour winds and gusts. And just beginning to freshen up as well. And we'll watch this tornado warning in these areas. Category 1, winds are 80. It just made landfall. Let me update that information real quick. And while I do that, let's check out the soothing tunes of Galveston Beach. Again, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds as we speak there. So we are on, let's see here, hour 8 of our coverage. Thanks for tuning in, guys. You can see the lightning strikes in the distance there from Galveston Beach as we begin hour 8 of our live coverage here at Meteo Mundo. Hurricane Beryl is on shore. Landfall, Matagorda, Texas. That camera is shaking and will continue to do so. So again, I'm just coming up right into the newest information that you'll see on the top of your screen. Beryl still with winds of 80 miles an hour, Category 1 at landfall. Never got stronger than 80, but that's strong enough. Got back to hurricane strength. Pressure actually fell a few more millibars to 979, but they didn't drop the winds any, probably because the hurricane hunters couldn't find anything more than that. Moving northeast and allegedly picking up a little bit of forward speed at 12 miles an hour. We'll take a slight increase in forward speed because, again, faster forward speed, the less it stays in one area. Pretty good lightning strikes out there as well, huh? And again, we'll be watching that surf trying to come back over some of these areas as well. Back over to our live radar. We'll reset the scene here. I'm going to bring on the infrared satellite imagery real quick. And again, if you're just tuning in, because I know it's the wee hours of the morning, and some folks are tuning in when they can, we have ourselves a landfall near Matagorda Bay area of Texas. That was recently. Now we'll be watching for the spread of wind into a little bit farther northern areas, all right? Hurricane force winds are possible, especially near the coastline. As we get deeper inland, it's going to be tropical storm force gusts, but still plenty of wind near the Houston area to cause some problems in the form of power outages, right? In the form of knocking down some trees and debris and all those kinds of things. And then obviously the rainfall that comes with it. Again, Beryl is going to be a progressive system. It is not going to stall. At the same point in time, it's also not racing 25 miles an hour. It's kind of in between. It's at 12 miles an hour right now. So again, as the crow flies for the Houston area, landfall has just occurred. To get up to I-10, it's about 72 miles, which is exactly 6 hours. So by about 10 a.m., we would expect whatever core is left of Beryl to be due west of Houston. Now, obviously, we're going to see impacts well ahead of that, okay? And some of those impacts will include the opportunity for some significant storm surge here on the southeast side of, obviously, into Galveston Bay and the southeast side of Houston in general. Rainfall of 5 to 10 inches could be very significant, friends. Very, very significant indeed, with some locally higher amounts. Again, just looking at this water vapor imagery, if you notice that it's kind of in a comma shape, it looks like we're already starting to see some drier air kind of try and wrap back in. It's a process. It doesn't start to really impact the storm at the beginning, but the cumulative effects of continuing to wrap in drier air and the friction of land as the eye moves on shore, that will begin the weakening process of Beryl. Again, it's going to take some time, but it's going to happen now that we are on shore. Back over here to the reflectivity. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, I thoroughly appreciate, very much so, a like here of the channel. Thank you very much for liking the live stream. Thank you for subscribing if you haven't subscribed. Thank you for all of our new members of the channel, for all those who have supported via the super thanks and the super chats and the super stickers and everything else that's super. I appreciate you guys. Paris says, so it'll slow down since it's made landfall. Sometimes with the friction, it slows down a little bit, right? There are other factors as well inland that could cause it to slow down or accelerate. I think at least through today, we are going to actually have a relatively consistent forward speed. I don't think it's going to change much. Should eventually pick up some speed as it gets into the far northeast side of Texas and into Arkansas very late tonight and overnight and into tomorrow. Yeah, winds are rocking and rolling, guys. Again, we still have a tornado warning. I'll keep up to date on that. If there's any other information to pass along, I will. That goes for the next 6 minutes, by the way. Right here. But it looks like the cell is almost already out of that polygon because it's moving west at 45 miles an hour. It's hauling. And my algorithm's not picking up a tornado vortex signature or anything, but again, you know, the Hurricane Center, they're just going to, the Weather Service, keep confusing the two because deal with them all the time, but the Weather Service here at Houston is not going to play around if they see any kind of low-level rotation. These storms are moving so fast at 50 miles an hour or so that they're going to just go ahead and fire off a warning because they need to get that information out quickly because that storm is going to be booking, all right? And typically, if we do actually have a tornado embedded within the rotation of Beryl or any hurricane or any tropical storm, it's going to be very brief in nature, all right? It's probably not going to come anywhere close to actually being on the ground for the entire warning time, but obviously they want to give people ahead of it the opportunity to prepare as well. So again, it's all radar indicated. Nothing is actually confirmed. And hopefully, every single other warning, if they have to issue more, coming out will be radar indicated and not actually confirmed. Because being 4 in the morning, it's a dangerous situation. There's our one tornado warning. And we're back up to 62 in Galveston. So really starting to get strong along the coast in areas well west of where the eye made landfall. So if we look at this, you know, we had that 62 here just a second ago, right there in Galveston. Here's where the eastern side of the eye made landfall, and we're about 70 miles away, and we're getting some extremely high-end tropical storm force gusts. Again, the east side of the storm, much more mature with the stronger winds. It was like that all day. The west side really did struggle a lot. It is a elongated storm. There's fresh wind, right, for Victoria and Port Lavaca. 48-mile-an-hour winds. Those are strong, but there's not a lot of rain, and it'll be out pretty quick. And then you don't get too far away. You're up to 72 here on the west side. We're in the eye of the hurricane right here, guys. That's why you have the 33. Pressure of 982, by the way. Pressure reported there of 982. Just looking at a couple different radar things here. Let's get back to the chat. Sarah says, winds are strong here. Power went out but came back on. Donald says, transformers blowing near Missouri City. Rap says, power is out at Surfside. I hear you, United Sardines. Jesse says it's getting real. I can understand the sentiment for sure. Just kind of reset the system here real fast. Get back over to the radar. Again, we're beginning to see the core of Beryl move inland. We've had landfall, Matagorda. You can see how the winds are much lower there because that's where the eye has moved inland. Again, I have high concerns about areas north and east for wind, rain, i.e. flooding, urban and flash flooding, and a storm surge. 3 to 6 or 4 to 7 foot storm surge is possible along the center of Beryl and just off towards the east. If you're looking in the chat, you're seeing right now that there are some reports of some water inundation in some of these coastal areas already. Last report was 51 miles an hour, Sarah. And you know, the storm surge is still coming on, guys. It's a gradual thing, obviously, right? Rapids, Galveston news, major damage, 78 houses, debris, canal, multiple power lines down caused by a spotter, reported tornado 17 miles southwest of Galveston. Okay, so again, these, you know, we're gonna have potential spin-ups. It's a possibility. They are extremely hard to detect. They are extremely hard to track because they're moving at 50 miles an hour or more, and they're going to be wrapped in rain, high precipitation rain. That tornado warning was allowed to expire, so at this point in time, we don't have any tornado warnings. But we can see again the winds on the south side here of the Metro Houston area really beginning to freshen up. Friendswood, near that area, just had a 53-mile-an-hour wind. Here again, north of League City, kind of on the west of 45, it's a 48. Here's Brookside Village, 48. All right, and 62 in Galveston. Let's check in on that camera. Bit out of focus now, isn't it? But you can see the story. Look at that camera shaking. 60 plus mile an hour winds. Live look to Galveston Beach, guys. 4:16 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Getting some winds, 50, 60 mile an hour plus in gusts. Sheets of rain coming in. Nothing's still prominent with the rain, but when the wind's blowing that hard, it's kind of going, you know, horizontal anyway, right? Tremaine says, heavy rains here in League City with some wind, nothing crazy as of yet. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Did we just lose it? Did you guys see that blue flash? Wow, did you see that blue flash? That was a big lightning strike. Wow. I believe we lost power. Transformer gone. Did you guys see that big old blue flash? Oh, it just came back. Yeah. So here's the deal. I'm watching it in real time, and then to make sure that I saw what I really saw, there's obviously a very minor delay to the actual YouTube feed. And so, you know, it's going back and forth. Now the lights are back out. Yep. Now, again, they'll come on and they'll go back off. So obviously there's power problems on the island. And now we're actually starting to see that camera shot lit up by all the lightning strikes. It's getting rough there on Galveston Island, guys. And again, we're not even talking about the potential 4 to 6 foot storm surge in some spots up the Galveston Bay. Camera's still live though, obviously. It's shaking, I can see the trees, but a little bit darker now without the power. We'll keep an eye on it. Is that a, is the Bucky sign a kind of a waypoint? We lost the Bucky sign in Freeport. Freeport got hit hard. Yep, Surfside Beach, Freeport area. Absolutely. And we talked about how these winds within these feeder bands were really focused in on that area, right? These winds would be coming inland like this. And that's where we had some of the strongest winds from the Hurricane Center. So we'll see how high they really get in that spot. But you can clearly see that arcing of one of the more powerful core feeder bands coming right into that area. Again, it's also an onshore wind. So there's an opportunity that's going to cause some problems that way as well. No, 51 miles an hour is not slow. These are gusts. And that's certainly inland from the actual center. Again, we had, if you're just tuning in, we had over 80 mile an hour winds in Matagorda. And the wind field is expanding north and east as well. But really, really solid winds. Now again, western edge, the western edge, there's a sharp delineation, right, of what we're seeing on the western edge. It's breezy in Port Lavaca, but it ain't nothing like they saw in Matagorda Bay, and it's nothing like we're going to see for our friends here as well. For really a lot of, Matagorda County, Brazoria County, Galveston County, all those impacting significantly. And the weather continues to go downhill in general. The heavy rain is beginning to add up as well in some spots. Again, right now we don't have a tornado warning. We still have our flash flood warning. So looking at the current time here at 4:20, the flash flood warning continues. Overall, when this flash flood warning ends in about 23 minutes, the talk was potentially 4 to even up to 8 inches of rain in a couple of spots right here, because they're just getting the consistent feeder band activity here being fed right in with the southeast winds. The rain's going to pick up for Galveston as well. And again, you're going to be looking at high 40s into the low 50s with these breezes beginning to freshen up. Had a couple tornado warnings that are allowed to expire. They go quick, guys. They go real quick because these storms are moving around 50 miles an hour. So really fast forward speeds, and they're all radar indicated. Right? No ground truth as of yet. But we did get a report of one here in the chat, potentially. From Galveston News, apparently. Got it falling down, okay. Thank you, Gardening with Stacy. It's very kind of you to say. Appreciate the thought from others across the Caribbean and the Bahamas and the world. Keeping on our friends here in Texas, just like our friends in Texas and other areas kept an eye out on our friends in the Caribbean as Beryl moved through. Again, what a amazing storm for all the wrong reasons. Beryl was the strongest storm ever to form in that part of the Atlantic this early in the year. Today, it broke what we call the accumulated cyclone energy record. The ACE, accumulated cyclone energy, is just an easy way to give one numerical value to a hurricane or a tropical system in general. It takes into account basically how long a storm has survived and how intense that storm has been throughout its life cycle. And that number equates to, again, something that we can measure across hurricane seasons. And now Beryl is the storm with the highest ACE, accumulated cyclone energy, since before August 1st. It broke Emily's record back in 2005. So this has the highest ACE of any hurricane before August 1st on record. I hear you. Mean. Talking about not wanting to see a storm at night. It just brings in a little bit more of the worrisome factor into play, right? Because you can't look outside, you can't see what's going on. You just hear a lot of noises. You're not exactly sure what just happened. I get it. Again, I've been through a lot of different storms, some of them during the day, some of them at night. But again, we can see these winds are just really picking up right now throughout this entire area as Beryl moves inland. Again, Beryl has made landfall in Matagorda, Texas. You can see the 28-mile-an-hour winds indicative of the eye actually in. That eye wall is beginning to move to Bay City. I got to be honest, I was thinking Bay City's wind might actually jump up a notch into the hurricane force. We'll see how it goes. Out here near El Campo and Wharton, we're picking up winds of 56 miles an hour in Wharton County. So winds are starting to get real fresh there as well. Again, guys, if you're just tuning in, a big favor would be just to hit that like button. I appreciate that. Again, I think we're going on now 7.5 hours of coverage in a row. I appreciate you. Thank you for finding us. Thank you for joining us for our live continuing coverage of Hurricane Beryl, which is now inland. We had a couple of tornado warnings earlier. We've got the flash flood warning here that continues closer to the coast. We've got some gnarly winds spinning in now. You can see that, Bailey Prairie, Richwood, Angleton, Lake Jackson, over 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. As you get towards Surfside Beach, where's Surfside Beach? There it is. You go a little bit further off towards the east. We got ourselves a 57-mile-an-hour wind there. And by the way, the pressure here at this report was 981.4. Hurricane Center has it at 979. But again, a deepening storm as it made landfall, meaning getting stronger as it was coming on. For the Galveston area, looks like we're getting some power problems for you guys. All right, we saw the flashes in the camera. Let's go back to that right now. Apologies. Let me just double check something real quick here, make sure that's not a new tornado warning. Okay, it's not. Well, we can see the camera is still working. We can see a car driving down the highway. We just don't have any lights anymore, which is expected. You know, with Beryl coming on, power is going to be something that is either sporadically lost or lost in a pretty widespread way. But this shot here from Galveston Beach, no more lights. No more lights, at least at this point in time. Thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate you finding the channel. Yeah, keeping a close eye on Beryl. It's inland, but now we're going to start to see some of the hurricane and especially a lot of the high-end tropical storm force conditions work their way farther inland. While I'm here, again, I still want to reiterate this fact that the storm surge could be one of the most significant factors, and I don't want to underplay it, and I don't think I have, but the fact that we could be talking about storm surge of 4 to 6 and even 4 to 7 feet for Matagorda Bay, Galveston Bay, and areas surrounding those, those bays is very significant. All right, it is extremely area dependent. It's hard to forecast as far as how far inland. Tidal cycles play a role in this as well. But again, localized inundation is likely with Beryl, especially near the center over Matagorda Bay and east of the center through Galveston Bay, and even a little bit farther east towards Sabine Pass, because we have our constant onshore winds, our northeast winds. Very, very constant out there right now, guys. All right. So that's going to be an issue for a lot of the Texas coast, is the amount of water that Beryl could push on shore 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7 feet. And they do have a storm surge warning still in effect. And that is for Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass. And that does include Matagorda and Galveston Bays. Again, these are the overall threats, the sustained winds. I had it at 85, it came on shore at 80, that's close enough. The gusts to 100, all right, haven't seen that yet, but the Sargent area got hit pretty hard just east of the weather sensor there from the eastern side of Matagorda Bay. Again, the storm surge of 4 to 7 feet. Rainfall totals, that could be 5 to 10 inches, and we'll look at that coming up, but locally even up to 15. Right now, the models aren't really showing 15, but 5 to 10, absolutely. Flash and urban flooding will come along with those kinds of healthy rainfall totals. Obviously, for the shore areas, we're going to have large swells. We're going to have the dangerous surf. We're going to have the rip currents, and as we mentioned, the isolated tornado threat as well. Go back over here to the weather computer. We'll bring back up our models. Take a look at this real quick. So I'm going to zoom back out here real fast. You can see the winds there in Matagorda if you're just tuning in. Then we're going to take a look at the reflectivity. We'll take a look at the wind. And we'll take a look at the rain. And again, I just have this preset here, so I just have to zoom back in. So the first thing we're going to look at here is going to be the HRRR model reflectivity. Okay, so again, there's your position of where Beryl is right now. Notice that the wind fields basically go away as we start to move into the far north side of Houston, Conroe, up towards Trinity, well away from the metro area, but that is the last gasp of any tropical storm winds out of that. Okay. Again, progressing right now at 12 miles an hour to the north. So we have landfall. We have, by the way, this is the HRRR model, updates hourly. I think it's doing a very good job at having a pretty weak west side of the storm and a much more resurgent east side of the hurricane. So as we go through the morning hours, you can see that the heavy rain kind of just expands and the squall lines just become more consistent rain with some embedded extreme gusts, which could still be on the high end of tropical storm force in the Houston metro area. And everything just progresses to the north and to the east. Some of this squall weather will move into southwest Louisiana as well. But you can see by the end here, as we get towards the evening, we should be done with the rain in Houston. Really, by mid-afternoon, we're seeing a lot of it push far enough to the north quick enough where we're done. Okay? And then it moves into far east Texas and begins to kind of expand as Beryl becomes extratropical and becomes a mid-latitude cyclone. Gets wrapped up in the mid-latitude winds here in North America. It'll begin to lose tropical characteristics relatively quickly. And there you go. Now, what about the wind? Let's look at the gusts. So again, anyone curious about how much wind we could possibly get? Well, again, this is a high resolution model that updates hourly. So it is spot on, right, with where Beryl is right now. Okay? So let's go out in time. Oh, let's see here. I might have to loop it up first. Yeah. So the last time we looked at the HRRR, it was right down the western envelope. Here, it's basically down the western envelope with a little nudge east towards I-10, but not much, right? But it's still within that quote-unquote cone of uncertainty. So here you go. Again, you're talking about, on the HRRR model, what could be some of the wind speeds that we could be seeing in Freeport and Surfside Beach and places like that. Well, hopefully this thing will let me query. There we go. A question could be, is this even underdoing it a bit, right? Here's Surfside Beach. Again, you get closer to Sargent in this area. And now you're getting into those winds of 85 miles an hour. For Metro Houston, this is pretty spot on. We've been looking at upper 30s, lower 40s. And that's about what we're seeing right now in gusts on the south side of Houston. And for Galveston, we're close. We're picking up right there on the edge, maybe more like 68, 69, but we've been in the low 60s. So you got to tip your cap to the HRRR. I think it has a pretty good idea of the wind. So we snap it a little bit farther in. This is going to be 7 a.m. Central Time. Again, you're looking at Eastern Time. Again, you can see the center of circulation just west of Bay City. And you can see those strong winds that are still persistent on the east side. maybe still even some hurricane force winds right along the coast. Certainly, it looks like potentially for portions of Galveston Island. Then we continue to move inland, and now this is 11 o'clock. I mentioned this is when we're going to have what's left over of the eye, and it will still more than likely be a quote-unquote tropical system then. But now you start to get into those winds here in Houston, which are again going to be high-end gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. I think that's the likely scenario. That late morning, potentially even into the early afternoon, depending on speed, you're going to be looking at a lot of areas here pushing 50 and 60 mile an hour winds. I don't know if I buy the winds as sharp on the west side. I think that's one thing maybe the model's not doing a good job of handling, is that Beryl is very asymmetric, and I don't see any reason why it becomes more symmetrical as it moves inland. But the winds will begin to relax in the metro Houston area as we get into the late afternoon. Still behind the storm, southwest winds could be over 50. But if I zoom this out, and this is just a wind product, guys, if I zoom this out and loop it up, you can again see the overall footprint of what Beryl is going to bring. Sarah says the lights went out again. Mr. Piece of Work says really picking up here in Channel View. Thank you, Rochelle. Appreciate you. Mr. Wyman, I know the numbers aren't that high for Freeport and Map, but from cameras conditions, yeah, we just don't have a weather sensor there. That's the biggest problem. So absolutely, I agree with you, 100%. I think that is where we have some significant wind. East of the center, right there, yep. Okay, thank you, Mr. Piece of Work. Appreciate you. Again, thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate the steady support. If you're here, drop the like. If you haven't subscribed, click the subscribe button right now. Several more of you guys recently, and I appreciate you very much. And thank you for tuning in to our live stream here. We are, close to 7 hours and 45 minutes of going nonstop. Somehow I've only also taken one break. I have no idea how that's possible. But we're pushing through. Sarah says lightning looks like strobe lightning outside. Yeah, absolutely. Agreed with that too. We saw that from the Galveston thing. We'll get over to the rainfall potential coming up, but let's go back and look at that camera from Galveston. See how it's doing. So let me just make sure that it's still up. It is, okay. So again, Galveston Beach live, no power. You can see the sea getting a little bit closer to the shoreline there. Winds are really rocking the camera now, guys, in a real consistent fashion. Really doing a number. Power being out, it's going to be more and more widespread. Always is with a landfalling system. Again, if you guys live in this area, drop it in the comments section below. You got it, Dallas. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging in there. Victoria's good to go. Well, Diane, I'm well past I'm well past, thinking about have lower back pain. I do. I actually have back issues, and I do get that looked at, but I actually don't mind standing. I don't know. I just feel kind of cramped when I'm sitting. I like to be able to kind of move around a bit. If I get tired enough, or if my back does get to a state, I can and will sit down. But yes, I do have some back issues. But again, who doesn't these days, right? But thank you, and I appreciate it. And I'm tuning in, watching your son and daughter-in-law in Houston. Gotcha. So again, that's the live look to Galveston Beach. I was just seeing if we were going to catch any more lightning here. Just kind of giving it an opportunity to show its hand, if you will. Doesn't look like it's going to show us any more, but we've had some very intense lightning from time to time in these areas. Okay, so the last part that I wanted to wrap up with you here, as far as the models, was the rainfall. So let's go to that. Just loading it all up. So again, this is from the HRRR model, and it's how much rainfall is going to fall. And I'm going to just double check the model timeline here. I'm going to go out to the end. It's fine. It's just 9 o'clock. But again, what you guys can see, I think, is a model that is very much in line with the Hurricane Center, right? Where you're going to see a lot of 5 to 10 inch rainfall totals in the swath as the eye moves north, all right? So again, Lake Jackson, a couple of different model runs have been around 9, 10, still around 8. Angleton 7, Bay City around 5, but again, the center passes by, you won't have as much there. El Campo 6 and Needville 6. And again, the Houston metro area. This is through, by the way. Just double check here. I don't think it's through that time frame, but it's through the entire storm, which is all that really matters. HRRR. Oh, I'm sorry. HRRR. Total precip. There we go. So again, notice how it picks up on less rain here near the center of circulation. That's what these high resolution models do. Also notice that there is some banding. Remember I mentioned that, right? The banding, as they come on shore, you're going to get narrow swaths of heavier rain in some spots compared to some of the outlying areas. Now they'll tend to kind of average themselves out in some ways as Beryl moves in, and then those bands kind of fill in, but still, there could be banding that leads to a few more inches of rain in a spiral fashion in some spots. For the Houston metro area, again, we're seeing a lot of what we expected on the model. 5, 6, 7 inches of rain, right? Low to medium side of the 5 to 10, but well within that. Here's one of those spiral bands here, apologies, that if it plays out, Beach City and Baytown and Barrett would have more of the high end of that range, 9 to 10. Western sides, Katy, there's your 5. Full Shear, there's your 5. Rosenberg around 6. All very much in line with the 5 to 10. Spring, 7.5. Humboldt, 8. And again, this will all spread north. Now this is only through 10 o'clock tonight. So there's going to be even more rain up here. But along that path, a very, very solid 5 to 10. Obviously, that will lead to urban and flash flooding in some spots. We know Houston can flood quickly in areas. Those areas that you know are flood prone, you need to avoid. Simple as that. Let's get back to the chat. D says 20-foot drainage ditch behind my house is about 2 feet from the bank in Lake Jackson. Okay, by the hospital. Thank you, D. Appreciate that. Cherry Blossom says I live in San Leon, but went down the road because I was afraid of surge. Bay Cliff is higher ground. Don't have a clue about my house. Well, we're hoping the best for you. Stay safe, please. Cat 1, winds are 80 miles an hour. Now we have the confirmed flash flooding in Freeport. Yep. And again, this area has been under a flash flood warning. Okay? This area has been under a flash flood warning. So now that we looked at the rain, let's get back into what's happening live. Again, the Freeport area has been under a flash flood warning for a while, and it looks like they've extended it again, huh? It's a new flash flood warning. It's for the same areas. 3 to 5 inches of rain have already fallen in this green outline area. An additional 1 to 3 is possible over the next couple of hours. So now you're looking at 4 to 8 inches, as we mentioned. Some of the areas that could see flash flooding: Lake Jackson, Southern Angleton, Bay City, Freeport, West Columbia, Sweeney, Surfside Beach, Richwood, Brazoria, Jones Creek, Oyster Creek, South Bailey's Prairie, West Peach Village, Sargent and Van Vleck, and Clute. Clute or Cleat? I'm going to say it's Clute because it looks like flute. So again, if you live in these areas, and we know some of our friends here in the channel do, please take this very seriously. Here's something that's getting serious too, guys. It's now a 70-mile-an-hour wind. There's a 70-mile-an-hour wind between Lake Jackson and the Angleton area. So we have a near hurricane force wind there right now. It's a 32 sustained, but a gust to 70. And then east of Freeport, it's a 53 gust to 72. So we've mentioned it. These spiral bands on the northeast side are going to contain the strongest winds. We're now up to a 67 near Galveston. Very, very intense winds coming on shore as we speak, guys. Live for you here at Meteo Mundo. You're looking at the live radar out of Houston. We've now picked up a 58-mile-an-hour wind on the south side of the metro. 39 gusts to 58. So now the core of Beryl's winds are beginning to show their cards. We've had some hurricane force gusts, like here. And then on the western side, look at the 14. Can you tell where we had landfall? It wasn't Palacios. It was over here in Matagorda. 14-mile-an-hour winds to 81. And that is live. 58 gusts to 81. Altimeter of 986. Here it's 980. So the pressure was set at 979. There's an observation of 980 millibar winds, or 980 millibar pressure. So a deepening storm just before landfall. Pressure dropping. As expected, thankfully, it only was slow and steady over the course of the day and into the overnight. It didn't really bomb out. Got strong enough to become a hurricane, but never bombed out. Appreciate you guys tuning in. 5:50 Eastern Time, it's 4:50 Central Time. All right, guys, I am going to take a real quick break, and I'll be back in just 1 second. I'll leave the radar up, I'll put it into motion. But again, just my second break in almost 8 hours. So give me 1 second, I'll return here. All right, guys, back here. Thanks for tuning in. We are coming up on 5 a.m. Central Daylight Time. We are coming up on 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We will be pushing into hour 9 of our live continuous coverage here of Hurricane Beryl on Meteo Mundo. Rusty McCraney with you here. Pleasure to see you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Getting back over to the chat here, and then we'll get into things. First of all, while we're doing that, if you are new here and you haven't hit the like button yet, I appreciate you just taking 1 second and hitting the like button. If you haven't subscribed to Meteo Mundo, thank you so much for subscribing to Meteo Mundo right now as well. Thank you for all the support that we've gotten here throughout our live stream via the Super Thanks, Super Stickers, the new members to our channel as well. Thanks, guys, for all of that stuff. All right, so back over here. Gus says, what's up with Baytown? We will get into that in a second. Great question. Thank you, Stacy. And then again, I appreciate all the chat here as well. Again, helping to create the community. If you have some pertinent information you want to pass along from where you live, drop it in the comments section right now. A couple of things here just to kind of reset the scene, and then we'll get into some of the questions and what's happening at this point in time. So let me get back over here to this. I believe we have a brand new, very large flash flood watch or warning here. There it is. Okay, so this is going to be a flash flood warning that encompasses all of the Metro Houston area. Okay, so let's get the information on that. And here's what we got. It is for northeastern Brazoria, southwestern Chambers, northeastern Fort Bend, northwestern Galveston, and all of Harris County. It goes until 8 a.m. CDT. We have rainfall in this area of 2 to 4, an additional 1 to 3. So that's 3 to 7 inches of rain. To go along with, by the way, some winds that are getting serious right now, okay? Just south of the downtown area, that's a 66 mile an hour wind east of Bel Air. All right? 48 mile an hour wind now, beginning to push into the South Houston area. Brookside Village, over towards Webster and Friendstown, 54. So strong, strong winds coming along for the ride. So 3 to 7 inches. So flash flooding caused by thunderstorms, flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as poor drainage areas. I'll mention some of the areas here. They include Pasadena, Pearland, League City, Sugar Land, Baytown, Missouri City, Texas City, Fringewood, Deer Park, Rosenberg, Alvin, Dixon, Stafford, South Houston, Bel Air, West University Place, Katy, Santa Fe, amongst others. All right. Hopefully you know if you live in this warning area, but that's what we have, a new flash flood warning until 8 o'clock CDT. We have a flash flood warning that continues here. And again, we're getting serious along the coast as well. Now we have hurricane force wind gusts between Lake Jackson and Angleton. That's a 43-mile-an-hour wind, but a gust to 79. And I want to be clear again, this is a southeast wind. This is pushing water along the coast where we're going to have a potential significant storm surge, okay? Places like Freeport and Surfside Beach and Oyster Creek, please take this very seriously. We had a 72 here, now it's back down to 70, but still extremely, extremely strong winds. And again, this is the live radar out of Houston. 5-mile-an-hour winds in Matagorda. Can we tell where the eye moved through? Isn't that nuts? It is crystal clear with a 5-mile-an-hour wind right now in Matagorda. How about that? Winds are getting to near hurricane strength as well in gusts in Galveston. We have a 66 here and a 60 here. And then the water observation has 37. But we average this out, we're into the 50s and lower 60s. There's a question about Baytown. Well, obviously Baytown here on the northern side of the Galveston Bay will have to deal with the potential for some storm surge issues. Again, there is a storm surge warning right now for Galveston Bay. 4 to 6 feet of storm surge is possible in this area, okay? And we'll continue to see the rain spiral in with a southeast wind. So places like Baytown kind of have an all hazards call right now, right? You're going to have this significant rainfall of 5 to 10 inches near the flash flood warning right now. You're going to have the wind gusts, which could get close to hurricane force. And then you're going to have a storm surge in the Galveston Bay, which could run 4 to 6 feet. But again, overall, the weather in general really beginning to go downhill quickly. Again, landfall has occurred. It is now moving farther north from Matagorda. We can clearly see the spin right there, headed towards Bay City. But if you've been joining here for at least some time, I'm not saying if you were joining for, all 8 hours, but if you're joining for some time, we talked a lot about how Beryl was a very lopsided storm. And the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft that were going in and investigating Beryl were finding the strongest winds, not only east of the center of circulation, but displaced relatively far from the center of circulation. So that's not why now we're getting these strong winds pushed pretty far away from where the actual center is. Again, that is a significant wind, 79 miles an hour here, between Lake Jackson and Richwood and Bailey Prairie and Angleton. Of course, it's inland a bit, but you know that that wind came right up through places like Freeport and Oyster Creek. It's going to be a bad situation there, guys. Johnny Cool says, where are you, Johnny? Oh, you're in Portland, buddy? All right, man, hang tough. Portland, Jamaica. Yep, thanks for the prayers, guys. Appreciate everything. Again, here, we're keeping a close eye on what's happening in the Houston metro area and in the Texas coastline in general. It's kind of an all-hazard situation here, guys, where every form of some kind of problem could arise. We've had a couple of tornado warnings. They were brief, but again, with these tornado warnings, they're going to be quick spin-up tornadoes. The warnings are not going to last long, but they're going to issue them very quickly if they feel like there's rotation, because the storms are moving at 50 miles an hour or higher, all right? Notice that the 40-mile-an-hour winds are now able to reach over towards Katy and the Brookshire area, the far western Houston metro area, Missouri City at 40. LaPorte, 40. And again, your flash flood warning here for the entire Houston metro area until 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So for 3 more hours. Just issued, but it's a pretty long flash flood warning. My thought is that these warnings could be expanded to additional areas or even farther in time. But we know that Houston can flood very quickly, so we need to pay very close attention to the situation there in the Houston metro area. And again, this is the loop over the last 6 hours. If you're just tuning in, maybe the noise of the wind woke you up, or you're trying to get a little bit of shut-eye, hoping things were okay. But this is what Beryl has looked like over the last 6 hours. And again, it did intensify as expected just prior to landfall, right? It was able to overcome some of the dry air intrusion, and it had extremely warm sea surface temperatures to be able to kind of regenerate a bit. It was always slower and steady rather than rapid intensification or bombing out of the storm. But it still happened enough where we ended up getting a hurricane with 80-mile-an-hour winds. Now again, we're inland. Looks like the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft have flown their last mission in Beryl. And a job well done by all those men and women. It was, we were getting real-time information here at Meteo Mundo about those flights. So significant situation here, guys, obviously beginning to unfold. Getting a 5 a.m. position update. Beryl is inland. Life-threatening storm surge and strong winds occurring in East Texas. The San Bernard station reported a 91-mile-an-hour wind gust. The Freeport Mesonet reported a 92. And these are Mesonet stations, so I don't have access to those. I have what's called the METAR network. Mesonet is the very, I can go pull them and show them, but on this, weather computer that we run here, I don't have access to the Texas Mesonet. But there you go. We were talking in chat about Freeport. We got a 92-mile-an-hour wind gust there. 91 in San Bernard. Again, weather going downhill quick. The winds are really picking up. It is here, no doubt about it. Let me drop the composite. We'll get back over to the reflectivity here, to the live data out of the Houston radar. Again, expansive flash flood warnings now. Winds getting serious in a lot of different areas. Storm surge, hurricane warnings continue as well. Storm surge warnings continue. LaPorte, thanks. Didn't know if we wanted to add the extra flair, LaPorte. Johnny's in Stafford. He has family in Portland. Okay, thank you. Sometimes I catch the tail end of your conversations. I try and get in there. Yep. Obviously, again, when you're looking at those cities like LaPorte and Texas City, they're near the water, on the water, and as these southeast winds come in, they can spin up some water spouts. They can spin up a brief tornado. And again, this flash flood warning goes on for what seems like an eternity another 171 minutes, another 3 hours. Flash flood warning here for another hour and a half. And there's your 79-mile-an-hour wind. So here's what happened. You got a 92-mile-an-hour wind gust in Freeport. And then far enough inland, right? Let's take a look at just how far, because I got to say I'm curious. So from Freeport to where you had 15 more miles inland, and you only lost 13 mile an hour of wind. So you had a 79-mile-an-hour wind gust there, still above hurricane strength, well inland, relatively speaking, by 15 miles. I believe we've lost these sites, at least temporarily. 542. Well, no, not necessarily. 518. Bay City 555. Bay City's in the eye. Let's put on the track. Just right there. So Bay City experiencing the eye as we speak. High tides at 07. Okay. 0730. Rap says trees reported down in Brazoria. That's going to be a very common thing, guys. And look at these winds picking up in the metro area. 66. I mean, that is significant. We're getting close to hurricane force winds. Didn't expect hurricane force winds. We're not there. But we got 66. 28 gusts to 66, again, out of the southeast. So all of this wind is still coming up this way. There's LaPorte with a 40-mile-an-hour wind now. Again, that's going to be very common. Galveston Bay going to have a lot of push of water right now because these are southeast winds taking all the water from the Gulf and pushing it into the bay. There is a storm surge warning for Galveston Bay, and if you live in those areas, I hope you're taking it very, very seriously. Again, live coverage here of Hurricane Beryl on Meteo Mundo. Beryl is now on shore, made landfall earlier this morning in Matagorda, is moving inland, basically located the center right now over Bay City, moving up to the north at around 12 miles an hour. We have significant wind and wind damage being reported. You can see the live wind gusts here have reached hurricane force at Freeport on the coast. They had a 92-mile-an-hour wind gust. We have a brand new, extremely large flash flood warning, which does include the entire Houston metro area until 8 o'clock Central Time. And we continue with a flash flood warning here closer to the coastline, including places like Freeport and Lake Jackson and Jones Creek and Brazoria. And that is because they could potentially be piling up 4 to 8 inches of rain there locally. Let's go back over, take a look at our live camera out of Galveston Beach. Again, may not be much to see, but I want to check in from time to time. So Galveston Beach has lost power, at least in this area, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty widespread. We get some lightning flashes here from time to time to pick up some of the light here. If you look in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you can see kind of a little bit of the light flaring off from the intersection there. There's the lightning strike. So you get the idea. Again, this area will have to watch out for storm surge. Obviously, we'll be getting a little bit closer to daylight here coming up, and we'll see what the water situation is like in this area of Galveston Beach. But they continue to see an onshore wind. They continue to have some extremely rough surf and sea conditions, and they continue to see, again, just all hazards here and a brief spin up. Look, the tornado threat is low, but it's not zero. We've already had 2 tornado warnings, nothing confirmed, just radar indicated. Mr. Pizza's Work says house is shaking right now, something on the roof flapping east of H-Town. Not a great sign. Cherry Blossom says Dixon Bayou will flood. Dixon bad. Yeah, I mean, you guys know this area very significantly. Again, it's not a Harvey for sure, but it is some very heavy rain, 5 to 10 inches. That will do some serious damage in some spots, right? A lot of localized flooding, urban flooding, and flash flooding. all coming along for the ride. And the winds have really begun to pick up here in the Metro Houston area to the south. I mean, these are gusts at 50 plus, 60 plus in a couple of spots throughout kind of the western shoreline of Galveston Bay as well, right? 50, 60 mile an hour winds. Clearly you can see the spin of Beryl inland. We've had some fresh winds for Port Lavaca. Victoria's up to 47 and not seeing a drop of rain. It's very sharp line on the south and the southwest side, right? There's always been kind of a lopsided storm as it tried to regenerate today, with a lot of the heaviest activity well displaced to the east of the center. Even now, as we get towards the Louisiana border, we're picking up a 40 mile an hour wind. Cameron has a 31. Port Arthur 22. And these wind gusts will just continue to spiral farther inland as we go through the morning. Priscilla says super strong winds here in Liverpool. Thank you. Star says lots of winds in Humboldt, just woke up. Yep, just got the 92 there in the Lake Jackson area. Thank you, D. NRM says Texas City has no power. We're going to hear more of that too, guys. We're going to hear more of, you know, significant wind and no power. And then the cumulative effect of the rain and the potential for the flash flooding that comes along with it as well. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Again, thanks for hitting the like button. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for finding other ways to support the channel you can find via the super chat, super thanks. And for all those who have contributed in that way, really appreciate you early on this Monday morning, which is now 6:16 Eastern Time and 5:16 local time there in Texas. Again, live continuous coverage here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl that has now moved inland. Beryl is inland if you're just tuning in. Made landfall near Matagorda earlier this morning. Continuing to move up to the north at 12 miles an hour. Latest pressure as I have on here was 979 millibars. So that is all the same. Winds 80, pressure 979, north at 12. And that could say as of 5 a.m. because nothing changed. Let me just verify though. 80, 979, and 12. Yep, okay. So we'll just slip in the new timestamp and we're good to go. And again, I try to, and do it most of the time, have the newest location and information on the hurricane from the Hurricane Center on the top of your screen. That's where you'll also see, when I am smart enough to put it back on, your live lightning data. And again, what's been very interesting is even though there was a lowering the pressures here, we never had a lot of lightning near the center of circulation. Never was a very convective storm, but we can see clear as a well. I wanted to say bell or whistle, and I went with well. How about clear as a bell? That we have the lowering of the wind speeds there in Bay City, and that is where the eye is pushing through right now. Then you go to the east, and you have a 79 mile an hour wind gust between Richland and Bailey Prairie, south of Angleton. You have a 76 mile an hour wind gust along the shore here, east of Surfside Beach. So that's on Fowlett's Island there, Christmas Bay. Again, just up and down the coastline, all the way into Galveston Island. Extremely strong winds, 60 plus, 60, 70 mile an hour plus, rotating in, spiraling storms. And you can see that those feeder bands are really pushing all that water up Galveston Bay and into Houston. And that's why we have the flash flood warning as well. And not just that, but the wind, significant. 50 plus in a lot of spots. I mean, a lot of areas now getting those kinds of winds. Still not expecting sustained hurricane winds in Metro Houston, but we've pushed the limit. We've got some 66-mile-an-hour gusts. Again, Angleton just been sitting there. That's 79. Is that live? 553. It's not live. We'll see if that sensor wants to come back up. It's been not reporting for about 30 minutes. Sometimes they don't, depending on what they see, but also sometimes they go bye-bye. And we'll see how that plays. El Campo now, a 56-mile-an-hour wind. So you're just making sure there's no new tornado warning. So this is a new tornado warning for the Metro Houston area. All right. Just came up. Give me 1 second here. Probably the easiest way for me to do this is to do this. I just need to reset something real fast. Okay. Now you notice that this is about a 10-minute warning, and that's it. I'm telling you, that's what they're going to be doing, guys. When there's a tornado warning, it's going to last not that long. These storms are going to be racing, okay? Racing mainly off towards the west. And they're going to be radar indicated for the most part as well. And again, not even on the Weather Service website as of yet. So, some of the areas impacted. Let's see here. And again, apologize if my computer doesn't put on some of the other locales, but you get the idea. There's the 610 to the 45 right there. And then north of places like Spring Valley and Hunters Creek. Okay, so here we go. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Cashmere Gardens over the greater 5th Ward, moving west at 45. All right, extremely fast. All right, dangerous storm near Northside Houston, northern Greater Heights, greater 5th Ward, Northside North Line, the central Northwest, Hidden Valley, Acres Home, Cashmere Gardens, Houston Gardens, and Independence Heights. So again, fast-moving storm, potential tornado, but it's radar indicated, all right? Nothing confirmed. Moving to the northeast, moving to the west at 45 miles an hour. So this is the velocity product here. There's a reflectivity here. So I'm just looking to see what I can see here. And typically, of course, we are looking for a couplet, meaning that we're looking for bright reds and greens together. I don't see that in this particular cell, but they certainly saw something that they wanted to warn on, and they did. Now look, these spin-ups can happen like that. They develop, they briefly touch the ground, and then they're gone, especially in a hurricane situation where you have just this rapid spinning of the storms inherently, right? All the storms are moving on shore from the bay with some inherent rotation. So the Weather Service in Houston, it's all enough here to prompt this tornado warning for the north side of Houston for the next 7 minutes. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Let's get the hearts out and the thumbs up for Jim. Thank you for the support of the channel. Appreciate that very much. Yep. Checking in with you guys here. Lisa, another tornado warning. That's exactly what we're covering right now. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the report. Again, just throw it in, guys, and I'll get back to it if nothing else. When do you think we can expect the back to come around? Late morning. Late morning in most spots. Pamela says, League City, the power's flickering. Logan says, my radar shows the warning has expired. Is there a delay in the stream? For the hurricane, for the tornado warning, no delay. The warning goes until 5:30. So for the next 6 minutes. So I'm on it right here. It's counting down in real time. Tornado warning until 5:30 for Central Harris County. It's true, the backside of the storm can potentially be as intense. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, but the back eye wall can have about as significant winds as the northern eye wall. So we do have to watch out for that. Again, you get the eye where it's calm, and then you just get hammered with the back eye wall winds as well. Good morning, good morning. I appreciate it, Shai. Thank you. Power out. Our brook, Toddville Road, strong winds. Water has not rose too bad though. Okay, thank you. Power out, Seabrook here, gotcha. Yep. So again, we do have a tornado warning for Harris County, the north side of Houston. It goes for the next 4 minutes. I have the velocity product on here because I'm looking to see if I see what I call a couplet, which again is rotation, strong winds going away from the radar site, strong winds going towards the radar site, and a very small locale that's indicative of rotation. I see a lot of strong wind. I don't see a lot in the way of any rotation, but that doesn't mean, again, we have to take this seriously because these storms are also hauling. They're going west at 45 miles an hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. As mentioned, the back end of Beryl is beginning to lift onshore, so we'll see what kind of winds that can produce. But the winds in general are just really picking up pretty significantly here, guys. 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds, and that's in the southern side of the metro. And you can see all of the rain as well. 5 to 10 inches is the forecast. 5 to 10 inches. Spin up tornadoes, storm surge of 4 to 6 feet. All of that still in play as we approach 5:30. The wind speed near League City. Closest report is 55. Very strong winds. All right, and there's a southeast wind. I can bet you, as they say, I bet your bottom dollar, if this thing will let me query it. Okay, it's east. 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 So we're starting to see the bands come a little bit more like this, but still. Now it also looks like they have allowed the tornado warning to expire slightly early. Yes. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and exited the warned area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, the conditions are still conducive for additional brief weak tornadoes as Beryl continues to move inland. There is a tornado watch that is in effect until 10 o'clock Central Time for Southeast Texas. So, tornado watch for all of the areas here in purple. Tornado watch means conditions are possible for tornadoes in this area. So good chunk of Houston and east. And again, near the center of circulation, but not west, but elongated far to the east because of the inherent rotation on the right front quadrant with those southeast winds coming in. And then, of course, when we hit the land, we get the friction difference. We already have rotating storms. We get the potential for the brief spin up. Ted S., thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Let's get the hearts out for Ted. Getting some super stickers. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you here from Meteo Mundo for that support. It means a lot. Thank you very much, Ted. All right, let's go back over here. And again, like a countdown in a basketball clock, that warning will go away in about 10 seconds. So again, my system updates live in real time. Pamela says, feeling it. Mr. Piece of Work says, more gusty than steady on the far east side. HTX Screw. Galena Park, I hope I'm saying it right. We're hanging in there, that's what I thought. Appreciate you. All right, so the tornado warning has expired. Tornado watch still continues for quite some time. Again, watches will last much longer than warnings. Watches are for bigger areas than warnings. A watch just basically says, hey, in this area, something's possible. A warning says it's happening. Those are the big differences. I'm just going to take that off because we got so much other stuff on the map. But again, most of the Houston metro area and areas east are under tornado watch until 10 o'clock. Again, significant wind here, 79. We had a 92 Freeport, Surfside Beach area. There's your 76. Again, winds in Galveston right now are going over 60, which means I think it's time to check in with our Galveston cam. Still shaking. Again, no power right now. We lost it, unfortunately. And I'm sure it's going to be a very similar ordeal here, because we're going to lose a lot of power as this comes on shore. Again, thanks, guys, for jumping into the chat, letting us know where you're viewing from, what the weather's been like, especially if you live in this area. Just getting that kind of real-time information, the updates in real time always helps out. I appreciate that. Let's just kind of ground verify what we're seeing here on the old weather computer. Obviously, jump in if you've got any questions you need to ask, but hopefully we're covering you here at Meteo Mundo. And again, you can see the spread of some of that wind now getting even north of downtown Houston, closer to Spring and Humble. Now we're up to 53 mile an hour winds there. Really, really solid winds. Again, appreciate all the fan support through all the different ways. So slow and chopped. I'm happy to answer your question. Just let me know where you are. Sandra says, I think Galveston Bay finally did an emergency shutdown about an hour ago. Also, no power here in Texas City. All right, so no power in Texas City right now, guys. Star says, power is going in and out here in Humble. And again, we just looked at the winds. Would you look at this? 60 mile an hour winds in Humble. Star, that's not surprising. Looking forward to sunrise, Sandra, I hear you. Nina, and I hope I'm saying that right, Nina J says, Southeast Houston, very gusty, moderate rain, power out. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, got a 73 mile an hour wind, 74 mile an hour wind, 75 mile an hour wind. So if that verifies, because I know it says 74 here, but on the actual METAR report, it says 75. We've just had our first hurricane wind gust in the Houston metro area. That is significant. Yep. So we're really starting to see the winds pick up here, guys. I mean, this is getting to be, again, the number says 74, but the report says 75, so the numbers probably just hasn't caught up. But 74 is enough for a hurricane force wind. There's the 75, so it just caught up. The graphics basically caught up to the report. So, hurricane wind gusts south side of Houston. 62, not that far away in South Houston. As you get towards Friendswood and Webster and League City, we're at 46 to 55. LaPorte, 46, picking up there. There's a 54 in San Leon. The village of Tiki Island, 48. Around Galveston Island and just off of the island, you've got 68 at the marine observation there, 51 and 66. Near hurricane force winds. Still getting a hurricane force wind gust last reported here, just to the east of the Freeport area and Surfside Beach and Oyster Creek. It's a 79 mile an hour wind last reported. It's been a bit. So we'll have to see if that sensor's still holding on between Richwood and Bailey Prairie, south of Angleton. El Campo, you're at 56. That's between Wharton and El Campo. And now you're just seeing those stronger winds spread deeper into all sides of the Houston metro area, right? Katy, Brookshire, 49, north of Fulshire. We've got the 60 in Humble and other areas near there. It's a really strong wind, guys. And that wind is out of the northeast. So looking at that, you've got the 75 out of the east, the 60 out of the northeast, the 31 here out of the northeast as well. So if we're looking at wind direction, kind of doing this motion right here. Basically across I-10, and then just a little bit of a turn here. But of course, we're all on the north and the eastern sides. So just a little bit of a north push here. But it's mainly a due east wind. And it's strong. I mean, really strong. And again, all of this information is updating in real time. So see that live here at Meteo Mundo. If you're just tuning in, Beryl is inland. It's working its way through Matagorda County as we speak. You can clearly see the void in the radar. Now, another issue to deal with is going to be the back end winds. If you notice that the winds in Matagorda have begun to freshen up slightly, back up to 21 miles. This backside may not be as potent as some because the south and the west side was never as established during the day with the drier air intrusion. This is an elongated storm. The winds will still be extremely significant onshore, east of the center, but I'm not sure how much stronger the winds are going to be on the south side. I don't expect them to be as strong as when the northern eye wall came through, but it will still be a pickup of intensity for sure along the coastline in some of the areas that have been impacted the hardest already, and that's coastal Matagorda and Brazoria counties. Again, thanks guys for tuning in here. It's 5:38 Central Time, 6:38 Eastern Time on this very early Monday morning. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us for our coverage of Hurricane Beryl here at Meteo Mundo. Again, Beryl's last check as of 5 o'clock was still a hurricane. That shouldn't hold for long. We would anticipate us seeing that the hurricane status will go away as we start to see Beryl move farther inland. But it's a gradual process, right? We'll start to dry and train in some drier air, and that will allow the inner structure of Beryl to begin to fall apart some. But the story of Beryl is going to be some extremely strong winds and a storm surge on the eastern side, okay? And we're seeing that right now in real time. These are very high wind gusts from the Metro Houston area south and east towards Galveston. West side's dry, for the most part. It is. Why has Beryl lasted so long? I mean, again, it's probably a lot of research papers will be coming out of Beryl, but Beryl has broken all kinds of records. Broke the accumulated cyclone energy record for a storm before August 1st today, or yesterday actually. I'm definitely going to be running my days together. But obviously an unprecedented storm. And my humble guess would be this is the last storm named Beryl, as I would assume it would be retired. As many areas as it impacted and as strong as it got. We'll see. Jesse says, has first power surge in LaPorte. Winds are crazy. Yes, they are. Baytown, LaPorte, all those areas, San Leon, Galveston 66. I mean, these are extremely strong winds, guys. No joke. And again, all onshore near Galveston Bay. So the storm surge is another issue to concern yourselves with. Again, your storm surge forecast. I want to make sure the Hurricane Center didn't update that in any way. Slightly, but nothing of consequence. 4 to 7 is still forecast Matagorda Bay towards Galveston Bay. 4 to 6 in Galveston Bay. 3 to 5 towards High Island and Sabine Pass, and then even 1 to 3 in southwest Louisiana. Shouldn't have as much impact here in Corpus Christi. Again, we had a bit of a north wind. Now the official forecast is still for 2 to 4. I hope we don't actually get that in Corpus Christi Bay. All the way down towards Baffin Bay and south. Now you get south of Baffin Bay in the latest, and that is gone. But Baffin Bay never really had an issue. But obviously, along the center of circulation, where Beryl made landfall, and east, you have your southeast wind pushing this wall of water inland. And that's the problem, right? That's when you're going to get 4 to 6 and 4 to 7 to really have some significant impacts. All right, back to the chat. Let's see here. Quitting off, then back on. Catherine just lost power. Southeast Houston off of 45 and Beltway 8. Horrible outside. Yeah, it's rough. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, the winds are getting extremely intense and steadier as well. And again, if you're just tuning in a little bit earlier, we did have a brief tornado warning on the northern sides of the Houston metro area. And spin-up tornadoes are possible, but the more widespread impacts are going to be the wind damage and the potential flash flooding. Again, 5 to 10 inches of rain likely in these areas. But we're just seeing stronger wind gusts push deeper inland at kind of a precipitous rate as well. Watch some lives, a lot of flooding, yeah. Yeah, a few tornado warnings. We've had 3 now altogether, all right? And here's an 85. So a new report out of this one. We've got 53 winds, gusts to 85. So there you go. .85 mile-an-hour winds, wow. Really picking up. So now we have a 75 mile-an-hour wind gust here in Houston. And again, that is a hurricane force wind in Houston. And when we have an 85 here, about 15 miles inland, This is Richwood, Bailey Prairie, Angleton. Freeport had a 92 mile an hour wind gust, by the way. So really getting strong, guys. These winds are getting to be something. Let's take a look. I'm going to dump off the radar real fast. Bring back on the satellite. See if we can glean anything out of our satellite imagery. It does look like, by the way, just in a first glance, kind of nice little plume of moisture redevelop here. And that rain has become more intense, and the winds have certainly become more widespread as well. Looking at the low levels, look at all the numbers. Again, real-time wind gust information. Drier air off towards the west. Again, Beryl was a lopsided storm all day long. Sharper on the western side as far as the cutoff from the intense winds and the heavy rainfall, and much more elongated on the east to the northeast sides. So 85 now. Second place from Freeport at 92. Just be careful. Again, first of all, make sure you're not near any windows of the prevailing wind, right? So if your winds are coming in from the east, don't be looking out the east-facing windows, right? Because some of these winds can produce some flying projectiles. It's not going to be, unless we're talking about a tornado, which is a possibility. It's not going to be anything large, but you don't want to have any damage, okay? You don't want to have a tree come down in that direction and cause any problems if you're looking out that east-facing window. So I'd just be cautious. Make sure you're interior, especially when you're dealing with winds of 50 and 60 and 70 miles an hour. That is going to knock down some trees. It's going to cause some problems from time to time as well, okay? Obviously, the power is going to be a greater concern as we go through the remainder of the morning hours. So the 85, again, reported very recently here in just the last 10 minutes. There's the center of Beryl. So that 85 is on the eastern eye wall. Catherine says cell phone service is horrible too. Gotcha. Yep, you would imagine it is. Going to be bad. Again, live look to the radar. And it's quite impressive that we have a 60 mile an hour gust all the way towards Humboldt right now. And again, this was the area with the tornado warning. Only lasted about 15 minutes and then they expired it, but it shows you, again, the brief spin-ups are possible even well inland. And some of that, of course, is going to be with the friction difference between the bay and as we get up towards Houston. I think there is a potential kind of higher threat, if you will, a little bit farther north here just because some of that's going to ride the bay, and then we get the spin up on the western side of the bay or a little bit farther inland. Nothing confirmed as of yet, hopefully nothing confirmed in the whole. Winds really beginning to steam. Let's go back over to our Galveston cam. It is dark. It is still live. We can look in the bottom of the screen and see that. And it is still shaking around with those 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Actually, Galveston just hit 75. Potentially not at this exact camera site, but there you go. Now we're up to a 75 mile an hour wind in a hurricane gust in Galveston. Again, not much to see here unless we get a lightning strike, which we've gotten from time to time. So I just wanted to sit there for a second and see. So here you go. There's your 75-mile-an-hour wind out of the southeast. 75-mile-an-hour wind out of the southeast. 85-mile-an-hour wind in the Angleton area. This is going to be on the east side of the eye, guys. I mean, obviously very clear to see the eye, the center of circulation. And then here we go. Angleton, Lake Jackson. Is Sarah still with us in Angleton? Sarah, if you're still with us, let us know how you're doing, but obviously would understand if you're not, based on what's going on right now. Oh, there she is. You're in the heart of it, Sarah. I mean, we're getting 85-mile-an-hour winds near Angleton at this point in time. Yep. Terry just got an emergency flash flood notice on the phone. So Angleton is on the east side of the center of circulation. And again, it's clear to see where the eye is right now, near Bay City and Sweeney. But you are on the eastern eye wall. You're getting significant southeast winds gusting up to 85 miles an hour. All right, and that's just south of Angleton, near Bailey Prairie. But if we were to draw a line, it's only about 9 miles away. And again, you can clearly see the eye inland now, but the winds, and we mentioned this earlier, guys, if you joined in a couple of hours ago, the strongest winds from Beryl were always displaced on the northeast side of the storm, right? With not a ton of wind west of the center of circulation, but also it wasn't just that. The winds were displaced far away from the center as well. They were trying to contract down right before landfall near Matagorda, and they obviously did some because we have the 85 here near Angleton, and we had the 92-mile-an-hour wind gust in Freeport. But up and down the coastline now, all the way Surfside Beach area, Jamaica Beach, towards Galveston, we're getting hurricane force winds. They're gusts, but hurricane force winds. Houston Bigfooter says, on the northeast side, inside the Beltway 8, we lost power and the winds are getting worse. Okay, thank you very much, Houston Bigfooter. Appreciate that. Osiris says, Alvid isn't that far from Angleton. We lost power 20 minutes ago. We're going to get more and more reports of power going out, guys. I mean, this is a significant storm with a significant footprint of what it's going to be bringing here. Now, obviously, we're not at sunrise yet. Getting closer, so still don't have our visible satellite imagery. Let's bring on. These are the flash flood warnings, so I wanted to bring that on because, again, I heard the, what you guys said is, hey, we had a new flash flood warning. So here you go. Now, basically, any area east of the circulation is under a flash flood warning. So they just filled in the center from the Metro Houston flash flood warning and then the Freeport Lake Jackson flash flood warning. So it's everyone. Excuse me, that one goes until 9 o'clock. Between 3 to 6 inches of rain have already fallen, an additional 2 to 4. So now you're pinging the 5 to 10 already in some of this area. And look at this, guys. 79-mile-an-hour wind. southwest side of Houston. 44, but gusts to 79. Significant impacts can be felt in this area in Houston. 62 mile an hour wind, South Houston. 55, south of Pearland, Friendswood, near League City. San Leon around 60 right now. LaPorte 54. Pressure of 1,002. By the way, we can always take a look at the pressures as well to get an idea of where the center is. Of course, that METAR station isn't reporting it as soon as I say it. But again, guys, this is an intensifying situation over portions of coastal Texas here with the landfall of Beryl. The winds are getting outrageous in some spots. Absolutely outrageous. And it looks like no, it's still there. I thought we might have lost that for a second. Again, flash flood warning continues for the Metro Houston area until 10. Or did they combine it and make it 9? They made it 9. Okay. Let me get back over to the chat. Again, thanks for tuning in, guys. I appreciate it. Yep. Sunrise. See, the sun is up here in the Eastern time zone. Beryl made landfall with 80 mile an hour winds. But the gusts can be higher, right? It was 80 mile an hour sustained winds, but the forecast from the Hurricane Center was gusts to 100. Joe says Richmond power is out. Keto This says from Friendswood we lost power about 10 minutes ago. Shadow Lex McRockland, fantastic handle. Lost power in Pearland near Highway 35, near Pearland High School. Pearland, sorry. Keep trying to put an extra L in there. Ladybox Rock says they just lost power in Katy. Katy had a 44 mile an hour wind gust near there in Brookshire. But the 79 here, whew. Bel Air, just south of 69. Right there, guys. That's crazy. So Metro Houston getting it. Again, the 85 there in Angleton, that's or close to. And all these flash flood warnings. So we're already starting to see the cumulative effects of the rainfall in these areas with the flash flood warnings that have already been issued, okay? And those will be, again, potentially allowed to expire or re-upped, but they're all going to last for a few hours at a time. And the official forecast in this area is 5 to 10 inches of rain and locally up to 15. So if we take a look at the rainfall total potential here on the model, and again, we'll go over to the HER model. It updates hourly. I think it has a very fantastic handle of what's happening here. I'll just single frame it out to the end of the time. Let's take away some of the radar wind data here. So again, on this HER model, you can see the spiral impacts, right? The spiral banding impacts. It's high resolution enough where it picks up on the feeder bands moving in a southeast to northwest fashion. Thanks for the hearts, guys, by the way. Appreciate it. Let me just make sure we've got a far enough time frame. So if we now look at this, come on. Again, this could be even slightly underdone. I mean, it more than likely is, but it's still in the 5 to 10 that the Weather Service was calling for. And of course, in conjunction with the Hurricane Center. You can see that 5 to 10, right up and down that center line. Again, Houston is going to stay east of the center, all right? As Beryl moves inland, it might clip the western side, but downtown Houston, the majority of the Metro Houston area, will be on that dirty east side for a long time. So the southeast winds pulling in all the water, pulling in the very heavy rain, pulling in the isolated tornado threat. Much sharper contrast here on the western side. You go not much farther west, and you get into some relative quick clearing. But you can see that heavy rain lift up, and this is only through 11 o'clock. And it goes all the way up towards Tyler, where again, along that swath, 5 to 10 is very likely with locally higher amounts. We take a look at the wind. Load that up. Give you an idea of where the wind field is headed through the morning hours. Because as bad as it is right now in Houston, it could potentially stay this way for a while too. We are starting hour 10 of coverage here on Meteo Mundo. Oh, you just got to chuckle. 9 hours straight from 10 p.m. Eastern time to 7 a.m. in the morning. If you feel so inclined, give a thumbs up for that. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. I know some of you have been with me for most of the 9 hours, and I appreciate that dedication. Thanks for staying here with me at Meteo Mundo. Pushing hour 10 right now, and happy to do so as long as my body will allow me to do it. So again, if we're looking at the track of Beryl over the next couple of hours, and again, this is going to be in Eastern time, but if we start here at where we are right now, again, the model has a pretty good handle on where Beryl is at this time. It's slightly east of this, but only by a few miles. And it has that basically due north track. And you notice that that does stay within the cone of uncertainty, which obviously is very narrow at this point in time. So you can see, even as we get towards 10 o'clock here, right, even 4 more hours, Houston could still well be within some tropical storm force conditions. I don't expect there to be hurricane force gusts. There's a lot of strong wind that will stay here. And again, it's all east or southeast winds. So storm surge with Galveston Bay, and just a lot of the Houston metro area getting heavy rain and wind all the way through the morning hours. There's 11, there's lunchtime. Again, Eastern time is on the screen. Obviously, we're an hour back here in Central time. Still some strong winds near Galveston. Look, it's going to be a lot lighter, quicker, south and west, right? Breezy conditions, but nothing strong. But these southeast winds, even towards Port Arthur and Beaumont, are going to be really steady and strong through the late morning into the early afternoon. Eventually, for Metro Houston, we kind of start pulling it away by about 3 o'clock. And we'll start to lose some of the tropical characteristics of Beryl by then as well. Right? Dry air intrusion, the disruption of the inner core, Beryl begins to become a mid-latitude cyclone. Still going to pack a punch, even in East Texas with the heavy rain, and then pull into Arkansas after that. One last look here of the full model run of the HRRR through East Texas. Again, for Houston, the eye more than likely not passing parallel until just before lunch. This would be a snapshot of 11:41 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And still some really solid wind. There's a possibility on the model, not guaranteed, but some very solid wind here in Metro Houston. All right, guys, great to see you again here at Meteo Mundo. It is 6:04 Central Daylight Time early on this Monday morning. The winds at landfall sustained were 80. We had a couple of gusts that went above that, but officially it was at 80 miles an hour. Now we've had some winds since then that have eclipsed that number. And again, landfall was at Matagorda. So we can see it coming in. And look at that 85 mile an hour wind right here. Freeport had a 92, by the way. That's the highest I've seen so far. Yes, I am still up. We're trying to push through. Thank you, Rap. Thank you, Jim, JR, Star, Deborah, Quentin. Nina says Southeast Houston, wild wind. Absolutely. Look, guys, we had a hurricane force wind on the southwest side. So 68 mile an hour wind here. I mean, these are no joke winds, man. These winds mean business. See, and hopefully, yeah, get the observations back on. It's an east wind as well. So again, all this coming this way across Galveston Bay. Wouldn't shock me if the northwest corner is really starting to pile up some water. The Port 45. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gail. Angleton, it's again about, the last report was 85. 85 mile an hour wind, about 9 miles south of Angleton. Big Juan says we're starting to get daybreak. Again, Beryl in some ways looks even more impressive right now. Let's let this loop up. It's almost, again, we do normally see an expansion of the convection at landfall, and we're certainly seeing that right now. And get back on the lightning. I don't know why that comes off at certain times, but you can see there's actually some pretty deep convection south. All right, we'll see if that detaches and it doesn't come in with the parent hurricane. But there's a little bit more lightning overall on the south side, and some of that yet to actually move in. So again, really clear to see. Center of circulation right over Sweeney. Let's get back over to the radar. We'll take a look at our camera here in a minute as well. Live radar out of Houston, guys. Again, I can look at all the different radar sites. We can look at a composite. We can look at the individual ones. We can look at velocity if we have to for a tornadic situation. Obviously, this is the reflectivity. There's actually a lot of different modes that I can look at here as well. Wind shear. If there was hail, I'm not expecting any hail out of this, obviously. But that's one of the different things we could look at. Again, base velocity. You can see these bright colors. When these reds and these almost pinks now, because the winds are so strong, begin to run into each other, that's when you can get some rotation, all right? So I'd use this product to look for any signs of rotation within this. All right, and again, we've had, I believe, 3 tornado warnings so far, but nothing confirmed. All of them radar indicated, and hopefully that's all that was. Again, appreciate the support, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see here if we had a 4. do have a 6 a.m. update, and it's just a position update. The Brazoria County Airport recently reported the 85-mile-an-hour wind. The Palacios Municipal Airport reported a sustained wind of 61 and a sustained wind of 61 gusts to 81. And then the Bay City Regional Airport had a central pressure of 980.4 near the eye. So again, we mentioned Bay City being an area where it moved through. And there's your 980 right there from Bay City. Now that will continue to move north. Places like Needville and Beasley, and eventually down the road, more than likely the Katy area, will be very close to actually having the center of circulation. Now, the winds on the east side are outrageous right now. It's the 85-mile-an-hour gust. Do I expect them to be that strong on the east side of Houston as we get 5 hours from now? No. But there will still be potential significance. So if we go from the north side of the storm, sorry about that, just trying to work my way up here, up to Katy, we're about 30 miles away. So it's about another 2.5 hours, okay? That's enough time where these winds should begin to mix down a bit. But over the next hour or so, they could still be extremely intense. So it does look like the eye is going to be getting close to full shear in the Katy areas here, far western side of Metro Houston, which again keeps all of the Metro Houston area under the eastern side, the right front quadrant, the dirty side, whatever you want to call it, the area of the hurricane with the most impacts. Simple as that. Again, west side, sharper cut, hardly anything that far west of the actual eye. Not that far east, but pretty far off towards the east, even into southwest Louisiana. Feeder bands continue to move on shore. And winds are relatively gusty too. And take a look at these winds here, now up to 71 at the water observation there off Galveston Island. 60 in San Leon. And again, as we get sunrise, we'll get a look at the visible satellite imagery as well. But again, north towards Humboldt and Spring, over 60-mile-an-hour gusts as well. Hey, James, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, PETA. I do appreciate that as well. Rap says Transformers went in Pasadena. Tiffany says power is on in the Galleria area for now. It's gone on and off a few times. Interesting comment. Green flash could have been a transformer or a lightning strike. Again, you know, those who want to compare this to Harvey, are there potential comparisons? Yes. Is this going to be a storm that stalls and brings the rainfall like Harvey did? No. And again, it's an 80-mile-an-hour wind now near Bel Air. So that Southside Place, West University Place, near the Texas Children's Hospital, Bel Air Boulevard, Rice Stadium, kind of in that corridor. $80-mile-an-hour winds, even in gusts, can cause some real problems. Then here, as you get towards South Houston, we've got a 69-mile-an-hour wind gust. That, of course, is being reported from the Hobby Airport there. 69-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know if you heard that, but that was my stomach not too happy with me. At the Pearland Regional Airport, That's the 59-mile-an-hour wind gust right there. So again, it's amazing to see the variations in winds, but also some of the higher intensity peak winds that we've got. We've got a few right now over 80 miles an hour. And I would have concerns for this east side still producing some of those stronger winds for the next hour or two, right on the east center of circulation. But certainly still some fresh winds pushing in from southeast to northwest as well. DIY Delight Adventure says power is on in Cyprus. Hi Dave, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate you watching here. We've been on for 9 hours and 15 minutes now. Great to bring you the coverage of Hurricane Beryl here in Texas. As Beryl has moved inland, landfall was in the wee hours of this Monday morning in Matagorda. They had some 80+ mile-an-hour winds there. We had a 92 mile-an-hour wind gust in Freeport reported by the Mesonet site there. We had an 85 mile-an-hour wind near Angleton. On the southwest side of Houston, we've had an 81 mile-an-hour wind now is becoming the highest there near West University Place. All right, an 81 mile-an-hour wind gust out of the east. Hobby is reporting 69 right now. We've had over 60 in Humble, now 53 to the north and west there. We're, again, over 50 miles an hour. We've had really strong winds coming off of the bay. 45 in LaPorte at the hour. And again, we're near the radar site here, so it's a little flashy. There's San Leon at 60. And we've had some gusts across Galveston Island of over 70 miles an hour. And we've had more persistent hurricane force wind gusts in places like Freeport and Surfside Beach. A lot of wind coming in, 5 to 10 inches of rain as well. Significant impacts here to the Houston metro area and obviously areas towards the coast. Let's get back to the live cam. Sun is beginning to come up now. Sun is beginning to come up. We'll get a little bit better view here. Again, there is no power in this area. We can see the camera rocking and rolling at the hour 2. Camera rocking and rolling there at Galveston Beach. But we're just beginning to kind of crack the first light of day here in coastal Texas. Again, great to see you guys on this early Monday morning, 6:17 Central Time, 7:17 Eastern Time. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. Providing you live updates here on Hurricane Beryl, right here on Meteo Mundo. Again, if you haven't done it yet and you want to do me a quick favor, just click the like button. I'd appreciate that. If you haven't subscribed to Meteo Mundo and you've been looking for your latest forecasts here along the tropics for the entire Atlantic Basin, or your forecasts across the Caribbean and the Bahamas, we're your home here at Meteo Mundo, and we appreciate that. And again, we'll cover any landfalling system across our area here. And obviously my computer doesn't like me much right now either, because I've been taxing it to the bone. But I'm happy to do so. Thanks for all the hearts, guys. Again, I appreciate it. And thank you again for being part of the Meteo Mundo weather community. It's really important to hear from you guys. It's one of the main reasons I've done this. We can create that dialogue, that back and forth. Love to hear from you guys. Drop in the comment section below where you're viewing from. Also, why you're watching, in the sense of that, do you live in this area? Do you have interest in this area? Are you a weather geek like I am and you're just tuning in? Some of our friends who were impacted by Beryl in other areas prior to it making landfall in Texas have come in to make sure everyone's okay, and I love that camaraderie as well. It's fantastic. All right, so winds continue to be very significant, guys. Again, southwest sides of Metro Houston, over 80 miles an hour. Hobby at 69. We have over 65-ish in Galveston Island, the 85 there. This METAR station seems to be kind of reporting in spurts, but 85 is still extremely significant. And the live radar showing you that Beryl continues to work its way inland to the north at around 12 miles an hour. And that is still the update at 6 o'clock as well. So let's see, the winds are still 80. Pressure is 979 north at 12. So we can dump that and say as of 6 a.m. CDT. And pop that in right there. And all that information is now new and up to date. Oh, I accidentally clicked on the terminal Doppler radar. Or actually, yeah, the terminal out of IAH, which is what's reporting the 52. So the airports have their own radars as well. I'm looking at the NEXRAD radars, the weather radars, right, across the country. One's in Houston, one's in Corpus Christi, but we actually have the individual airports with their own what's called terminal Dopplers. They don't have as wide of a range, but they're also really good radars to look at, especially for small things like, again, some spin-ups with hurricanes. So it's something to keep in mind. But that's why that area shrunk down, because again, not the same spatial area that what we have with the larger weather radars across the country. Again, in this area, we've got one in Houston, we've got one in Corpus Christi we can look at. Thank you, Prayer Warrior. I appreciate it. Hello. Good to see you from Corpus Christi. Sandra has her concerns about the refinery, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's just say there's a lot of wind in Lake Jackson from RD. City 2 off-grid, power out in Kingwood. Okay, thank you very much for that report. Gales in South Padre. You're welcome, Gus. Paula says electric is out in Wharton, trees down. That is going to be a very common report if I would extrapolate from the weather that we're seeing here. That's going to be a pretty common report. Thank you, Ingrid. Good to see you. Luis, watching from Portugal. Such a helpful work you're doing. Be safe, everybody. Portugal, that's awesome. Fantastic. Well, welcome to our friends there. Lisa says, I have been tuning into your stream since last night, only got knocked off a few times. Yeah, Lisa, one of those warriors again. We've had a few people who joined me either right at the beginning and have come on and off, or have tried to suck it all the way through here. Again, we're pushing to 9.5 hours. But I didn't want to just come on. First of all, I had that choice to make, right? Do I try and get a little bit of sleep and then come on at like 2 a.m. or do we just go ahead and power through the night? And the main reason I chose it is because I'd rather not jump on at the exact 11th hour when we're starting to see Beryl actually move inland, and already we've had some significant impacts in some areas, right? Got to have a little bit of a buildup, you know, just make sure that everyone's in attune to what's going on in the situation and kind of get into the weeds with the forecast as well. So again, you know, we don't want to see any of these storms come on shore and affect anyone. If it was something that I could put in order from, you know, if we do it from 9 to 5, that would probably help everyone else out. And of course, no one likes a nighttime landfalling storm. Obviously, you know, you just don't have as much perspective. things get a little bit noisier, they can get a little bit more uneasy because obviously you can't see what's actually happening out there. And it's just dangerous, of course, as well. But again, these winds, we've seen them come down slightly now in Houston, but I mean, still 81. An 81 mile an hour wind there near West University Place, Southside Place, Rice University. That is so significant. We'll have to see what kind of issues that might have caused. Let's see if we can start to catch the first signs of the visible satellite imagery here. Let me switch over to our Ghost satellite. Let's see. I'm going to zoom out. No, we're still just a little too... Yep. Not enough light yet. Not enough light yet. We're getting close. You can see the first painting on of the IR-Viz combo there. But we just don't have enough light yet. Again, that visible satellite imagery, guys, by the way, as the sun comes up, you're going to get the shadows from some of the taller thunderstorms, and it is a sight. I mean, it really does tell a different story. You can see the lightning strikes. Again, look down here how much lightning there has been in the last 15 minutes. That would be interesting to see if they can stay connected to the parent storm and where that might actually spiral in. Could be relatively significant. Again, up towards spring, 59. The 81. I mean, even Hobby has 68 right now. Katy, 51. Galveston Beach, upper 60s. That is where the eye is here, moving just west of those areas. You can see the really expansion of the thunderstorm activity, the deep convection. The storm has gotten bigger as it's moved inland. Now, eventually what's going to happen is, as that's the case, we start to see some drier air moving in. And that will begin to, at first, not have a lot of impact on the wind, but over time, steadier progression to knock down those winds as well. Hi, Penny. Good to see you from Orlando. Storm nerd. Yes, you would have, Penny. Yes, you would have. See, sorry, Jim, trying to... Jim says, we like to say we still have power in spring, but I don't want to jinx us either. I understand. I hear you. Chimney Rock, Bracewood in Houston is bad. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, this is some extreme wind. This is some really, really extreme wind that's moving through the Houston metro area as we speak. Again, this wind could stay in this fashion for a while until we start to lose Beryl's integrity here and the inner eye begins to have disruptions where it's not able to produce the kinds of winds that it's producing right now. The friction with the land and then the dry air entrainment as well will start that process. The eye is now fully over land. The back side eye has moved on shore. I mentioned how I didn't expect the back end of Beryl to be as significant as some hurricanes are. It just wasn't as well formed. The winds in Matagorda picked up to 34, but at this point in time, I haven't seen anything stronger. The 81 and, oh my God, I'm like so tired. It's Peleus. Or we've been arguing about it all night, which is hilarious. That's an old report. It's not reporting anymore. But it had an 81. Star says the mango trees are holding strong and humble. There you go. Near South Padre, skirted right past us, only saw the outer bands. Yes, indeed. Beryl is unusual for so many different ways and unique as well, right? Just the kind of hurricane we got this early in the year, where it started, how many people it affected, how long it lasted, and of course where it ended up. Broke a ton of records. I'm sure there'll be a lot of studies, and again, it's not going to be surprising if this is the last Beryl ever. I think there's a high chance that they retire the name. We'll see. Let's go back over to our camera here in Galveston. Okay. It is still up, so let's take a look. Again, just a little bit more daylight. And a heck of a lot of wind. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, look at those trees dancing. All bent over. That's still an onshore wind. Big time, by the way, big time. Guys, I'm going to take the quickest of breaks. I'm going to leave it on this camera. I'll see you back here in just a second. All right, friends, there's our first kind of light shot here of Galveston Beach. Just starting to get a little bit of daylight coming back on. Again, they have no power out there, and we can really see the wind still rocking Galveston Beach. Unbelievable. Again, it is 7:35 Eastern Time, 6:35 local time in the Texas area here. Good to see you guys here at Meteo Mundo. Rusty McCraney with you. We have been live since 10 p.m. Eastern Time last night, 9 o'clock Central Time here. So I guess we're pushing past 9.5 hours here. But again, covering this storm for you live. This is going to be a very interesting camera to keep an eye out here, at least in the short term, to see obviously the wave action there and to see how the storm surge is handled, at least in this area. Again, storm surge is going to be a big concern right now, especially along in the eastern side of the center of circulation, including the Galveston Bay area. All right, so that's what it looks like there. And again, we'll keep a close eye on it for you. And we'll get back to this camera more and more now that we have sunrise. Again, thank you for the hearts. Thank you for joining me here. Thank you for clicking the like button. Thank you for subscribing to Meteo Mundo if you haven't subscribed as of yet. So let's take a look at what's happening at the here and the now. We'll get back over to our radar product here. And again, the winds will continue to be a very big story. All right. These are your wind gusts in just the last hour. You can see the time frame on the top of your screen. You can see the wind gusts, an over 80-mile-an-hour wind gust on the southwest side of the Houston metro area. We had an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust near Angleton. We had a 92-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier near Freeport, and you can clearly see the eye of Beryl. Now on that far east side, West Columbia, Sweeney, could see some exceptionally strong winds. We still have a nice tight rotation of the center of circulation as Beryl moves north at 12 miles an hour. So this is going to be moving up the western side of the metro Houston area. It is about the worst case scenario as far as track because it's close enough to put some of the most significant winds on the western side of the metro. And then we have the onshore winds, the southeast winds throughout the entire metro area, Galveston Bay, Galveston Island area, coastal regions, and that is your storm surge threat, right? All of the onshore winds coming in. We've had a couple of tornado warnings as well. There will be the opportunity for a brief spin-up tornado that comes along with the rotation of these storms. Nothing confirmed, all just radar indicated, but a couple of those. And then we have numerous flash flood watches that are currently in effect. And this is going to be another big story as well. So if we look at those, it's all of the areas that you see here in green, okay? And they've just continued to extend it north. So it goes in the outlined green areas from the coastline, now all the way well north of the Houston metro area. And most of these in general are talking about the potential up to 4 to 8 inches of rain, all right, in this location. And that's just through the warning expiration time, which is in a few hours in most of these areas. The overall story from the Hurricane Center as far as the rain goes is for 5 to 10 inches, but locally even up to 15. So there will be some flood concerns. Again, I know a lot of you who live in this area discuss Harvey, and I can understand why. This does not look to be in Harvey in any way, as the forward speed and the momentum should continue, and we should see the rain clear this area here mid to late afternoon. But especially during these morning hours, we're going to continue to see these persistent onshore bands based on where, again, Beryl made landfall to the south and to the west of Houston, and that puts all of Houston on that dirty side for a while. Hobby Airport reporting a 68-mile-an-hour wind gust. Other areas on the south side of Houston up to 64. And again, this is the METAR site here near West University Place. Sorry about that. And again, the Rice University of around 80 miles an hour. Bel Air just off towards the west. But you can see all this area, a lot of oranges, a lot of reds, extremely heavy rain. Now even towards the eastern side of Galveston Bay, we're picking up some 60-mile-an-hour winds. San Leon, 62 mile an hour winds. LaPorte, 43. Just very, very strong winds. The winds cut off relatively quickly on the western side. Again, one thing about Beryl is yesterday, it just slowly but steadily continued to gain strength. It never really bombed out. It never got really significantly stronger, quicker, but it continued strong enough to become a hurricane before landfall. And again, that was sustained winds of 80 miles an hour, but gusts over 100. Haven't yet see a 100 mile an hour wind gust report, but 92 is what we've had there in the Freeport area. So again, in the comments section below, let me know how you guys are doing. Let me know where you're viewing from. Again, watch out for the flash flood warning, and we can see the spiraling there just to the west of Angleton. You have a specific question about it, I'm happy to answer as I can. While you're down there, thank you very much for liking this video. Thank you for subscribing as well to Meteo Mundo. Coming up on 6:40 now, guys, early on this Monday morning. Again, high impacts for the Houston metro area. High impacts based on what Beryl is doing right now. Let's take a look at a couple of different things I want to highlight. The storm surge is first. Significant storm surge. Hey, K-Man, thanks for joining from Jamaica. Appreciate you. The storm surge could be very significant. Again, Matagorda Bay is going to be very interesting because they had a north wind as Beryl came in. That kind of negates some of the push of water, but I'll be interested to see just how much they got. Now, still, storm surge and water inundation in Matagorda Bay more than likely happened. It got downhill real quick in places like Freeport and Surfside Beach and Jamaica Beach, and then as you get towards Galveston. And again, Galveston Bay, a 4 to 6 foot storm surge is possible. And from some of you in the chat, we're coming up apparently on a high tide cycle as well in some of these areas. And then that extends well off into the Louisiana coastline as well. So you have the 3 to 5 from High Island to Sabine Pass, but in southwest Louisiana, even the opportunity of a 1 to 3 foot storm surge. Most areas will be able to handle that, but at the same point in time, it's just a little bit more water as well. David also watching from Jamaica. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hope you guys are doing okay. And I know it's area dependent, but obviously our thoughts with you guys still battling out with what Beryl brought our friends in Jamaica. Let's see here. Now I'm just going through all my graphics, trying to find the right one. There we go. So, again, the Beryl potential in general. So I had it at 85, and I haven't updated it, but that's okay because it came in at 80, but the gusts to 100. The storm surge of 4 to 7 feet. The rainfall of 5 to 10 inches, all right? But potentially even up to 15. And we know how Houston floods. And there will be some flash flooding. We have numerous and extensive in coverage area flash flood warnings ongoing. Urban flooding, flooding of low-lying areas, check, check, check. Along the beaches, large swells, dangerous surf and rip currents, and again, an isolated tornado threat that comes along for the ride. Now that we're getting daylight, I think we're going to keep checking in with this camera more and more often because it just continues to tell the story. Thank you, David. This is from Galveston Beach. It is live. They don't have power. If you joined us earlier in the morning, we actually watched the power go out live here on Meteo Mundo from this camera. It doesn't even look real, the trees, because they're all just bent in a different, in the same direction, and they're just being pushed down by some 70 mile an hour winds. I'm looking actually at the live radar data, and that's what we've got there right now. We've got near hurricane force gusts. So live here at Meteo Mundo, Galveston Beach, you're looking at 70 mile an hour winds at the current time. And Candy just said crazy wind in Galveston. There you go. Ted says north of I-10 and Katy between Fry and I-9 lost power about a half hour ago. East winds blowing fast, but the gusts not so bad. Thank you, Ted. Yep. You know, this is one shot from Galveston. There's, you know, obviously it's an area where we could have different hazards, whether it's storm inundation or flooding, or, you know, power down because power poles are down. Here, we haven't had that as of yet, but those trees are hanging on, man. And again, we can see the surf conditions coming up towards the shoreline, and it's the sea is angry. There's no doubt about it. The sea is not happy with what's happening right now. Candy says the house is shaking. Again, you've got near hurricane force gusts. So unfortunately, that is not a, I understand that's not an exaggeration for sure. Boy, look at someone trying to handle these 70-mile-an-hour winds in a car. I don't think they're gonna get pushed. But that's a lot of wind to have to get through there. Looks like there's a bit of a seawall. That could just be the minorest buffer from some of those strongest winds. But it's tough right now. Johnny says the power is out in the Klein area. Thank you, sir. Again, live look to Galveston Beach. We'll get back to it. Let's get back into what's happening here. Again, as we get towards sunrise, going to keep a close eye on our visible satellite imagery products, because I think that first light image is going to be something to see. But we're still not there yet. Getting a little anxious. It's going to be an interesting presentation. There's no doubt about it. So this is the regular infrared. And again, as Beryl has moved inland, the storm has kind of expanded in nature. The winds were always more significant on the northeast side. You can see that. All the wind here, more significant on the northeast side. The winds were lighter overall out west, but still some stronger winds from time to time. But the heaviest rain also spiraling inland at that same spot. And again, 85-mile-an-hour wind down here near Angleton. And an 80-plus-mile-an-hour wind in southwest Houston. And nearly 70 there at Hobby. Next few hours, this is what we're going to have to contend with. I'm going to bring back on the radar. Again, this is your live radar out of Houston. We can clearly see where the eye is, and it's beginning to potentially just show the first signs of being slightly more ragged, although we still have convection on the western side. This is going to be a good push of wind right here. You see that? That's going to be a lot of wind in that area. You can see that in the velocity rotation. A lot of wind right here. Sweeney, West Columbia. The Angleton 85 is old. It's about an hour old. But again, you can clearly see that rotation there. How fast is the storm moving north? All of the latest information is on the top of your screen. So it's moving north at 12. And that was the last report, I believe. Yeah. The 6 a.m. report. So we'll see if we get a 7. We should. But yep, winds are still 80, so technically it's still a hurricane. We'll see what happens here as we get towards the 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time report. Wow. Look at that. It is doing something funky. Here we go. Even it's trying to rebel against me. Galveston still again peaking near 70. Same thing for San Leon, 63. LaPorte, Beach City, Shore Acres, 40. Seabrook higher than that from time to time. Again, a lot of you have chimed in and said, hey man, it is not fun right now in Houston, and I get it. Again, the center is going to move up to the west of downtown and the metro area in general, which will keep the Houston metro area in that dirty side, right? The most intense rain, the most intense winds, the highest opportunity for tornadic activity, the right front quadrant of this storm as it moves north. Still going to be significant on the left front and the back right, not as significant on the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. Kind of if we break up Beryl into the 4 quadrants. So unfortunately, that means, again, all of the Houston metro area is under the most significant impacts as far as potential. And we're bearing that out right now with some winds that are over 80 miles an hour. Thank you, Gail. Yep. High seawall, waves beginning to crash over. We're going to go back to that Galveston camera a little bit more often now that we're getting towards sunrise. But again, just offshore there, just off of the tip of the island, it's another 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. Just relentless. Absolutely relentless. Katie's getting up to nearly a 60-mile-an-hour wind there near Brookshire. And again, that's a northeast wind, so it's kind of spiraling around. Almost our entire area here that has the strong winds. It's going to be an east to even a northeast wind on the north side, and obviously it's a southeast wind on the south side, right? Everything spiraling around in a counterclockwise fashion. Now on the back end of the storm, Matagorda did get 59-mile-an-hour winds. So Matagorda went from 82-mile-an-hour winds at the least to having calm winds and the eye, and then back up to 59-mile-an-hour winds as the back end of the eye wall worked its way through. There's Freeport and Lake Jackson, and again the 85-mile-an-hour wind there, and 92 in Freeport so far. Let's go back to the webcam. Again, Galveston Beach, where we continue to see wind gusts of up to 70 miles an hour. And the sustained winds aren't too shabby either. It's a potent storm in certain areas, and this is one of them. From Matagorda Bay to Galveston Bay, along the coast, that's your prime spot of peak intensity with Beryl. And obviously that's driving some wind and water up the Galveston Bay with the southeast wind. And we're getting a lot of heavy rainfall right now through a lot of Metro Houston. And the opportunity that we'll continue to see some extremely heavy rainfall for time to come during the morning hours. Hey Joe, I appreciate it. Appreciate all of our viewers from everywhere. And I, tune in. That's what I love about Meteo Mundo, right? And I love about the digital weather space. You don't have to be local. You have an interest in it. You like what you see, you can tune in when you want. Hey Charlie, how you doing? Charlie busted out the custom emojis. If you become a member at Meteo Mundo, if you look at Charlie Bing, he's got the new member badge, and then he's got the custom emojis as well. So thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that. And again, thank you for finding ways to support us here at Meteo Mundo. You can do that through the super chat, the super thanks, the super stickers. You can do that through the membership program, 99 cents a month. You can also find the descriptions on how to support the channel in other ways, if you would so be inclined, in the description below. But I just appreciate the support in general. And again, this camera is live and it is rocking and it is rolling, but it just shows you how steady the wind is as well. You know, I mean, it is a strong, strong wind, and it looks to be sustained well over 50 miles an hour. The gusts are still hitting 70 from time to time. But what a shot. That area really taking a beating right now. Really hammer time there. Get back over to the weather computer. And again, we'll be visiting that camera a little bit more often now that we're hitting sunrise. So again, a very, very large swath of this area, all of the metro Houston area, all the way to the coast, the areas you see in green, these are flash flood warnings, all right? Got a flash flood problem going on right now in these areas. And again, that basically encompasses everyone. So till 8:45 at southern Brazoria and northeastern Matagorda counties. They've already had 4 to 6 inches of rain there, an additional 1 to 2. Till 9:30, it's Northwest Chamber, Harris County, Southwest Liberty, Southern Montgomery. They've had 1 to 3, but they're just getting started in those areas, and that includes downtown downtown Houston, and you're looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain there. Then you've got northeastern Brazoria, southwestern Chambers, northeastern Fort Bend, northwestern Galveston, and portions of Harris County till 9 o'clock. And some of those areas have had 3 to 6 inches of rain. So again, it's just dependent where you are, but you're looking at 4 different very large flash flood warnings, which means flooding is occurring in some of those areas, which means the flooding has already become relatively widespread. Beryl will still be progressive, okay? Meaning it is going to move through. It is not going to stall. But it is moving at 12, which is decent forward speed, but it's not the fastest. And again, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center is 5 to 10 inches of rain, but locally up to 15. And we know what, not even nearly that much rain in portions of Houston can do. And it's coming down pretty good as well. And you're starting to see, again, Friendswood, we're getting to 59, 60 miles an hour, still 68 at Hobby. When was that last report? Has it changed? Not since the last hourly update. The winds are thankfully coming down here near West University Place and Rice and Children's Hospital, but still 66. There's our curly Q of Beryl, clear as day. Again, this convection spiraling around. I've been keeping an eye out if there's any true spin. Haven't really seen anything. Again, at this point in time, there are no current tornado warnings. We've had a few that were radar indicated earlier, but nothing confirmed. A lot of flash flood warnings over there. Go back over to reflectivity. Again, extremely impressive winds moving up Galveston Bay, where they have a surge warning, a storm surge warning, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge likely in portions of Galveston Bay. If you live near Galveston Bay, let me know in the comments section below what you're seeing. Hey, Big Al from Lake Conroe, you got it. Greetings. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it, guys. Again, our goal here at Meteo Mundo is to provide you coverage like you haven't seen before across the Caribbean and the Bahamas, and when it comes to hurricanes and other landfalling systems across the Atlantic Basin, including our friends, of course, in the United States, and other areas. We've got you covered. That 85 is significant. And again, this is live radar out of Houston. I have the ability to look at all the different live radar sites. We can look at Corpus Christi. We can look at them in the composite. We can look at the wind shear. We can look at the velocity. We can do a lot of different things with it here. We can look at all the high resolution satellite data as well. And again, thankfully, because it makes it easier, quite honestly, is that the Houston area, coastal Texas in this area is very dense when it comes to weather reporting stations. All right. So a lot of different areas report in, and all that helps us deliver the real-time information to you. So when we have all these radar METAR reports coming out, it makes it simpler for me to kind of define things. And again, we were talking about earlier, just taking a look at the wind direction. So it's almost a due east wind right now in Houston. And then on the far northwest side, it's a little bit more of a northwest. When you get back down towards the coast, it is still basically a due south or southeast wind. I can show you that. If I go to the wind here, again, the Galveston area, there's a wind gust of 68 miles an hour, but it's out of the southeast. Out of the southeast. There's another one out of the southeast. Now again, when we get up towards Pasadena, this should be out of the east, and it is. Okay? And then up here towards Katy should be out of the northeast. And it is. All right? Northeast gusting to 60 miles an hour. So we still have our inherent rotation up around, back down to the southwest side. And again, the eye is now fully onshore. So the back end of the eye wall has cleared the coast and is moving back inland. And again, it did bring up to 68 mile an hour winds back to Matagorda, which is very significant. You know, so the back end of the storm, the back end eye wall, it generally is never as strong as the initial push, but can be as strong in some areas. This one doesn't appear to be as strong, but still, we picked up a very high-end tropical storm wind gust in Matagorda as it came through not that long ago. Just looking at these numbers, I don't want to believe myself that these are the actual winds, but here you go. Let's get back to the chat. Paris says sidewalks in Galveston halfway underwater at this point. Thank you very much. D says Lake Jackson is still bad. Windows are shaking, flooded everywhere. Back to Paris says all my poor plants on the ground begging for mercy. I hear you. Lisa says I've lived on the east end of Galveston Island. The wind is relentless and no power. Roofs compromised. Thank you, Lisa. Our thoughts are with you guys. So Lisa lives there on the east end of Galveston Island. Many roofs compromised. And there's going to be more widespread damage, again, with these kinds of winds. Power outages will come along for the ride. There's no doubt about it, right? But these kinds of winds will cause some potential roof damage as well. It will be area dependent, and obviously depending on how hardened some of these structures are. But these are significant winds. They have outperformed what I thought that would be in the metro area right now for Houston. I thought if we had the 60 mile an hour winds, it would be kind of in this area as of yet. But again, we pushed over an 80 on the southwest side of the city not that long ago. Hi, Dave. Good morning. Let's again see. It's always a neat thing for that first light. Nope. Takes a little while. You can see that kind of push of lightning, by the way, too. Let's take a look at that camera from Galveston again. We're just going to be checking in with that one more from time to time right now. Now that we have our daylight up. And it is still up, so let's go there. Still alive. Obviously, the sunrise is going to be a little bit challenging to see this morning, wouldn't you say? Just a little bit. Sanders says my neighbor's trash blew all over and he's out there picking it up. Oh, jeez, poor guy. Laura said she had a fantastic time, but she has no wind and power in Danbury. I'm paraphrasing from Laura. But understood. Paris says I'm on the east end too. Lisa, stay safe. And Sandra says there is a car hood from somewhere in my driveway. All right, Sandra, I have to ask a little bit more. Is that a car hood from your car or from an unknown car that has ended up in your driveway? Because I feel like that's an important distinction. Whether it occurred to your property and there's damage, or whether someone's car hood literally might have flung off and is in your driveway. Regardless, it's a crazy story. Either way. No, not your car. Okay, well, stinks for whoever it was then, right? I mean, but look, you know, these are really significant winds, and damage of that magnitude is not implausible, right? It's absolutely plausible. Yeah, and that's the north side of that, Big Al. You know, just starting to get the north side of the dirty side of the storm, which again is the eastern side. It's the right front quadrant, if you will, and that does encompass all of the Houston metro area, because now we're going to see the center of circulation pass off to the west of you, which is going to keep you on the east side. And again, these are all live wind gusts here at Meteo Mundo. You see those live right now. Oh, just 1 second here, guys. There we go. Kind of working with a computer within a computer within a computer. Sometimes all those windows can get a little bit confusing, trying to work them all at once. But again, if you're just tuning in, all of these flash flood warnings are in effect. Pretty much encompasses the entire Houston metro area towards the coast. It's going to be the live look from the radar here in Houston. Again, the eye itself of Beryl is now well inland, pushing the Needville area. You can see some of the heaviest rain and winds on the northeast sides. The 85-mile-an-hour wind gust near Angleton, which is old, but it's still there. The 92-mile-an-hour wind gust we had in Freeport, still at the hour. Around 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts from time to time in and around the east side of Galveston Island. Then up the bay, 61 in San Leon, 41 in LaPorte, 62 right now at Hobby. It's an east wind gusting to 62. Still 66 there towards Rice University. There's the 52 in Brookshire and Katy near Fulshire. Again on the north side, Spring. KIAH is reporting 67. And of course, that's Houston Intercontinental Airport. So Hobby's got 68, I believe, and right behind is IAH at 67. But again, the wind is going to be a widespread factor to go along with the 5 to 10 inches of rain as well. Again, southwest side never fully formed yesterday. The dry air intrusion really knocked it down. Beryl got stronger, but got stronger in a more lopsided fashion late last night and early this morning, where we're really seeing the spread of the strongest winds far away from the center on the northeast side. It gets close to the center to have some of the stronger winds as well, but there's a very sharp cutoff on the southwest side. Now, Victoria and Seadrift will get 40-mile-an-hour winds from time to time. Same thing for Port Lavaca. But down towards Rockport and Corpus Christi really came out of here relatively unscathed. We'll see if there's any water inundation with some of the storm surge, but they had a north wind almost all night long, which should have really kept any true storm surge issues at bay. Again, it's the opposite side for Matagorda and Galveston Bays, especially for Galveston Bay, where we still have a southeast wind, which continues to be quite strong. And again, flash flood warnings continue in all the areas outlined in green for several different hours in many locations. Beryl is a Category 1. And let's see here. Time keeps on ticking, as they say. And we did not get... Oh, yes, we did. Okay. Beryl is still, we did get the update. Beryl is still a hurricane. So it made landfall as a Cat 1 with winds of 75 miles an hour. Excuse me. It made landfall with winds of 80 miles an hour. It is still a Cat 1 right now with winds of 75. It is still moving north at 12. The pressure is up to 980 millibars. So a little bit of change I'll do to the top of the screen when we get back over to our shot out of Galveston, but appreciably not much has changed. Pressures come up 2 millibars or 1 millibar here. Maximum sustained winds have come down 5, but it's still a Category 1 hurricane. And we still have our north movement at 12. There have been no changes to the watches and the warnings, okay? We still have that storm surge warning for Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass. That includes Matagorda and Galveston Bays. We still have the hurricane warning in red. That is in effect for Mesquite Bay northward to Port Boulevard. And then we have a tropical storm warning from Port Boulevard to the Sabine Pass, okay? So those are the current warnings that are in effect. Again, tropical storm conditions extremely likely here. Hurricane conditions are possible. In addition to that, we actually do have a tornado watch that is in effect for this area. So we've had 3 tornado warnings. If we take a look at the watch box here, all of this area is in our watch box, tornado watch box until 10 a.m. Same areas that we've been talking about, along and east of the center of circulation. So this entire area in purple, tornado watch till 10 a.m. Sure. Laura, I'm happy to. Again, I believe we might have lost the sensor, to be quite honest. It hasn't been reporting in a bit, but at last check, we had an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust near Angleton, about 9 miles south. But I want to be clear, that report was also close to 2 hours ago. So I believe we've lost that one. It's gone offline. Winds should begin to relax a little bit more in the Angleton area, but not for the next couple of hours. There will still be some stronger gusts from time to time. And the other thing on top of that as well is, of course, we're going to get the back end of the eye wall. So you got the back end of the eye wall still to move through this area. You got to see, Clark. When could Lake Jackson expect some relief? A couple of hours. Okay, Lake Jackson got hammered. So did Freeport. So did the Angleton areas. You still have to get through the back end of the eye wall here, and these feeder bands coming in. And they'll have some strong wind with them too. You can really see the striations and these bands really beginning to form up, and then they'll spiral in. And that's why you can get narrow pockets of extremely heavy rain, and then on either side of it, the rain is not as significant. And it's really where those bands spiral up and move on shore, that's where we'll have the heaviest rain near the coast. Now, it does kind of get a little bit more elongated and more widespread inland, but there's still a lot of wind coming along with this as well. So everything that the Hurricane Center has been talking about seems to be verifying pretty closely as far as the impacts to this area. The 4 to 7 foot storm surge, the 5 to 10 inches of rain, locally up to 15, the 85 to 100 mile per hour winds. We've had gusts very near that as well. Michelle says, I'm enjoying until electricity goes off here in the Brazos Valley. I understand. Not a strong Cat 1, but a Cat 1, right? 74 is the minimum. It came in at 80, and now back down to 75. But a Cat 1 cleared the hurdle by 6 miles an hour. And go back over to our camera. All right, here we go. So look at that live cam from Galveston Beach. Man, oh man, oh man. Rocking and rolling. Absolutely still hammer time there. Again, sun up, but we can't see that. And you can almost see that the seawall is trying to hold back the water, but it's spraying over, and with that wind, it's coming on in sheets. Significant impacts there. Just coming down in sheets. And again, if you were joining us earlier, this area lost power several hours ago. So no more power out of that area, unfortunately. And that's a live look to Galveston Beach. I'm just updating the latest information on Beryl here. Again, still a hurricane, even though the eye is completely in. It still takes some time for the friction and the dry air entrainment to begin to knock down the intensity of hurricanes. But the deeper into the morning that we go, the quicker that drop off is going to be. Pressure again, 980 millibars, and we still have that movement to the north at 12 miles an hour. Again, amazing shot there from Galveston Beach. Okay. Let me get back over to the chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Eddie's saying he just got back from the UK from Jamaica. Yeah, I tell you what, I hear you, Eddie. Good morning, Anonymous H. It's bad here, a lot of heavy rain, lightning, wind, all of it. Michelle says she's lived in Texas all her life, about the 7th hurricane she's been through. You got it, yep. Corey says, thank you, you got it. Sandra says, come on, drop off. Can that happen sometime soon, right? Well, we'll see. Again, we still have the inner core. We still have the back end of the eye wall. And we still have the dirty side of the storm, if you will, the east side, that will continue to impact the Houston metro area. That's not going to change in the short term. The eye has to get well to the north and west before we start to get out of the worst. And that's going to be several more hours. Now, it's making decent progression. It is going faster than what the models had it originally, right? Because if you joined me earlier, we were closer to like at least 11, if not 12, to move through. And by the way, you can see the flood warning there that I can query, which I guess because I have it on that line, it is going to continue to show that. Let's see. There we go. But now we're, from Katy, the northern eye wall, we're about 21 miles. So let's say 2 hours at a conservative. So it's going to be about 9:20-ish that we start to see the northern eye get up to I-10, all right? And we can clearly see there's a progression here. So this is bad, and it's going to stay bad, especially for the next few hours. But there should be enough of a progression where we finally start to lift all of this away in the afternoon. Now, what's left over, of course, is some bad stuff, guys. It's 5 to 10 inches of rain locally higher. It's a storm surge. It's the wind damage, which could be extremely significant in some areas, right? Again, Freeport down here had a 92-mile-an-hour wind. Galveston has had well over 70 from time to time. Angleton here, 85. Landfall, we had low 80s. On over towards, again, is it Palacios? We've been arguing it all night long, and I'm so tired now I forget exactly what we decided on. And then Matagorda here with a wind gust of 68 miles an hour on the back end after having a wind gust of 82 and potentially even higher. Speaking of 80, we had an over 80-mile-an-hour wind gust here near West University Place in Rice. It's still 63. It's unbelievable to talk about like, oh, it's gotten better. It's still 63. Yep, tornado watch is in effect for the entire area. Again, a watch means conditions are possible for tornadic activity. A warning means we got a tornado. But again, a watch is the possibility, and that does include the entire Houston metro area until 10 o'clock. Hi, Mike. Here in the Woodlands, we're starting to get some pretty good rain right now. Winds, I'm sorry. Yep, it's picking up, guys. It is getting down and dirty in a lot of spots. It is still officially a Cat 1. Yep, as of the 7 a.m. advisory, it is still a Category 1 hurricane. Louisiana, just checking them out real quick. How far east the strong winds have gotten. Just brushing the coast. Could be just a little bit of water here towards Cameron. Nothing too bad though for Lake Charles. Port Arthur looks pretty good as well. A little bit of a fresh wind there, obviously, along the coast. And then you've got your 60 and 70s here in the Galveston area. And again, this sensor kaput, but hit 85 before it did. Thank you, Barton. Yep, it's coming in a little bit faster than predicted, but it's also coming in with slightly more wind because, again, let's look at the double-edged sword. It's moving a little bit faster. Okay, not a bad thing. We get the storm in and out faster, but if it's moving faster, it has less time over land to start to lose the strength, okay? So now there's a bit more wind coming into the Metro Houston area than expected, and it's also still on the right front quadrant, the worst part. So the forward speed has a couple of negatives and maybe one positive, if you will. But again, if a storm's moving faster, has less time to ingest the drier air, the friction to go to work, to really begin to impact the inner core of that storm. So you would expect more wind to stick around near the center and on the northeast side here as we go over the next couple of hours. So I really do believe that winds will stay in this 50 to 60 mile an hour range in gusts, not sustained, but in gusts, in the Houston area for the next few hours. That will just continue to pile on the additional problems that we've already had, right? You know, we've already had some flood threats. We've already had the flash flood warning issued. Obviously, we have some tree downs. We have some power outages. But when you continue to constantly throw 50 and 60 mile an hour winds into an area over a few hours, you're just going to exacerbate those issues. They're just going to get worse. They're just going to be compounded. It's as simple as that. All right, guys, here's the situation. I would love to stay with you forever, but we are coming up on 10 and a half hours of coverage in a row. And I have been up for over 24 hours in a row right now as well. So we're going to end this coverage here in just a little bit, in just a few minutes. We did a 12-hour live stream in Jamaica. We're going to pull off a 10 and a half hour live stream here. Let's go back to our camera before we do anything else and just take a look at what's happening in Galveston Bay. Car has decided to brave the elements. I don't see a lot of water over the seawall right now. That's good news. But we still have an onshore wind. And unfortunately, we're going to have an onshore wind in Galveston Bay for a while to go, right? Absolutely, you know, where the storm surge and the power are going to continue to be an issue. 100%. You can see all of that. But again, it's good to see now that we have enough daylight that we actually don't have the water over the seawall, except maybe in some breakers. And we can see that if you look there, just kind of breaking over the seawall. But obviously the road was still drivable. We don't see anything on the inland side of the road that's been inundated in water. Okay, let's go back out. Back out to the broad screen. All right, so guys, I'm going to wrap this up in just a couple of minutes here. And again, I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Here's what I'm going to say. We're going to continue to have high-end tropical storm impacts for the Houston metro area for the next several hours, okay? Winds that could be flirting with 60, even potentially 70 miles an hour in gusts, all right? At least through the lunchtime hour. As the eye of Beryl pulls away, that will allow those winds to come back down. For the southeast side, we continue with an onshore wind, which means the storm surge threat will continue to be an issue in this area. Water inundation, so please be very careful with that. The flood warnings are in effect. All the areas in green are flash flood warnings. These are all flash flood warnings that extend for several hours out. In these areas, between now and the time that these flash flood warnings end, 4 to 8 inches of rain could have fallen, maybe even locally higher. And again, the forecast overall is for 5 to 10. Sorry about that. A little too trigger happy on the mouse. Is for 5 to 10 and locally higher. Now, quickly, the farther west that you go, the weather gets much better. It is along and east of that center of circulation. And note, by the way, that this center might be trying to creep even a little bit closer to metro downtown Houston. All right? Right there in the heart. You can see that eye clear as day. Slight nudge east. Could be just a wobble. Could be trying to move back straight. But overall, we're a little bit closer. All right? And on this northern and eastern eye wall, that's going to be some heavy rain pushing back in to Metro Houston. Obviously along Galveston Bay, for areas like Baytown and Beach City and LaPorte and San Leon, we're going to have an onshore wind just trying to drive some water up in your area to go along with wind gusts that are in the 50, 60 mile an hour range as well. So friends, that is going to do it. We're going to hit 10 and a half hours of coverage. And I appreciate all of you guys sticking with me here. Thank you very much. To all of our friends in Houston and the Texas coastline and anyone impacted, our thoughts and our prayers are with you guys. I hope you got something out of this coverage. As we leave here, thank you for liking this live stream. Thank you for subscribing if you haven't subscribed it. If you'd like to support us here at Meteo Mundo, support me at Meteo Mundo. You can find the ways to do that in the description below. Super chat, super thanks, all of those things. Again, 10.5 hours. We're watching Beryl move through Houston right now. Still some impacts for this area for several more hours. So please stay safe. Don't get out and about in it until it really has passed you by. And I hope when I see you next time, you let me know that things were okay in your area. So until next time, friends, I really appreciate all of you. And I will see you soon, very soon, at Meteo Mundo. Right now, though, I'm going to go see my pet.